So we're focusing today on, as we start this forum, on the basic unit of organization, the cooperative. Because we believe in the cooperative, we're all somehow associated with a circle, and we all want to be part of that movement going forward. So let me call upon Ambassador Bramwell Kisuya to kickstart the discussion on enterprise systems and in particularly the cooperatives. Can you give him a round of applause, please? Balozi, please. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Thank you. Today, the session is diaspora participation in value addition through value chains for export and local consumption. And to feed into that, there are further subtopics: diaspora investments through cottage industries in partnership with county communities. Not only cottage industries, there are MSMEs. And then we'll have special purpose vehicles as partners with communities. Now, we've had a very elaborate background on where we are as a nation in terms of the vast opportunities that we have. Going by the brief that we've just had from Sabina and Sir Errol, everyone out there is seeing the opportunities in Kenya, and everyone is now focusing whatever resource they have to come and partake of those opportunities here. There are those who are using their resources in various ways, whether it is a carbon credit, whether it is a climate change or whatever it is, to be able to find a footing, particularly where we as Kenyans are not performing it. So they are seeing opportunities where we are not seeing. And the more the reason then, the session for today is how would the diaspora participate in these potentialities wherever they are, right at the county and more so at the ward level, even at the village level. And as you may be aware, the national government now has provided for the ward level to be the point for bottom-up development, meaning appreciating what cooperatives have the capacity to do. They want to have cooperatives at the ward level being stimulated to be able to contribute to improved productivity, increased production, and thereby create revenue at the county level, create exports to where our diaspora members are, and as that happens, we also get increased remittances through the savings and perhaps also the consumption that the diaspora will have had of those commodities emerging from Kenya. So the idea therefore here is, how will the diaspora participate in national development? And I think that's what the PS was mentioning yesterday. If we do not do it, and if not increase the level of participation now, our members of the families are at risk, future risk, and it's already happening. How is it happening? Because of lack of participation in national development through value addition opportunities, which lie in supporting ourselves to add value at the cottage level. You know what happens at the cottage level, even in the household, those who do arts and crafts, those who want to do pottery, and even at a higher level in engineering, there are those who do certain parts, whether the engineering parts, wheels, whatever, and so on. Most of them are done at the cottage level, meaning you move from your bed and you can go into the sitting room and do your work, right? And when you improve, you increase your productivity that you want to expand, you move to another level which can be a a micro enterprise, then small enterprise, and as you grow bigger, you get into say medium enterprise and large enterprises. As it starts now in the rural areas where members of the diaspora come from, the level of productivity is very low. You'll agree with us that these symptoms can be seen at the in the national economy. The cooperatives are the most effective vehicles. I see here a few members may have known what the cooperatives were able to do in the years back. By 1980, when the structural adjustment programs were introduced, the Kenyan shilling was trending at 7 shillings to $1. And $1 was equal to 7 shillings. That was the power of cooperatives. Murangaba District Cooperative Union, Bungoma District Cooperative Union, Kakamega District Cooperative Union, Meru District Cooperative Union, mention it, Pyrethrum, etc. All that empowered the communities to produce more and to export. But do you know what happened around that time? There are those who will come around from abroad, yes, they visit, as they go up country, they see a farmer, and I witnessed it because I was old enough at that point. A farmer from a coffee cooperative or a pyrethrum cooperative has just had his or her earnings, yes, and comes to the next entertainment place. If it is a man, he stands with authority. As you give him one beer, you have come from Nairobi, you give him one beer, he stands up and responds with 2. They respond with 2. And then there will be others who will be arrogant enough and order for 6 cases of beer, and they say, I want those ones which are at my height. Yes, Mheshimiwa here will agree with me. Yes, it's true. Then people will start watching and say, no, this is the kind of life, the level these people are enjoying, yeah, and us elsewhere we are not. Then they say we are the ones who are making them enjoy the way they are doing. How are they doing it? They were supporting our cooperatives through education and training. We had some, like the Nordic cooperative programs and so on. All those cooperatives I've just mentioned, they were being given education and training. So people were aware and they were doing everything. In 1980, structural adjustment programs came and they said, no more, you have to do what they call demand-driven. If you know, you have to know your problem for you to ask for support. Now, if they have removed and ourselves as government have not provided for those resources to train or to build those capacities, was it going to be possible for that to happen? No. And that's why the extension services went under, cooperatives went under, everything went under, except the savings and credit cooperatives, which are now sustaining the members. But there is a risk also, because the same members of savings and credit cooperatives are supposed to be farmers at home. But now when they get their extension services are under, you know, most of the capacities that they require to prosper are not functioning. The people who give them knowledge and skills, they have sold the land and sent them abroad as learners, and now they get there and get employment, they stay, America becomes better, US becomes better, UK, other places become better, they stay and now say we can only remit money. And that now becomes a big challenge. So what are we saying? Can the diaspora, with the knowledge they have, the skills they have, we have those who have done mining, knowledge in prospecting, in mining, etc. They are out there working for companies that come here to do the mining. The question is, can they participate themselves also here? They can. There is an organization manner they can do it through mining cooperatives. And the government has already seen this opportunity. And recently there was a bill, the cooperative bill, which now provides for members in the diaspora and the local community to now go deeper beyond the artisanal mining. If you have equipment and you have the capacity to process, the government has now provided that opportunity. Who is going to do it? If we remain out there, we have to be aware of this opportunity through the mining cooperatives, for example. If it is production, Mheshimiwa told me occasionally when she was in the US, she will really crave fonduma and mukimo and those other traditional vegetables. Yes. How do you get it? We need now for the diaspora also to live and eat healthy. Those other stuffs they eat and become, yes, we can now eat what we eat and become healthier, isn't it so? And can we facilitate production at home, facilitate our families through producer cooperatives, add value to them at cottage level, and then see how we can export them to where we are. And as we buy that, we save money and we increase remittances back to our country, and we have possession of our own natural resources, above ground and underneath. So for this to happen, therefore, there are several opportunities. There are different types of cooperatives that can be formed. There are producer cooperatives for different value chains. We have, if you are in dairy, you can produce cheese, you can produce butter, you can produce whatever. That's what we call value addition, right? And it can even be exported if you meet the standards of whichever country you are in. There is building and construction cooperatives. How many of you have heard about that? Building and construction cooperatives. Meaning, we have engineers out there, civil engineers, we do have quantity surveyors, we do have mechanical, whatever. They can also pool their resources together and participate in big projects, building and construction projects. That's a big opportunity. We have housing consumer cooperatives. In that housing cooperatives, I cannot talk much because I know already something is happening by the diaspora, but then we can do more. Then there is what we call consumer cooperatives. What does that mean? And this one I'll need to elaborate a little clearly. You see, even now, Kenyans say, the quality of sugar is not looking good. The quality of whatever cooking oil is not good. Whatever they want, what is the price? It is too high. And the quantity, sometimes you might find there's a shortfall. What is the reason? Because you are not in control of what you consume. That's why whether it's Americans or the Europeans or whatever, have what they call consumer cooperatives, meaning people come together, pool their resources together, and decide they will produce, monitor the quality, ensure that it is adequate, and it comes to their own consumer stores, and they are the ones to sell at the price they determine. This can also happen not only in Kenya, but it can also happen where the diaspora are, meaning the diaspora can also come together. Texas Consumer Cooperative. The Kenyan diaspora in Texas can start one. And where will be the supplies? From Kenya. Yes, because you have helped your members there to produce, you facilitate through a transport cooperative. Again, the diaspora can form that. Transport, chilled, cold storage cooperatives to facilitate the transfer of those commodities from your home country, from your county to where you are. Then that way you keep your health good, you are also supporting your families. Different types of cooperatives still happen. Arts and crafts. We talked yesterday about music. We talked, there are those nice anglets, handlets and whatever, anglets, yeah? Whatever is produced at the local level. We can also have it accessible in wherever you are, and thereby supporting your communities. Then we have energy cooperatives, people coming together to establish a cooperative to put together solar, maybe energy in their village, etc. Yeah, such like medical. We have doctors out there in the US, in the UK, and so on. The reason why in the medical content that we had, we wanted to have a presentation of key diaspora specialists out there getting to understand that some of the health challenges we have in Kenya can also be managed by the diaspora specialists, by them investing, coming together, form a health cooperative society, and build hospitals here according to their professions, do supplies, etc. So with this, now that I'm being asked that my time is running out, I want now to mention this, that for that to happen, effective participation between the diaspora and the families at home is what we call special purpose vehicles. And a special purpose vehicles is simply a legal entity that allows members in the diaspora and their networks to be able to pool their capital together and make an investment in a single company, which company can in turn partner with local cooperatives, and they will simply be bringing in their skills, their capital, yes, their management prowess to help the cooperative in the local area to manage those resources properly, add value, and the money that is generated from that, it is shared equally. The cooperative gets its share, which it distributes in the form of dividends to the family members, and the balance remains with the investors from the diaspora, who, through that special purpose vehicle, now protect their investments, they are in control of their monies, etc. And for this to happen, therefore, what are we saying? There is a guarantee. Dr. Abubakar mentioned the other day that there's the Kenya Development Corporation, which has been established to manage that risk. So you don't need to worry about the risk of your investment. That is already in place. And these special purpose vehicles ensures mutual benefit. That's what we've mentioned. It helps structure your partnerships. What will be your shares? If you are bringing in the equipment, you manage it, yes, and you ensure that it serves the community requirements in adding value, and whatever is generated becomes mutually beneficial. So for this to happen, what is mandatory? Key. And now I want to conclude, Sairo. One, there must be targeted awareness creation. From here, we now have to go to where the diasporas are, bring them together and inform them of these opportunities, where they are. We can't leave it here and come back in December again, because then we'll have just have talked and we have not helped them. That's one point. Two, we need to ensure that there is training and basically capacity building. What I've talked about can only happen when we conduct also training. If we do not do it, it can't happen. And I think that's the reason why Dr. Malcolm was wondering why some things are not happening. Yes? Next is, we have got to ensure strong partnerships with professionals. You can have an access to the website to see the opportunities, but if you don't have the skills to put together a proposal, yes, or to do the capacity building requirements, that will just be a picture. But you have got to invest in the professionals that are going to do it. So whatever we do as we structure, ensure that training, knowledge, skills, and so on is provided for. And finally, it is said, if you think education and training is expensive, try ignorance. And that's why those billions of shillings that have been mentioned here by the presenters, we are not accessing them in the US because we've not been ignorant and we are not using the capacity building support that we have. Finally, can we appreciate the effort that has been made by the Africa Diaspora Alliance and the Kenya Diaspora Alliance this far? Can we clap for them? And based on these inputs, we are going to produce the way forward. And in the coming year, you will see FTA, you'll see KDA coming closer to you together with the national governments to promote this initiative. And that's the reason why we have important diaspora persons around here who are bringing us technology, management skills. Professor Tieji, may I salute you in representation of the other diaspora that are keen to support their own people back home. Karibu sana. Please clap for yourselves.
Thank you, Balozi. That's a modern, give him another round of applause, a big round of applause, thank you. He's the emblematical representation of an Energizer battery. Yes, you plug him, wind him up, and he'll keep going. Thank you for that invaluable contribution. And he will be back later on to take questions and answers on the cooperative. Right now, I would like to recognize in the house, Professor Elijah Baritim Songok. He's the acting CEO and Director General of KEMRI. Please, Professor, wave to the crowd. He'll be speaking to us later on. He's right there. Thank you very much. And he's going to address us at 11:30 after the break. Right now, also I'd like to introduce my brother here, Mr. Irungu Houghton of Amnesty International, and he's the Executive Director of AMSI. He'll be speaking to us on governance issues. Thank you very much. So right now, Diaspora, hoye! Hoye! Come on, let's greet our Diaspora. And we want to tell them from this forum, they are not economic refugees. They are people who are living abroad who are contributing substantively and substantially to this economy. Yes? Without them, we cannot grow. Come, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, come on. You are our Buffalo Soldier. Mr. DJ, let's recognize them. They are our Buffalo Soldiers. Let's stand and salute them. Come on. Hey.
Buffalo Soldier, tread like a rasta. It was a Buffalo Soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting an arrival, fighting for survival.
Let's go.
I mean it when I analyze the stench. To me it takes a lot of sense. Of the dreadlock rasta, Buffalo Soldier, and he was taken from Africa,
Hey.
brought to America, fighting an arrival,
Fighting all the time.
fighting for survival. Said he was a Buffalo Soldier,
Soldiers to the Diaspora.
tread like a rasta.
Our brothers and sisters out there, we recognize you, we salute you, we respect you. You're doing a wonderful job for our country. God bless you. And God make his face to shine upon you. Our Buffalo Soldier.
Where you're coming from, then you wouldn't have to ask me who the heck you think I am. And just a Buffalo Soldier
Sing on out.
in the heart of
Heart
America,
of America.
stolen from Africa,
Stolen from
brought
Africa.
to America. Said he was fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. Said he was a Buffalo Soldier in the war for America. Said he, why
Yo yo, why yo yo, why yo 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 yo, why yo yo, why yo yo, why yo yo.
Buffalo Soldier.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. So we've done our exercises for the morning. We don't have to do coconut, we don't have to do fingers, we don't have to do anything. We have strength. Thank you very much. Round of applause for our Buffalo Soldiers out there. Woo! Now we need to recognize, before our speaker, Mr. Rungu, comes onto the podium, that our brothers and sisters here in Kenya do not know their brothers and sisters out in the diaspora, and KDA provides that vehicle. KDA provides a wonderful dege to allow our people to travel into the diaspora. So, Professor, I think we can now call the exhibitors one by one, just to have a quick 3-minute pitch so we know who they are. They'll come. They'll come and introduce themselves one by one, but let's honor and respect them, because without them, we would not have this forum. Honestly, these are our partners, our sponsors, our brothers who have seen that there is value. We can unlock value in our own business enterprises by working through KDA to reach the diaspora. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself individually, please?
1, 2. All right. Good morning, everyone. God is good. All the time, God is good, yeah? So I don't normally do this. My boss does. So, but I'm going to try my best, right? All right. So my name is Daniel Kinuthia. I'm here to represent ANZA Africa. ANZA Africa is in the real estate space, but we are not developers. What we are is that we are what I would like you to think as a supermarket of properties that you're looking for, right? So what we do is that we list properties within our database, and when you come, you don't need to look for the properties yourself, okay? We already have them on board. We have projects in Nairobi, Machakos, Kiambu, and the coast counties. That's like the South Coast, Mombasa, and Hotaview, yeah? So that case, then that's our value to you, that you don't need to go around and look for properties. You don't probably will not be available here anyway. For an example of the Kenyans in the diaspora, we not have the chance to come and go around, yeah? So then we help you with that. So I have the properties in my database. You can just call me, or we are speaking on WhatsApp. I can send you the photos, for example. I can send you the prices. And we also offer financing. Okay, so you don't need to come with the entire bunch of money up front. Okay, so we have partnerships with financiers, that would be banks and circles and Hotaview. So you come on board. Actually, our motto is you own now and pay later. Okay, so that is a model that is a little bit new in the Kenyan space, and I think it will be appreciated. We are bringing it to KDA, and as little as 25,000 shillings a month, you can actually own a unit. An example of a studio in Kilimani, okay? And maybe a 1-bedroom in Syokimau and Hotaview. So come to us. Our booth is outside there, and I can show you what we have in the database. If something that you're interested in, then we can pick it up from there. Thank you for this opportunity. Dr. Shem, I don't know whether he's here. I've been working with him for the last 3 years, and Ambassador Zia Beja and the rest, Madam Rosemary, Santi Sana, good to see you today. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take too much time. Santi, did I do bad? Santi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Give another round of applause for him, please. Huh? Whatever your name is? Yeah, that's okay. Your name is?
Tracy.
Yeah, and we have Tracy from?
Britam.
Britam. Round of applause for Tracy from Britam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, Buffalo soldiers. How are you feeling this morning? Buffalo Life. Excellent. My name is Tracy Gishora with the Britam Group. Britam Group is a leading financial services company, and I represent the asset management arm, which is a subsidiary of the Britam Group that has been in existence since 1965. Basically to offer quality financial services. We are happy to be here. We are happy to be partners with the Diaspora fraternity, and we are happy to be invited and to be in partnership with the Diasporans. So, as a Britam Group, we have grown from just being in Kenya in 1965, and we are currently in 7 countries in Africa. And so clearly you can see that there must be something we are doing right, because we are continuing to grow. Currently managing assets in excess of 250 billion, which is awesome. We've done quite a bit with the diaspora space, and we are happy to be in this forum because there's a lot we can do with this fraternity. I think I saw somewhere that the target is to hit remittance of $1 trillion, and I think that is possible because we are currently almost at, is it 500 billion? thereabouts per annum. And as an asset management company, we have solutions for diasporans that come in denomination for Kenya shilling as well as dollar. As you can see from our pull-up banner there, we are currently promoting a fund that is doing very well. It is called the Britam Bond Plus Fund, and currently giving a good return of 14.3% per annum. This can actually help you diasporans be able to even support your family members and loved ones here at home. While you're working very hard out there, you can be able to ensure that your people are taken care of without having to go back to your pocket to fund that, because the interest alone for what you have placed with us can be able to support your loved ones back at home. So I had very limited time, and I'm being told my time is up. But you can feel free to visit our booth outside so we can be able to share a little bit more about what we do and the opportunities we have for the diasporans. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. As the next gentleman comes on stage, can I recognize Professor Raul Hindoja in the house? Would you kindly join us on stage, please? There's a reason why we need you here. All these wonderful Kenyans would like to know you and would like to know what you have available. Thank you, thank you. Just give him a minute. Let him have a word with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's incredibly fantastic being here as we had a great day yesterday. I'm actually on my way to COP in Dubai in a couple of hours, but I understand we're going to have a panel on green financing. But I think it's the main thing I wanted to say today in reflection on yesterday and what we need to think about going forward, as we heard from the U.S. ambassador here, I think that there's definitely some fascinating work going on in Kenya as a future. But in many ways, there's a number of secret assets that we need to unlock, right? One of them is obviously the diaspora, which, as I mentioned, I think has to be integrated much more into the discourse, particularly of the United States government and the UK government and governments around the world, that if they really want to be a part of a transition in Kenya to lead the way in Africa, we need to build the financial capability of the diaspora, of the savings of the diaspora, the remittances of this diaspora. So, oh, I see. You want me to do it here? Okay. Okay. So I think that that's one incredibly important element that we need to work on. We spoke about that yesterday, and I believe we're going to speak today now about another incredibly important asset. It's a hidden asset of Kenya, and that links with the diaspora, and that is the natural wealth of the planet, and that is reflected in a place of such intense biodiversity that is Kenya. And the discussions in COP, which, like I said, we're going back to start the really serious negotiations in the next week, is about, on the one hand, how to deal with a multi-trillion-dollar investment that needs to be done to reform the structure of energy. Right, we need to have, and the major corporations, the oil, the petro states, the utility companies, all of these have to fundamentally transform themselves, and that's going to cost trillions of dollars. But if we don't deal with another really important agenda, which is the biodiversity agenda of the planet, we may not have a planet to save. And that's really a serious issue. And that's where the diaspora and the peoples on the ground in Africa and around the world, their agenda now has to be front and center. So we've created with the University of California and Oxford University and 600 global pro-nature universities around the world, mostly in the global south, an alliance which we want to work with Kenya to develop on. And this agenda, we're calling it Indigenous, Migrant, and Frontline Communities. The concept here is that, and I came to Kenya most recently to work with my brothers and sisters of the Maasai, all right? So, you know, they're incredible people who, as you all know, live in the Serengeti on both sides of the border in Kenya, Tanzania, and who are one of the reasons we have this immense biodiversity in this region of the world. I'm actually on a dissertation committee at Oxford with a Maasai warrior who's getting his PhD at Oxford, all right, and he is calculating how it is that the Maasai culture, the structure of the bomas that are arranged around kinship groups, and that these kinship groups are all part of certain caring of certain animal groups. So if you're part of one kinship group, you're in charge of the lions. If you're in part of another kinship group, you're in charge of the giraffes, right? So this social vision, this wisdom that has been around for thousands of years in this boma, which is this highly sustainable way of living with the Serengeti, is the reason why and they do not hunt the animals, obviously. They do not kill them for meat. They protect them, all right? And they organize their ability to survive. They do their own cattle, which they've been doing for over couple of thousand years, but in harmony. So it turns out that the cattle and the residue of eating and pooping around the entire Serengeti is critical for the ecosystem of the Serengeti. So people don't understand this. They first, the tourist industry first came to Kenya, including the UAE tourist industry, and said, oh, this is great, animals, let's go shoot them. Oh, by the way, and let's move away, let's get these Maasai out of the way. What are they doing there? They're just, and they're cattle. What is this cattle stuff? We don't need cattle. We just want giraffes and elephants. So there's been an entire revolution in thinking that we're in part of. And in fact, one of the reasons we're at COP is to talk to the UAE and says, you cannot continue to abuse the Maasai. You cannot continue to move the Maasai off their land.
Makofi. No abuse of the Maasai. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Okay, there you go. So it turns out this is a global issue. I come from Mexico, all right? And just like here, the indigenous people of Mexico, my ancestors were from the Mayan populations, all right? My grandfather was half Mayan, and they also are stewards of the biodiversity. They are Mexico, and by the way, this area of Central Africa are two of the most biodiverse areas in the world. All right. Again, the indigenous peoples maintaining this biodiversity. It turns out around the world there's about 500,000 in what are called indigenous populations. They steward 85% of the global biodiversity. All right, and we must protect their populations and enhance them with the ability to thrive and to turn their natural science into an ability for the entire planet to learn from. We need to invest in that capacity. That's the indigenous. Then there's the migrants. What are we here doing? We're a diaspora conference. Just like in Mexico, the migrants of Mexico, we are now the largest population group, more than African Americans now. We're a 60 million diaspora, Latin diaspora in the United States. African diaspora is the fastest growing diaspora in the United States. But where did we come from? We come from a history of the exploitation of our countries. Let's be clear, okay?
Makofi, give him a round of applause. Thank you.
I'll talk later. Sorry.
Professor, thank you.
You should be careful when you ask a professor to talk. Okay?
You wind him up. He's another energizer like our Pelosi. Thank you very much. Well, we are very proud to have him here. Use the other one. We are very proud to have Professor Rao with us. We have recently at KDA signed a remittance card partnership with a MasterCard backing through Professor Rao. Come on, a round of applause. We're making traction with our people out there, our Buffalo soldiers. We're strengthening their outreach to their country and making it more of a comfort zone. The world is now a global village. They can move to any geographic sphere, and through our partnership with Contigo, it'll happen much more better. So thank you. That's just a preamble and a sample we're getting from the professor. He'll be back on with the Carbon team. Thank you very much. Now, thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome most esteemed visitor here, Honorable Mr. Irungu Houghton of Amnesty International. A round of applause as he comes to the stage, please. He is a very well-known Kenyan. I've known him for many years on a personal level. We've been over 30 years with Irungu. So thank you, Bwana Irungu, to give us a few words and insights into governance as pertains diaspora and governance regarding county government. Thank you. Please take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Okay. Thank you to Errol for those kind words. He talked about 30 years. I would just like to declare that we knew each other when we were in kindergarten, so we are much younger than we look, or to be honest, how we feel. It gives us great pleasure as Amnesty International to be able to speak to you this morning on the theme, investment without democratic human rights governance is meaningless. It is our greatest pleasure to be here on the 10th anniversary of the annual Diaspora Homecoming Convention. There is a slight parallel between us and Amnesty and the Homecoming Convention in the sense that we also celebrated 10 years of Amnesty International Kenya's registration last year. So we are almost at the same age. For a decade of my life, I was a member of the Kenyan diaspora. As a teenager, I saw the impact of racism firsthand. I was arrested while walking black in London under the stop and search policies or the laws of the British government. I was left black alone as the English education system miseducated 60% of black children in a place called Halsden in London. As a father in the United States of America in Maryland, I saw my children try to hide their Kenyan identity in the wake of the September 11th attacks. Today, as I live here in Kenya, I fear for the diaspora. I fear for you because you are in a world that is dominated by populist leaders, anti-migration and xenophobia, a rising cost of living, and with a slight nudge to our own government, an increasing appetite to tax your hard-earned resources and the remittances that you're sending back to Kenya. Amnesty International Kenya has been protecting and promoting human rights from far back as the 1970s. Many of the social, business, and political leaders that we protected as prisoners of conscience over the last 40 years are some of the most vibrant and ethical leaders in Kenya today. We are often branded as activists, but I like to hold to the simple truth that all the prosperity we can create will be threatened by corruption. All the infrastructure we can build will be threatened and destroyed by inequality. And that no Kenyan is safe unless the Kenyan Constitution has a country that is willing to protect it. For the last 10 years, since we were registered as a non-governmental organization, we have relied on the international community to fund our work. We receive no funding as Amnesty International Kenya from any government, not even the government of Kenya. Over 2024, in the year that is coming, we will be launching a brand new opportunity for you and other Kenyans to contribute to the Public Defenders Fund. This will be a fund that will back the brave. Those people, those whistleblowers like Spencer Sankale, the SCPA, the accountant, who challenged $9 million worth of theft out of the fees of university students in Masai Mara. Or George Mushere, the Health Ministry internal auditor, who exposed for the first time systematic budget-based corruption in our health ministry. That happened over a decade ago. If you have been following the Kenyan press over the last 3 to 6 months, you will realize that actually budget-based corruption is singularly the biggest threat to the national government and to our 47 county governments. If there is something that will betray the vision of the President of this Republic that was contained in the manifesto of the Kenyan Kwanza campaign promise, it will be corruption. For us as human rights defenders, we have come to the painful conclusion that human rights violations are just consequences, and that the causes are the abuse of office, impunity, and corruption. Let me close with a more optimistic sign, but I hope you have heard the dark clouds that I've spoken about. In just under 100 hours, Kenya will celebrate the 60th anniversary of our national independence. Please clap for ourselves. The anti-colonial struggle is one of the world's greatest identity-based anti-discrimination struggle. 25,000 fighters went to the Aberdares to protect 5 million Kenyans. 20,000 minimum were killed. We owe it to our grandparents like Gitwa Kahengeri, the Mau Mau Veterans Association Secretary General, who has just written a book, and I hope for those of you who are here for a bit longer that you will spend some time in a bookshop and pick up his book called Musiogope. It is a memoir, his second, that talks about what it was like as a young man to see his father shut down as he tried to participate in the colonial administrators' barazas back in the 1950s, and what it was like to be in a maximum security detention center, not knowing whether he was going to survive, or to see many of his other fellow detainees killed, and what it's like for him now to be in Kenya. We owe it to people like Gitwa Kahengere to continue this struggle, so the 3-year-old boys like baby Brighton Sagini, the young boy from Kisii, will be safe from relatives who are seeking to disinherit him and attempted to kill him, to murder him, simply to stop him for securing his inheritance 15 years later. And I'm sure some of you here have similar struggles in your families, or am I speaking to other Kenyans? Are you experiencing the tensions between your family over inheritance and succession? It's okay, you're not being filmed. Okay, then you are lucky Kenyans, because many of us, we are struggling with that at the moment. Or girls, young women like Ivy Wangeshi, who were murdered because of a scorned admirer and essentially brutalized as a result of turning back his advances. Or the 17-year-old Eugene Mureithi, who was killed during the Maandamano protest this year. And if you visit us at our stall, you will get an opportunity to raise your voice so that he too and his family can get justice from the government. I invite you to visit our stall, to meet myself and to meet Eunice Obath, to learn more about how you can join Amnesty International Kenya. We are a membership organization. You will join thousands of Kenyans, not just in Kenya but abroad, who support our work. But more importantly, discuss how we can support each other to make sure that your families, those that you have left behind, they are all beneficiaries of this wonderful constitution that protects all of us. I will be visiting North America and Europe next year. Please drop your card, drop your contact, invite me to come and speak to your families, to your communities, and to the diaspora more broadly. I thank you for listening to me. I also leave you with Happy International Human Rights Day on Monday. And as importantly, I leave you with Happy Jamhuri Day on Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Come on, another round of applause. He's a very, very special young man. I mean, we have a personal relationship. It's close to 40 years and not 30. Please don't carbon date us. But one of the important things he spoke about, which we have to reach out to our diasporans, is the resilience. The geographic relocation can be quite traumatic. Fitting into a new society, new values, whereby this skin doesn't carry a high value when you're out there. Yes, right now it doesn't carry a high value. And that's why we're together here as Africans, to make sure we unlock the wealth of Africa, we unlock the wealth of Kenya, to ensure that we can be respected. We must learn to feed ourselves and respect ourselves. The mental health problems of the diasporans out there, let's take cognizance and say, brother, there's a warm home here for you. Anytime you want to return, we are creating conditions for you to come back. I lived in England, like my brother here, went through all the processes of institutional racism, and eventually we graduated out of that system as they were picking out tokens to show how democratic a space England was becoming. So we were sent to grammar schools, we were taken to university, and then we were told, here, have a master's degree. And having received the master's degree, we're told, now you're really qualified to be a double-decker bus driver. Can you imagine? You're now ready to be a double-decker bus driver. That's how the system will accommodate you now. Because that skin of yours and your station in life does not allow you to enter into the strata of higher echelons of British society. But I know, we feel what you're doing out there. You're doing it with resilience, you're doing it with vision, and this is why we have the homecoming. The homecoming is to welcome you home annually, to ensure that you know your home is being better prepared than when you left it. So thank you, Bwana Irungu. Thank you very much. Now we have the next section on climate and climate change adaptation. And I know Professor Injosa is in the house. He's moderating that section. Cesarina, where is the professor? He's a moderator for the next forum. But whilst we wait on the moderator, I think the other panelists, some are virtual and some could be in the house. Mr. Miller, are you here? Yes, let's welcome Mr. Miller to the forum. Good. I can best be guided by the sheet. Do we have Amos Nyakeo in the house to join this forum? Amos, are you here? And do we have Mr. Emmanuel Dennis in the house to join us? Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Welcome to the forum. There is a wonderful, energetic young lady who was requested to be on this forum. Miriam, are you here? Sorry. Wow. As we wait for Professor Injosa, here he comes, the athlete, Mexican himself. He's going to be an adopted Maasai, and I know, give him a round of applause. I will ensure, as my friend arrives, the Honorable Andrew Sunkuli, he takes him into his bosom and adopts him as a Maasai today. So let me hand the forum over to Professor, and then he can continue speaking. This is also a question and answer session, so you'll have time to. And I'm informed that there's one other participant, Engineer Yinka. Sorry, when things are written in black and white, sometimes at this stage in life you may not see it very clearly, but your name is very much ingrained here, but I've not been able to decipher it. So thank you. Welcome to this forum. Thank you. Moderator, please take the floor.
Well, I'm more than happy. Any assignment you give me, my man, I will do it. All right? So I guess my new assignment here is to be a moderator of this fascinating panel on finance and climate issues. Okay? So I'm going to, I think, handle this since I've been given no instructions. I'm going to actually ask everybody to quickly introduce themselves and what is it that they do, all right? And then maybe we can have a dialogue on a few things of this agenda, which is critically important and literally is being what the world is talking about right now at COP. But it starts from the grassroots. So why don't we go around yes.
I apologize for speaking, but as a constitutionalist, the panel is actually not constitutionally constituted. With the two-thirds majority, we would need at least one woman, otherwise all of us.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I nominate you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, and we have somebody on the screen. Great. Okay, whom we're going to hear from as well. All right, but why don't we start with ladies first? That's not necessary? Okay. So who are we going to start with? Okay, so why don't we go this way? Please, everybody just quickly introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Good morning, everyone. The name is Engineer Yinka Abioye. I'm a retiree of oil and gas. So I've done a whole lot of things that has to do with climate change initiatives. But I'm here for two reasons. Number one, on the global and the bigger on diaspora issues, we have a festival coming up here in Kisumu in next year. I'm going to talk more about that because everyone here needs to be in Kisumu with us in May. But more than anything else pertinent to my being on stage today is that we created an Africa carbon registry. And I'm going to talk more about that as the day goes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Dennis. I am a director of the Kenya Diaspora Investments Company. I also run an initiative known as our Green Teams Initiative. I'm going to be talking to the issues around carbon credits this morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I think I should stand. Good morning. Morning. Where is the energy low? Morning. We have a big team. Good morning. So I'm Alda Margaret Kimani. I'm actually an investment banker. I'm running currently I'm running my own consulting firm. So I'm the MD of Kabute Global. But I wear, I think, 7 hats now. In this forum, I'm one of the KDA conveners here. So I'm the KYM. The Kenyans understand. KYM is the people who run behind the scenes. But today I also represent a very special group of consortium. I am Wangari Maathai, and funny enough, Professor, I am half Maasai and half another tribe. And, so I sit in the food security consortium. It's a group of diasporians, majority. I'm actually the only lady who is not a professor. And funny enough, we are raising funds because we've decided, I lived in Boston myself. I'm actually half here, half other countries, because of course, for investment banking, I'm representing a few investment banks. But the reason it's funny you brought up, Mr. Irungu, Dr. Irungu, I'm glad you brought up this issue because I'm a gender mainstreaming ambassador. This is one of the hats I wear. But secondly, I'm crazy about the environment. And for us in the diaspora, I want to challenge all of us. I know this is an introduction, but the solution to food security in this country, it sits in our pocket, okay? So I'm glad to be here and glad to dialogue. Asante sana.
Thank you. My name is Mila Menga, a member of the local organizing committee KDA. I'm a green champion, an indigenous Kenyan, born and bred in Kenya. Sometimes when you define indigenous and we say it's Ogiek, it's Maasai, I find that very derogative. Everyone who was born and bred in Kenya is indigenous. So wherever you are brought up, you are indigenous. That is something that I want us to note. Again, if I was not here, I could have been in COP to do this presentation. I'm a green champion. For the county team that are here, if you hear something called locally led climate financing, FLOCA, it's a brainchild of the green champions. We're a team, and part of the team is in COP doing the presentation. We are leading the KDA arm on this with Emmanuel. So feel free to, let's make an interaction. And basically, I will want to capture, Prof, the issue of indigenous engagement of people in this conversation and how they can exploit the opportunities on climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I completely acknowledge the ambiguity of the term in Africa of indigenous. We need to figure this one out. I mean, when I speak to the Kenyan authorities, they say exactly, we're all indigenous, right? I get it. And obviously a different colonial history in the Americas, which takes us to a very different, and the Pacific Rim, etc., that we need to work this out. But what we are talking about is the people who are part of the land, who are the stewards of the land, have always been, and yes, and in that sense, must be supported in the direct and special ways. So I believe we have one more person. Do we want to have their introduction first, or do we want, maybe we start with the gentleman? Do you want to introduce him?
Yep. Thank you, Professor. We have a virtual commentary. I'm trying to read our friend's name, who is one of our, His Royal Highness, actually. Your Royal Highness, welcome this morning to this forum. I would love to make an outreach and apologize for the delay, but you're very much welcome to the 10th Homecoming Convention of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We are honored to have you here, and we recognize your status as who you are, as an African of known repute. We know what your history, and we want to thank you and congratulate you for wonderful work you've been doing in sensitizing African affairs in the corridors of power in the United States of America. Can we have a round of applause for His Excellency? Thank you very much, sir. Give you the opportunity now to speak to the forum. I hope the tech is all ready to go. The thumbs up. Kindly, sir, take the floor. Thank you very much.
I don't think he's hearing us. I don't think that he's hearing us. Well, we'll let our brothers over here figure it out and let us know when you're connected with him.
I think Professor has been there for some time, so perhaps you can ask him to unmute. Yeah.
And I believe that is Mr. Amos Nakayo. But perhaps what we should do is wait until we have confirmed the connection, all right? And we'll come back to that. Errol, does that make sense?
Yeah. Please continue.
So why don't we talk about, I believe, who's talking about carbon? Manuel, okay. Because as I was mentioning briefly, one of the critical issues is that at COP is in fact this question of carbon, right? And it's a critically important question for Africa. As you know, an initiative has recently been announced right before COP out of the UAE that not only are they saying, well, we want to continue to pump oil out of the desert and sell it and make trillions of dollars in profits, but don't worry, we're also going to do a few other things to balance that. They claim they're going to create carbon capture technology that's supposedly going to result in a net zero contribution to carbon into the atmosphere. Because if we don't, we're dead. But the other dimension that they're talking about is we are going to also create the carbon credit market, right? And everybody understands what is a carbon credit market. So then the forests of the planet, for example, and many other ecosystems of the planet, the oceans. I'm speaking tomorrow with the Maori indigenous people that are throughout the Pacific, and the capturing of carbon through in the waters and the vegetation underwater is massive. But in Africa, there are about 150 different carbons capturing and carbon credit schemes that are being set up. Perhaps you could tell us where you see it. Part of what we're thinking about is how to unlock these assets, but make sure that whatever revenues come from that are not captured by the companies that are trying to create a business out of carbon credits, but actually make their way into financing sustainable development in the areas where, again, mostly we need another name. We don't want to call it indigenous, right? The local peoples are going to be direct beneficiaries of this stewardship, and that we reinvest in the ability to capture more carbon for the planet.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to speak to, over the last couple of months, and especially Kenya, over the last 2 years, we've been hearing a lot about carbon credits. But then the issue around carbon credits and carbon markets has been around for more than 20 years now. And with the advent of the current administration, we have seen quite a lot of efforts to be able to plant trees, and we are also seeing that people are being encouraged to be able to, participate in the whole environmental protection movement. And since the advent of carbon markets and carbon credits in Kenya, I have received hundreds of requests asking me, is this something I can be able to, do as an individual? And I just wanted to take a few minutes to be able to just explain. Carbon credits is not like, selling mangoes or opening up a kiosk that sells vegetables in the local community. There is quite a lot of processes that are involved in order for you to finally say you have a carbon project. But before I get into that, I just wanted to have, given the background that we have, from the advent of the carbon markets and carbon credits in the country, we have today over 300 companies that are trading in carbon credits in Kenya. And a shock on us is that majority of these companies, over 300 companies, and about 99% of these companies are not Kenyan-owned, they're not indigenous companies, they are foreign companies. And I know Houghton is nodding because of quite a lot of the controversies that we've been having with a lot of the companies that are minting billions of dollars from carbon credits in Kenya. and in the name of community development. But when you go to those communities, you will find the levels of poverty are so high. And so the reason why we want to be able to then educate the masses and the space that the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, the Kenya Diaspora Investment Company is going to do is to be able to bridge that gap. We want to see more Kenyan companies getting into the carbon credits business. Again, for you to be able to then set up a carbon credits business or project, you need a very long, tedious process that involves a lot of legislation, that involves a lot of processes. You will be called, if you have a carbon credits project, you will be called a carbon or a project proponent. There are 3 stages. There's the space where the project is actually based. There's a brokerage company that is in between you as a project proponent and the people who are actually buying the credits. And you can't access that market. So the whole web of carbon markets and carbon credits is a very complex web that an individual sitting somewhere in the rural community is not just easily going to be able to access that particular opportunity. And we want to bridge that gap as an organization and as a company. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to set up a framework within the Kenya Diaspora Investments and Kenya Diaspora Alliance, so that then if you have a project, and there are many opportunities. Today, people just think carbon credits can only be sequestered through tree planting alone. And you have seen the movement around the Kenya government. It wants to take advantage of trees and the target of planting 15 billion trees in order to generate revenue out of the 15 billion trees, so that then we can be able to have development in our country. And also we can be able to then reverse these effects that these many foreign companies that have been having, minting billions of dollars of carbon out of the Kenyan space, but then investing that money in their own countries and not in the local communities. We want to see a justified process where if there's a tree, or if you have a solar project, or if you have a particular carbon project in your own farm, we want to see a process that ensures that you benefit as an individual and as a community. So let's pick the example of trees. You reckon that one tree will be able to absorb carbon from the atmosphere. You reckon that, say, an airline company like Emirates or Kenya Airways will be able to, release quite a lot of carbon dioxide into the environment. What Kenya Airways will do is it will ask you as an individual to be able to come up with a project that will help in reducing its carbon footprint. They will continue to emit, but then there are certain things that we need to be able to do so that then that carbon is actually kept under the ground. And tree planting is one of those. Many different types of tree species will be able to absorb, the absorption capacity varies quite a lot. But then, if you had 3 trees in your compound, you will not say, okay, I want to then register a carbon credits program, because it takes up to 6 trees to be able to accumulate 1 ton of carbon. Say 1 hectare takes 2,000 trees. So you will need at least 2,000 trees to be able to have how many tons? About 330 or 350 tons of carbon. Let's say 1 ton of carbon costs $50. So you can do the math and see how much that actually accumulates to. But then that revenue will not come to you immediately. You have to make a project proposition, you have to do your baseline, you have to do the calculations, and then this information must be verified by the national authority. Beyond being verified, it needs to then be floated into the market. Once it's floated into the market, there must be a buyer for that particular carbon. Once there is a buyer, this broker will sell, this broker will get a commission, and then he will be able to give you back what is known as the carbon revenue to you. So it's a very complex process that it requires a whole community to come together. For example, we need forests, we need, solar projects, we need water projects across the country. There are many opportunities, and I can be able to open up that particular list in order to show you how much revenue comes from which kind of project, and so that then we can be able to come up together, so that then if you are a member of the Diaspora Alliance, you're able to, come together as a community, and we can be able to invest in a certain project, so that then we set up those processes for you. And the good thing is, Engineer Yinka will also be talking towards this particular issue. We are partnering with Engineer Yinka in order to become the Kenya Carbon Registry. They have registered an Africa Carbon Registry, but then we were going to be the Kenya representative, so that then we are able to help. When you float your project in the market, there are possibilities that there is somebody else who already has that project. There is a possibility that one of these foreign companies is already running that project and is already claiming carbon credits out of that. What the carbon registry will do is to be able to have all the projects, so that then we avoid any would-be double counting. I will be able to respond to any further questions.
Why don't we hear from you next, because this is a critical component.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Emmanuel. I think there's a piece he said that I want to throw a light on the comment of Emirates or KQ produces carbon dioxide, and then they would not come to you. They will go to the broker, right? So you will never even know who these people are. And as he said before, I remember this time last year I was here. The number was 200 foreign companies here back that time. It's now 300. So that means that there's something we are missing on our own environment that we need to be very, very highlighted about. I like to relate what we are seeing today in carbon credit trading to what we saw in 1999. For all of you that remember when they said the year 2000 was coming and that the world was going to go to an end, your computer was going to smoke at 11:59 on the night of December 31st, 1999. And if you remember, we all sat in front of our computers and say, this thing is going to blow up. And then the time counts down and you get 000 and nothing blew up. But while those things were going on, some people became very wealthy on our back. So to make sure that doesn't happen again is why we created the Africa Carbon Registry. And our government and our leaders need to know one thing. We are not as savvy as a lot of people doing business on our side. But we can minimize the effect of what they are doing by putting processes in place to mitigate them, at least accounting for what is being done. There's a side of the supplier of these three that says, I have one project in Tahiti or in any other location that may be double counted. But I think it's actually worse on our side, because what could also happen is a broker comes in, take that one tree, and goes to make money either in Germany, France, Italy. It triple counts you, okay? It comes to you and say, well, a ton is between $1 and $40 or $50. However, is getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for it, and we just be used unnecessarily. What we've done is said, so we have a platform called Inspire Africa Connect, and we basically like to link all African countries together so we can minimize issues. I think Kenya is a great example. We always refer to the Maasai. So you have, if you wanna laugh, there's a young man called Wodemaya that did a skit. He went to the line somewhere and he said, I'm in Kenya, now I'm in Tanzania. So if somebody comes and plants a tree somewhere, they can actually count a tree that's gone into Tanzania as a Kenya tree and vice versa. So having a process around the continent to have Africa Carbon Registry help us GPS every project. And then over time, we will be educated to help the arbitrage that the people, the brokers are making, more of it to come to our people. I don't have enough time to talk today. I'm just going to pass on the microphone, but I can talk to anyone right after the meeting.
Brilliant. And yeah, okay, we need to move that forward. I will tell you that actually after Dubai, I'm going to China, where they are creating a new software to allow exactly what you're saying. And I'm so glad you're doing an African registry, because once you establish that, there's going to be a new platform for individuals to actually be able to access these markets directly. And these brokers, as always, the brokers control these markets will be significantly reduced. Now, I want to talk about why, how do we unlock these resources when they come down? And again, why is this important for the diaspora? Because as I said, there's hidden assets. There's these carbon assets. There's also, by the way, something called biodiversity credits. That's going to be another huge, huge new form of credits that are going to be potentially sold because because people need to be able to not only show that they want to support the biodiversity, but also we need to get funds into communities to maintain the biodiversity. The other hidden asset, as we said, is remittances, right? Remittances, how can remittances be invested in activities that create both carbon credits and biodiversity credits, right? That's how we can connect these circles. So I understand that you're with the Ministry of Treasury, so you're thinking about various ways to move resources. Maybe you could tell us how the government is thinking about how to do that. Then I want to turn to you.
Thanks, Prof. I think, let me give a picture, because when you talk about carbon credit, it's a very small sector in climate finance. Climate finance is big. And again, the missing link in all this interaction is access to accurate data. We don't have data. And let me give you an example. We are talking about renewable energy. And Kenya has performed so well. At private level, if you go to the village currently, you'll find that every household has a solar panel. We used to use, in our local language, allow me to use the local language Osheng, because I want this to go up to anybody that's down there. If you look at the amount of money we've spent on responding to climate change in terms of renewable energy and the lighting system, people have really spent. Let me give you the figures. Award in Kenya has about 20,000 households. And imagine one has bought, they have bought between 10,000 to 100,000 solar, put solar panels costing that much. Let's work with the lower figure of 10,000. Now, if you multiply 20,000 households times 10,000, that's a whopping 200 million that have already been spent at world level. Now, if we talk about climate finance and access to climate finance, that's what we call co-financing. Now, if we already spent that, now how much do we need up and above that to put big solar panels in our schools, to put big solar panels in our hospitals? And that is an argument. If you talk about like China now, when you go to the village, we have Sun King. Sun King is reaping big in carbon credits in terms of the amount of money that what they've done in Kenya. But why are we not claiming that? Why are we not claiming that as Kenyans? And that's where INCA is coming in to support that. Then I wanted to talk about our readiness to access these finances briefly. And the biggest problem, and I'm happy because Amnesty International is here. If you look at the conversation and our readiness, even at county level, we are just in the formal stages of forming the climate change directorates. And the world climate change committees, planning committees, are fairly weak. Now, going down to the village is even more weaker. And that is the conversation we are having at COP. How do we strengthen the structures at that most local level? And the civil society is so weak in this subject, that their voice is not there. And if we have that weak structure, the monies that are going to come, genuinely speaking, they're still going to land at the hands of the brokers. They're not going to reach the local people. And the worst side of it is that this money is not coming for us to make money. The world is burning. The biblical end of times is being confirmed by science. I don't know if you guys are getting this. So if we are not going to reinvest this money at the most local level, and Prof, in Kenya, we need to challenge this because in Kenya, because we are Kenyans here, this also will need, to a harder extent, a rethinking on our constitution. Because Kenya, if you have a bottle in front of you, the Kenyan system currently it looks like this. It doesn't look like this. So at the most local level, where we should have very strong interactions, they are very weak systems. So our system is this weak. We have a very strong national government and very strong structures. We have fairly weak structures at the county level. But we have very weak structures at the ward level and very weak structures at the village level. We don't pay our village elders. How do you expect us to confirm and GIS the 15 billion tree seedlings that we are going to plant? It might be fairly difficult. Asante sana.
Thank you, Makofi. Thank you, Professor and the panel. We are running out of time. Thank you. This conversation could continue for some time. As we close off, thank you. We're doing overtime now. You'll be charged for it later on.
Okay, a very quick one. And I think all of us have highlighted the challenges part of it. So I think we, as much as there are challenges in this space, and you're right, on the grassroots level, I'm doing a project in Kajiado where we're educating the community in their local dialogue, in our local dialogue, because you're right, carbon credits, when you talk to the local, even the educated people in the local community, they don't understand it. So it's a rallying call to all of us, and especially some of us who live abroad, who actually have access to the community. Let's take this project and run with it. For those of us who are here, I think Ambassador Bramil talked about cooperatives. This is a model that is ready, we can use. I also want to wear my banking hat for a minute to say that the local commercial banks are actually on the ESG side, which the environment assessment part, when you're lending to even retailers and corporations, we actually mandating that the ESG part, what you were talking about, environment, like now, if we were loaning to Safari Park, you need to know that we actually assess and do an assessment to make sure that they are following the ESG rules. In the future, as I pass the mic,
I've got to wind up.
Yes.
Huh?
And by the way, you might want to be, I think many of us who are out here, you're aware that, in the future, actually, we, as companies, we'll be making 2 reports. The financial reports, of course, the balance sheet, but there's also sustainability report, which covers the rest of everything we've covered here. So let's do this, guys. Diaspora, we have the brain power, we have the expertise, we have the exposure. We can do it. We're not going to wait for the country to burn.
Thank you, thank you. Round of applause. Thank you for this wonderful panel. Let's give him a round of applause. Makofi, Makofi. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for being here. The global, are we together? The challenge really is globalization demands climate change and adaptation, which means that the status quo will be maintained. Yeah, photograph there. Right. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy to have our global chair on the floor. He has finally appeared, so we'll allow him to continue with the proceeding. Dr. Shem, please.
Take a beautiful face. Do we move over here?
Or maybe this side is bigger.
Oh, that's bigger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give them a round of applause again. Thank you very much. Okay, please take your seats. You realize there's so much in this space to be done. You keep wondering, why are we poor? Why do we have jobless youth? Why are some of our women suffering? Yet there is so much both underground and overground. Without much ado, I know we have speakers who have been on standby online for a while. Allow me to recognize just a few of our guests in case they have not been acknowledged. Beginning with, we have the Director General, Acting DG of KEMRI. Prof, just wave. Give him a round of applause, please. We're glad that you could be in the house. We also have the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya. In case you've not been acknowledged, give him a round of applause. Thank you. We have also a renowned family. In fact, when Mr. Brother Inka was talking about Maasai, he probably didn't know the king of Maasai is actually in the house. Bwana Sunkuli Pierce. Give him a round of applause. The diasporas, a number in the house, and we'll be introducing them in doses. But my counterpart, he's in charge of all of Europe. Federation of associations that are in Europe. You know, I'm in charge of the global. So, but we work extremely closely. He also happens to be in charge of the WIDO project in Norway. They call it the land of the Vikings. Fred Makosir. Give him a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. They'll have an opportunity to share with you. He also happens to be president of the Association of Kenyans in Norway. And of course, Kenya Diaspora Association, Germany, Brother Kirui. Give Simon, just give him another round of applause. And I think the president of KEDASA is the Kenya Association of Diaspora in South Africa, is following virtually. But if the deputy chairman is in the house, you will let us know. There are two deputies in the house. Their presidents are following virtually. But online, without much ado now, we have Amos from the National Drought Management Authority. And we also have His Royal Highness Semako. You will be hearing a bit about this gentleman. Revolutionary. And we have Sister Rosemary Musumba. Among others, Rosemary is communications advisor in New York. And I'm seeing the president of Kenyans in Belgium and Luxembourg just walking in. Give Madam Ruth, give a round of applause. Thank you very much. And I know the president of Kenya-Australia Chamber of Commerce is also following virtually. He's in Dubai, where Professor Roll left them of course, carbon credit. So we are in good company. Without much ado, Amos, please take the floor, and thanks for being patient with us. On behalf of Lieutenant General retired, who is the DG of National Drought Management Authority, please take the floor, sir. If you can unmute, 7 minutes. Yeah. Are you unmuted? You are muted, please. Yes. Right.
Who, due to commitments elsewhere, had to delegate this to me to handle. My name is Amos Nyakeo. I serve as the Deputy Director in charge of Drought Contingency Planning and Response within the National Drought Management Authority, Kenya. And even as we convene in the 10th homecoming of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, this is happening at a time when increasing climate variability is becoming one of the greatest threats in Kenya. And it is really a part of the bigger conversation, and we are glad that the panelists that preceded me had a lot to discuss around the carbon issues and the global warming, and what probably opportunities do exist, which we can comfortably harp onto. But then I want to say that parts of Kenya and the Greater Horn of Africa region are currently grappling with the effects of flooding, fueled by the ongoing El Nino phenomenon, and the positive index. This is barely months after we got out of a protracted drought that was described as the worst in 4 decades. So Kenya, like most other countries in the region, continue to grapple with alarming events, alarming levels of acute food insecurity arising from such shocks, and especially in the drought-prone arid and semi-arid regions of this country. And we are kind of in a recurrent cycle of swinging from one crisis to another, all which can be traced back to climate and climate shocks. And this means that we tend to have reduced time to recover from previous crises. And therefore, it becomes difficult to even bounce back to pre-crisis situations. For instance, during the last protracted drought, which luckily ended in March with the onset of the long rain season, communities in the earth lost an estimated 2.6 million heads of livestock. And that quick estimation of that gives us about $1.8 billion lost during that drought. And this continues to deepen the already existing vulnerabilities among the communities in these drought-prone arid and semi-arid counties. In addition, the populations that required humanitarian assistance rose to 4.9 million by February of this year, although the good rain season helps to reduce this to around 2.8 million by August. So when you look at that, we still have 2.8 million mouths that we should be thinking on how they get assurance that they will get the next meal. acute malnutrition is being experienced by close to 1 million children and close to 150 pregnant or lactating mothers. And these are numbers that suggest that we require to avail treatment for the acute malnutrition. This dire situation is further being aggravated by the socioeconomic stresses occasioned by the previous shocks, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the prolonged desert locust invasion, and the global ramifications of the wars, including the one in Ukraine and in the Middle East as we speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, the good performance of the last long rain season set the affected communities on a path to drought recovery. However, this is short-lived with the current impacts of El Nino. Granted, the enhanced rainfall will improve livestock production and thereby improving overall food security in these areas. Overall, we have witnessed improved water recharge in the surface water sources in these areas and improved regeneration of pasture in some places. But the impact on livelihoods still remain excessive, and also the effects on access to basic needs, including shelter and even food. We've seen infrastructure seriously disrupted, especially the transport infrastructure, meaning movement of people and commodities is really compromised to these places, making it very difficult for even interventions for immediate needs to be implemented effectively. Granted, however, the sheer damage to farmlands and critical infrastructure and displaced populations and the looming risk of both human and livestock diseases is a huge setback to our resilience building efforts over the last decade. At the moment, we are talking about fatalities from the flooding around the country that are rising daily, and data as of early this week, late last week, we were talking about 160 lives lost, over 90,000 households displaced, and more than 3,000 livestock lost. Of course, this is besides the huge number of infrastructure that have also been damaged. Colleagues, it's now clear that climate shocks, such as droughts and floods, are a reality in this region, and it's no longer a question of if they will happen, but really when. And when they happen, probably the other issue is what magnitude, intensity, and for what duration. And this will continue to undermine the natural resource bases, especially water and livestock forage, and will continue to impair the capacities of communities to produce food for themselves, and also to move towards economic well-being. At this point, let me paraphrase former US President Barack Obama. Is an opportunity for the Kenya Diaspora Alliance to explore, based on where we come from, because the members of the Diaspora Alliance come from regions of this country. They could spearhead resource mobilization for projects that can take advantage of opportunities to transform the risk positions in these counties. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kenya, there are ongoing efforts to implement proactive strategies for sustainable food systems. with sound management of natural resources, including accelerating investments in transformative resilience projects. Worth noting is our current national tree growing campaign, and which aims to increase our tree cover to 30% with planting of 15 billion trees by 2032. The Diaspora Alliance needs to immerse itself in these efforts and rope in their networks that can harness opportunities such as the financial windfalls from carbon trading. We recognize the vantage position occupied by the Kenya Diaspora Alliance and the immense contribution towards national economy through remittances. And with the target that you've set for yourselves to realize 1 trillion shillings in remittances, it could be time you assumed further responsibility in contributing and influencing public good investments. This would be possible through philanthropic actions to support actions and projects that strengthen
Amos, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
If you can wind up, 2 minutes maximum.
I'm ending up in a minute. So essentially, we offer ourselves as NDMA as potential partners that can work with the Diaspora Alliance to realize some of these transformational investments. I believe this meeting will consider practical solutions that will address some of these challenges. And as NDMA, we also want to float an invitation to the diasporans so that they can support and also participate in an envisaged NDMA Drought Resilience Half Marathon. Hopefully, if we succeed to run the preparatory issues, this should come up in March 2024. But if not, then be braced for that event in March 2025. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. We'll soon be calling His Royal Highness Mako. Before that, just to acknowledge National Drought Management Authorities, our hosting our Nairobi Secretariat. Another round of applause to Amos. Thank you very much. Royal Highness, if he's able to hear us, very interesting colleague. I don't know how many of you in the house know that there's an African diaspora currency. Anyone know about it? Okay, at least. Oh, yes. Okay. So, Royal Highness will hopefully hear more of that. Is he able to connect with us? Royal Highness is a retired banker based in Germany, was part of the team heavily involved during the transition to the euro, okay? And served as a past finance minister. All right, there he goes. Please wave if you can hear me, my brother. How you doing? Thank you. Served as Minister of Finance, Jamaica, the Maroons. We're so delighted he's here. He's as head and president of the African Diaspora Central Bank. Did you hear me right? We're so delighted that he's here. But he'll tell us recently he was with his fellow Royal Highness, the King of Eswatini, that's in South Africa, and that you know is head of state. And there are things happening at the AU level. Royal Highness, I don't want to take more from you. We're so glad. Sorry for being there for a while, but you know, there is not big enough sacrifice you can do for your continent. Take the floor, sir. A round of applause for Royal Highness. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you ever so kindly, Dr. Shem, and to all of the esteemed guests who are currently in attendance within this very dynamic diaspora forum. I think as my preliminary statements, I do want to make some reflective comments, and I cannot go without making reflective comments on the salient point that I've heard throughout all of this discussion. And it pertains to three dynamic areas. First and foremost, the paradigm shift in terms of how the diaspora interacts with the continent, recognizing that the diaspora has become the continent's #1 trading partner, and as a consequence, we must fundamentally think about how Africa interacts with the international community through the lens of the diaspora and the diaspora's contribution to all future economic activities of the continent going forward. But in addition to that, we've obviously heard the ongoing theme as well as security. And I would want to, if I may digress for half a moment, just to comment on the previous panels that pertains to climate action and carbon credits by making this statement. When the international community speaks about climate action and current demands for energy, they talk about 264 gigawatts of new energy infrastructure that the international community demands. But I would hazard to say that that statement does not in any way, shape, or form consider the very real demands, as we've all acknowledged, in continental Africa. There are currently 650 million people across the continent who do not have access towards any electricity, and consequently, energy security is cornerstone to all economic activities that we want to achieve going forward. Now, within the diaspora constituency, and in our context, when we talk about the diaspora, we talk about our constituency in the Caribbean, our constituency within Brazil, where we have the largest diaspora dynamics, our constituency in Canada, the United States, and in Europe, we recognize that we have extreme expertise in engineering and in finance that is able to facilitate a new paradigm shift in Africa's energy security framework, so that rather than looking at how we can be dependent on our historic donors to facilitate the financing development of our energy infrastructure, in this new paradigm, we recognize and appreciate that Africa and the diaspora can achieve this in and of ourselves, and we can invite our friends across the international community to, of course, support our actions, but we must take control and leadership of our own actions going forward. And this is applicable to the topic of food security. We heard a moment ago about the million people in Kenya, the million children in Kenya that are currently suffering from malnutrition. We've heard statements pertaining to floods, and what we recognize is that those actions, food security, climate action, and industrialization, become cornerstone to what the diaspora can contribute as a regional bloc to Africa's development and integration. It is through that lens that we have created the economic community of the African diaspora, not only as an organization, but as a regional bloc, mobilizing sovereign within the diaspora, within the Caribbean in particular, and within Central and Latin America, and partnering with our recent migrants from the continent, whether it be from Kenya, from Nigeria, or from all regions across the continent, to come together as a transformative economic force that non-apologetically brings the first in class of knowledge, the first in class of expertise towards a paradigm shift of how we cooperate. And of course, in my capacity as president of the African Diaspora Central Bank, we understand that we cannot talk about regional integration and regional cooperation without having a financial instrument that speaks to the region. And in this context, we have created our regional monetary authority, first and foremost, which is the African Central Bank, which is committed to financing both at the national level, at the regional level, and the continental level, a new paradigm of cooperation between the continent and the diaspora. And of course, as a regional monetary authority, we have put in place our monetary instrument, which is the LUMI, transformative energy-backed currency that is capable of facilitating and financing the economic nation under committed to. So I will keep my statements short and succinct as promised, listening carefully to all that has been said thus far, and understanding that going forward, this paradigm shift requires that all of us begin to think fundamentally different about how we look at the world and how we look at Africa's partners on the global stage. If we're going to make a statement that there are 300 companies engaging in carbon credit transactions in Kenya, and 99% of those companies are located outside of Kenya, then going forward, we must take that those 300 companies should, for all intents and purposes, be diaspora-owned. If we are going to engage with China, let us recognize that we have a large diasporic constituency within China that is capable of delivering knowledge and monetary solutions to our continental partners. If as well as Britain, we have a large constituency of diaspora that within the context of an economic community is capable of delivering knowledge and solutions to our people in the US and 6 million people of African descent, all of whom are committed to a transformation of the continent's economic and social developments going forward. So in this paradigm shift, let us move away from the needy sentiment, supposing we need the knowledge of Dubai. No, we have the knowledge of Dubai, and we are prepared to compete with all of the expertise that Dubai has, all of the expertise that New York has, all of the expertise that London has, all of the expertise that Paris has. The diaspora is in all of these places, and as an economic community, we seek to make the diaspora the continent's #1 trading partner as we move forward into this era of African continental free trade cooperation, recognizing that the regional economic communities are the backbone for continental trade, and that diaspora constitutes a region in and of itself. We galvanize ourselves, consolidate ourselves, and reorganize ourselves in the spirit of this new paradigm shift. We have great hope and outlook towards the future of Africa's economic potential. Thank you ever so kindly, Dr. Shem.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thanks, Royal Highness. I think you can mute him now so that I'm sure he will hear us. As I invite Professor Elijah Songok to come over, give Banadiji a round of applause. Is the last speaker we'll have before we break for tea. I hope we have not broken for tea. Yeah. But as he comes over, Prof, please have a seat. Okay. As he comes over, 2 little things. One, you heard Royal Highness talk about the Lumi, the African currency. I have a Lumi, I'll pass it around. This is worth $16, the greenback. African diaspora currency. A round of applause. So diasporas mean business, and this is regulated. They being perhaps the first economic community, according to the Lagos Plan of Action. All the RECs, ECOWAS, EAC, IGAD, SADC, was to have a currency, a single currency. The diaspora as a region is a step ahead. Another round of applause for diasporas. Maybe if we had more time, we would say more, but in future you can discuss more about it. So I'll pass it around so that you can touch it and feel it. The other, oh yes, he has another one is going around there, the Lumi. Another round of applause for him. Yes, and it's available on cryptocurrency as well. What some of you may not know, and I gathered from Professor Ndemo when we met in Brussels a month ago, between Kenya and Ethiopia, $1 billion between Ethiopia and Kenya was traded through cryptocurrencies. Okay? And I say, okay, the state looking for more money from tax, just enable the environment. There's so much that's already happening that even if we just got 1% of that $1 billion, it would go a long way at filling up the tax deficit that we have. As we prepare, and maybe I should, Professor has been very patient. Before we sing, there's a song we'll do, but I want to hear him speak to us. Professor, as we congratulate you for climbing to the helm, give him a round of applause. We're glad when we invited him, he said, although it was short notice, I'll be there. A round of applause to Professor. Thank you, Prof. Sungo. Karibu. Asante.
Thank you, Dr. I think we are very delighted to be here. Yeah, especially last time I was with the Dr. was when we were students at Chiromo, when we graduated together in 1985. So it's actually a very great occasion for me today, for us to meet him today for the particular great work he has done, especially bringing this diaspora together. As you heard, my name is Professor Elijah Maritim Songok, the Acting Director General of KEMRI, CEO, and I'm a diaspora myself. In the year 2005, I went to Canada to do my postdoc in medical science at the University of Manitoba. Then after that, I continued. I got an appointment as a professor at that same university. I was a professor at the University of Manitoba until the year 2015. To come and set up the KEMRI Graduate School. So I am a diasporan, and I have the taste of both the East and the West. So I was very delighted, actually, when I was given this opportunity to come and have a discussion with you. KEMRI, gentlemen and ladies, is a government institution and the leading biomedical research institution in East and Central Africa. KEMRI was ranked as #1 in Kenya in terms of research and innovation output in 2023, and the third in Africa, after South African Medical Research Center and another center in Mozambique called Saúde de Investigação and Saúde in Mozambique. So we are #3 in terms of research output and innovation. In Kenya, KEMRI is well known for disease outbreaks investigations. And I think our major knowledge about KEMRI was during the COVID, whereby the country looked at us to provide direction in terms of not only containment, but also in terms of finding solutions to the pandemic. So that is where we are known more. We are 44 years old currently, and our successes that we have done in KEMRI has been because of the partnerships. What we have is that our budget is around 10 billion annually, but out of that 10 billion, 8 billion is from partners. So you could see that how we are really very dependent on partnership to get our work done. 20% is only the one that coming from the Kenya government. ladies and gentlemen, research and innovation is global. And what is found in another country has an international effect. So we are really very great in terms of networking. What we see as we talk about these partnerships, we see the Kenya diaspora as a very good opportunity, a potential opportunity for us to work together to not only bring the mandate that we are to serve the Kenyan people, but also the East and Central African region. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID epidemic taught Kenya and Africa to depend on their own. That in the event of a global pandemic emergency, what we call developed partners will first think about themselves, and they leave you to your own and say you become now the AOB. So it taught us a very, very big lesson that we have to look at ourselves. One thing that the Kenya government did now after that, from the lessons of the pandemic, was we have to begin, among others, local manufacturing of our medical products. It is now a new policy that we should be able to look to develop our own vaccines, diagnostics, and drugs. The government has looked at KEMRI as a plank to this, to be a leader in this particular space. So we are really now on the run to be able to provide the solutions for the country and for the region. For us to be successful, the first thing that we are doing currently is workforce development. So we can get the experts, the particular people who can be able to really be hands-on on developing these vaccines, drugs, and diagnostics. We have developed incubation centers, and we have what's a graduate school to begin training, which we have been doing the training anyway, but right now we are focusing on that particular area, on local manufacturing. We know very well that the Kenya diaspora has members working in the universities, research institutes, and pharmaceutical companies who have great expertise and experience in drug, vaccine, and diagnostic development. KEMRI wish to partner with such members of the diaspora. The partnership we are requesting in KEMRI for those members will include us appointing those particular members with those particular expertise to our own faculty in KEMRI as either adjunct professors, visiting scientists, so that they can be part and parcel of us. It does not mean that we are going to be able to get you from your institution there and then we employ you, no. What happens is that we get you to be a member of our team. And when you are a member of our team, what happens is that we work together right now to co-mentor or to support the training of these young Kenyans in terms of local manufacturing. We get this particular master's and PhD students and postdocs who can be able to be trained both in KEMRI and also in your institution, wherever you are. Either if you are working in the university abroad, or the pharmaceutical company, or the research institute. So that we call it a sandwich training program. We are looking at that. When we also work with you in the diaspora, we also partner that institution that you are working with will also form a formal linkage with KEMRI. And we do this through formal collaborations like MOU, so that you can be able to bring them together to have that particular platform of networking and working together. The other thing is that the best thing also that will happen is that the moment you get with us, is that you can be able to use our facilities. We have a lot of facilities within Kenya and the region that professors, scientists who are working in the medical field can be able to use for any research or innovation that you want to do. We have a very strong area of clinical trials. You could be able to come and use that with us. We have laboratories which are all the way from Kilifi, Kisumu, Nairobi, and even Eldoret, and we have started one in Marsabit. We have in Busia, Kericho. You could be able to use those particular platforms or anything that you want to do, especially in your research and innovation. We also have populations that you can be able to access in case you require that. And we shall be working with the Ministry of Health and the other partnerships that we have. So my speech today is actually to call on the diaspora that we are ready for linkage. We are ready for partnership. We are looking upon you so that you can be able to provide the Kenyan people the expertise so that we cannot be able to be sidelined when we have another pandemic or the epidemic that we experienced during COVID. We have now a specific program within KEMRI called the Diaspora Engagement Program. And we are going to be able to give you the links. Then you could be able to communicate with us. And we thank the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We really need to be part and parcel of you. Any conference or any meetings that you have, Shem, please include us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow me to tell him, thank you, comrade. A round of applause to Professor.
Thank you, Jeff.
Have a seat. I was going to make a radical suggestion. I know we've been sitting for long. We need to take some little health break. Time is also not on our side because there's still so much to be covered. Next, I was going to call the diaspora presidents to have a session. But so that we do it, I want to request, we promise we just go for 15 minutes because lunch is also not far. Go 15 minutes, take quick health tea around out here and then come back in 15 minutes. But as we do that, it happens to be a birthday for my boss. My boss being the president of Africa Diaspora Alliance. Dr. Malcolm Beach, give him a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, as we start, are we in agreement we can do 15 minutes and then come back, then finish with the diaspora bosses or presidents and chairpersons of the diasporas that we have in the room? Then we'll take a lunch break. We still have a really packed program. There's quite a bit that we yet to unbundle. Is that acceptable? I am a Democrat. 15 minutes we think is okay? Thank you. So we can sing happy birthday to Dr. Malcolm as we go for a cup of tea. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You can stand up. You can stand up all. Be upstanding. Birthday to you. How old are you now? Young. Old are you now? Young. Happy birthday, dear Malcolm. Happy birthday to you. A round of applause. Thank you very much. You know, Dr. Malcolm, a true friend of Kenya, every 3-4 months travels between US and Kenya. And he came all the way from DC for this event. So please enjoy a cup of tea. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Be back.
anayenifaa. Mwambe anajua inawachoma, mukaronge Tanga Bagamoyo. Mungu kapanga yeye, hamuwezi kukataa. Namkumbatia, amnifanyi chochote, tena namshika, namchuma, amsemi chochote. Nambeba pia, amnifanyi chochote. Huyu ni wangu, natamba, simuogopi yoyote. Mama Amina Bele, Amina Bele Bele. Mama Amina Bele, Amina Bele Bele. Mwacha apite mbele, apite mbele mbele. Mwacha apite mbele, apite mbele mbele. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa. Hana kipele, sio bahili, tena hajarogwa, tajiri amenuka. Nilizunguka kila kona kutafuta furaha ya moyo. Mungu kanipa yeye, anayenifaa. Mwambe anajua inawachoma, mukaronge Tanga Bagamoyo. Mungu kapanga yeye, hamuwezi kukataa. Namkumbatia, amnifanyi chochote, tena namshika, namchuma, amsemi chochote. Nambeba pia, amnifanyi chochote. Huyu ni wangu, natamba, simuogopi yoyote. Mama Amina Bele, Amina Bele Bele. Mama Amina Bele, Amina Bele Bele. Mwacha apite mbele, apite mbele mbele. Mwacha apite mbele, apite mbele mbele. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Namleta shemeji yenu muone. Mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa, mwamba huyu hapa.
Nishabadili hata mienendo, nadai nifikirie mbaya. Sifanyi kiki tena na skendo, sina nazo kisa wewe mama. Wananiita playboy heartbreaker, baada kitendo nasema oyania mwenye mini, hata kama na watania. Wananiita playboy heartbreaker, baada kitendo nasema oyania mwenye mini, hata kama na watania. Baby mi so tu mchezo mchezo. Na bite, na bite, oh yeah, taleo. Na bite, na bite, baby mi so tu mchezo mchezo. Na isha tu, na bite, oh yeah, taleo. Na bite, na bite, na bite, na bite, na bite, na bite.
the tears on your face. Calm down, I don't feel good when I see my baby crying. And I got love for you, believe me, I mean it, I don't wanna lie. You talk about Jennifer, she the daughter of my aunt called Monica. Nothing going on, she's my sister. I'm not a terrorist, I'm the America. Hey, hey, hey. Nikilala no masimu sisogele, unachezea moto. Kuna meseji zao na video zao, moyo utupa joto. Unanifuata nyuma nyuma kati nitembe, nikila joto. Mwisho unanifuma kwao, nikifanya nao yes, kukola mbo. I love you, even when I don't say you the right, no. I need you, I don't wanna make you feel bad, no. Who's gonna be caught on Jennifer? Now she did do the dirty Jennifer. Oh, I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Now she is spoiling your mind like a Lucifer. Hey, 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 Jennifer. Say I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Now she did do the dirty Jennifer. Oh, I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Hey, hey, hey. Stop lying. You're like a killing somebody. The way you do, I don't feel sad. You're like a killing somebody. Oh my God. Stop crying. Girl, you know that I'm your daddy. My copa be like that. Come on, summer, give me no magic.
You're locked into the best DJs that other DJs look up to. These are the magnificent sounds of DJ Red.
King, classic, you know the sounds. I gotta stay on the ground, madonna mishe. Masao bathi assista nenda kaniwakilishe. Hakunaga suspicion, hata wajirahisishe. We got the same vision to complete this mission. Them singing and don't shock I'm dingi. Ni game ya ushindi, nimeshaingia kingi. Niko huku niko kule kupita shilingi. Mambo sio mepesi kupita vigingi. We soldier, haso zimenoga. Shopping fashion over na kuletea nguo pia za viatu na mikoba. Kwa sonara kuna pete nimeweka order. Nitajiba mara moja. Go high hotel, there's a place you go stay. There's suitable room for you and it's and drink, swim like a Mary May. I'm coming to play, baby daddy's on the way, babe. Nakuja, Shiani, nachanja mbuga. Nakuja, baby nakuja, allow me, baby nakuja. Nakuja, baby nakuja, allow me, baby nakuja.
When it's good music, we got you covered. DJ Riggs, the ultimate DJ.
Nikamate, singwage. Baby, hold me down, nitulie. Nipatie yote ya kwangu mie. Kama kugusa niko hoi. How boy. Popote unaposhika na enjoy. Sikatai, sichomoi.
Nakuja, baby nakuja.
Oh yeah,
allow me, baby nakuja.
Oh yeah, baby nakuja. Allow me, baby nakuja. Yeah, kwako nyang'anya, udari ukufanya nilie,
Mapenzi ya mkataba mpaka kufa yamekwisha. Inemo kuna hema, mapenzi yanachosha yanafuja raha. Nafsi yangu inasema bora nimpende tu aloniza. Uchungu wa kulia daily, mapenzi alinifanya nisile. Sina kumbukumbu ile kwamba ulinikosha, no. Uchungu wa kulia daily, mapenzi yalinifanya nisile, sina kumbukumbu ile kwamba ulinikosha, no. Mwenzako mimi nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza, mapenzi yalinitesa, yalinitupa, nimefufuka, yeah. Mimi nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza, mapenzi yalinitesa, nimefufuka, yeah.
When I look in your eyes, all I see is paradise. Give me your hands right now. I need to test you, just sweet for your eyes. Me when I look in your eyes and say, nah, kupenda. I wanna hold you tight from the morning till the night. Oh, oh, auntie, auntie, when you touch me, all I can see is your love. Put it on me, want your body, oh my baby, you're amazing. Auntie, auntie, when you touch me, all I can see is your love. More you not see, so now I see. Me shamu, you go be my baby, be my night, my day, be my show, my day, be my day, oh my day, you go be my day. walisema vitazako tutatafuta kwa uteso vivitia kawaii
seriously and reunites the assets with their rightful owners. Access to years of excellence in innovation through a list of resources to help you find out if you have any unclaimed assets out there. Our staff is stretched to the limit, ensuring that we promise to receive, safeguard, and reunite unclaimed financial assets to the rightful owners. One story at a time, we are thinking behind our breakthrough, demonstrating strength and sharing success stories of the
how unclaimed assets become unclaimed is purely and the owner of this asset, the owner of those assets like pension money,
wengi wanasema kupenda mapengo,
savings accounts,
ila leo nataka niwaambie wala sioni kama ni ushamba kupenda usipopendwa, ila aliwacheni niwaambie akimwona siwezi kulala na moyo unaniuma nakusara na mwasa yeye nikinuna wezi kulala na moyo
we then facilitate the process, and we facilitate the process. One, actually write our own letter, our language, basically demonstrate the information for them to identify the funds, and that letter will give the client and then we would actually assist them with the form that the authority has prescribed must be filled out by
the succession process in our country is a little bit of process. One, the original owner of the state passes on, it becomes a challenge. So I think it's very important because as of now, we have the unclaimed financial assets authority who administers all these on behalf of the beneficiaries until the beneficiary.
There are specific cases where a member passes on, and then when you identify the beneficiaries, you find that those beneficiaries are really so much in need of the assets which have been left by the principal member. So we normally find that very emotional because you get very disparate cases.
There's that for us, and you have seen those cases here, families coming here, they have no clue that they are paying assets, and kids can't go to school. Kids don't even have food, and they yet here we are managing billions of assets for the dollar. So how do we make it as easy as possible for people?
For the original owner, which is like you and me, the process is a bit easier because they only come to the authority, or they can even go to a nearby Huduma center. They can even download the forms from our portal, which they can access through our website www.usaa.go.ke, and once they get the forms, then they will be able to fill in the forms themselves and provide the necessary documentation. Then we just pay them through M-Pesa, through a bank account, and they should be able to get the money within 10 days.
When I was doing the claim as the original owner, the challenges was I only had then it's back to the authority. And that was that. Actually everything is free, you don't need to spend any money on it.
We put a new SSP code *361# to which you can again do some registration process, and then with that you're able to access the database and you can check what has come, and your assets or your relative or family.
Sometimes
nawaza nikikupoteza.
Subiria, nikisubiri mpenzi, nilikupa mapenzi, narudia baby, ukinitoka baby tauma na nitakonda, yeah.
'Cause nobody compared to my woman. Ulivyo mzuri kama dori, roho yangu tabani, toka zamani, bado ni wewe natamani.
Nitakupeleka kwa mama, sina ujanja na kupenda, mukunduru mesinureshi.
Namona tunagombana na bisha na pigana.
That is so funny.
Niwe napenda nataka na sina mwingine.
That is so funny.
Nobody else that deserves you. Wanajua ni wangu. I'm gonna marry you one day.
It means you're still a Sunday, baby, but you know. But our song is on repeat, saying I love you, darling. Don't give me tea, baby, still I love you, baby. Ukinitoka, baby, don't.
'Cause nobody compared to my woman. Ukiuliza majirani, lakini wewe natamani. Na ukisema sifai, akisina amani.
Situlipanda miti, kivuli tayari, sa tuketi, jua lisituchome, siwezi kusaliti, kukwacha wende mbali, sitetereki, shetani anikome, kupenda wewe tu mahabuba, tukendane kama roba, oh la la, tulilinde zaidi letuhuba, tufurahi japo tunafuba, oh aya 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 we aya 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 shike kidogo aya kidogo aya aya
I came to know about unclaimed financial assets authority one day when I visited I have some services. I happened to have some bit of interest because in the past I had some information about some money that belonged to my grandfather at that point, but following up on it with my father, it was never claimed fully.
I was claiming some assets. We received a letter from a bank telling us that they have sent the procedure of that account to unclaimed financial assets authority, and the journey started.
Most people in the old time, they never used to talk about the bank accounts as part of the taxation process. They will only talk about probably the land and maybe the cattle, the animals here and there. So when we realized that there was this cash that was still in the bank, I had to engage a lawyer so that she goes back to the court to start the process of amending the grant, which also went on well.
The first thing is to claim a beneficiary, because if you die and there's no name beneficiary for your assets, we will know that they're there, and then there's the people who acquire assets and don't tell them. So who makes it clear what happens
when I was doing the claim as the original owner, the challenges was here. I only had to fill in the form, send it back to the authorities by the email, and that was that. Actually, everything is free. You don't need to spend any money on it because you only need to sign on the documents, send it back to them, everything starts.
When you have staff at the financial assets, go out of the way, not only to help our clients, but to explain why certain processes are necessary.
The only advice I can give to the general public is that there could be a lot of benefits out there in terms of either cash or in assets that either belongs to someone somewhere where probably you are the next of kin, or you can also claim it for the family.
The money doesn't go away.
I don't wanna play more cause you're too fine. You have to prove beyond me and you baby, we are glued together like a brick to the wall, we never fall. I don't want nobody, baby, other than you. You want to know but my love. I don't want nobody, baby, other than you.
Sorry for starting late. This session, I'll be advised if there's any of our guests online, but meanwhile, we want to hear from the diaspora leaders. So as they walk in, we may also have an opportunity, if you have a question for Professor Songok, the Acting Director General of KEMRI, I think we can take one or two questions or comments. Who is good at a little bit, I would have done some exercise, but I think we have just come from a health break, so we'll preserve that for now. I want to invite the presidents of the diaspora organizations. Please, if you can rush, walk a little faster. I'll call out their names as they come in. The CEO of Moran Capital, if you can come over, we'll wrap you with these diaspora colleagues. I'll give him a round of applause as he comes over. Thanks. Please take this extreme end so that we put you in a tight corner. Okay. If we have any of our guest speakers in the room whom we may not be aware of, or you are representing someone, please make sure you identify yourself to the Secretariat. I'm waiting for the presidents. Time is not on our side. As President Fred Makosir walks in, give him a round of applause. Come to the podium. I'm waiting for the other crew. We are doing badly time-wise. I'll get started. Just come over. Just come over. We'll get started with the colleagues here in the interest of time. In this particular session, very often there are these forgotten Kenyans. Please take the third seat. The forgotten Kenyans, that's the diasporas that do so much for our country, but they are voiceless. Even when the recent bilateral dialogue group was taking ideas, I did ask them, how come you are not involving the diasporas? So when somebody asks me what's your opinion, I didn't give an opinion. So I really can't say whether it's good or bad, but definitely talking is always a good thing. Madam President Ruth, give her a round of applause as she comes to the podium. Thank you. We have a colleague from Strathmore. Please give a round of applause as she comes over. Thank you. Right. I want to begin with Moran Capital CEO. 5 minutes, please. Tell us about what you do and how you see Moran, the real Moran. Give him a round of applause as he comes on the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari, and all of you who have attended today with all protocols observed. My name is Alex, and from Moran Capital, I'm the CEO. And what do we do and why are we here? Of course, we're into wealth management. We have been doing wealth management the last 25 years. And what is interesting is to note that, of course, Africa, sitting in such a great position and with the diaspora in such a great position, we look at resources the way they are distributed around the world. And you think, what is the disconnect? Because the global wealth in people's pocket is about $204 trillion. Of that $204 trillion, which is strewn around the world, only 1.1% can be attributable to Africans, and that's about $2 trillion. The question is, why is there that disparity? Of course, having taken a number of years living in the diaspora, I can tell you where the challenge is, and we understand that it's in the information that is shared and the skills that are available to help people understand where is the opportunity. Professionals. So as you left the country, you left Kenya or you left everywhere else you've come from in the diaspora, you realize that your travel outside is like a spaceship. You travel outside, you become an expert, you learn a lot of things. It's really like going out of space. But then in a very short time, you have acquired new things. You have acquired new characteristics, new knowledge, new wealth. And when you're going to try to come back to Kenya, it's like a spaceship coming back to the mother country. And you really need strategy as to how you come back into the country, how you understand you're coming back with wealth as a parent, and expecting, how do I sustain myself in this economy where I've not been for the last 20, 30 years? So what is my landing space? How do I get back in? And you know, if you're an astronaut or a pilot, you know re-entry is a major, major calculation. So how have you calculated your re-entry? So we help people calculate their re-entry. How do I come back? How much do I expect to sustain myself within the Kenyan space? I'm taking care of my family. So we have our theme about investments towards 1 trillion remittance. Now, the question is, why do I remit it into Kenya? So you have that re-entry plan that we have to take care of, and we have to work closely with the diaspora. And what we have done, because I do have fewer minutes, we understand the crisis that the world goes through. We understand the challenges. You understand financial wellness. What does it take to be financially sound in order to sustain your expenditure? So we have come up with KDA and with Strathmore University, the business school, and looked at successful people around the world and what are they doing. Some of you seated here, very successful people. What's the disparity? And we are able to share a plan that will help you find your footing back in Africa, wherever you are. And what that involves is we are going to do a program that we are going to work with the Diaspora, KDA. We are working with Strathmore Business School. They have extreme expertise. They are correspondent of top universities in the world. And we have looked at a program which will cover the key areas which people struggle with when thinking about reinvesting in a country and resettling in a country. So it will be a 10-week program which helps you figure, among other things, there's so much to invest in. So how do I start? There's so much to do within, am I coming back to do active income, passive income? What am I looking for in this market? And in those opportunities, there's so much to do. There are climate-related investments, there are stock-related investments that you've heard from colleagues here, and all these spaces you've got to understand. What's the regulation? Who are the regulators? If I'm investing, who is checking for me whether the regulation is changing? As you know, right now, we are having some challenges because of change in regulation, for example, in the financial services sector. So IFRS 9 comes in, and everybody has a different valuation on investments, and what does it mean to my pension? What does it mean to my holdings? And what does it mean for me to invest in the future and the currencies and that kind of thing? So looking at your life cycle and all these factors, who helps you bring in this information? If you ask any successful individual, the first conversation you will have is, I have a meeting with my doctor, I have a meeting with my lawyer, I have a meeting with my professional advisor, I have a meeting. So who do you have your strategic meetings with, and what skills do they have? We have the expertise to help you across a lot of things, investment advisory, wealth management, private equity, a lot of spaces, but key for us is that you are able to join the program that we are going to run in conjunction with Strathmore Business School and KDA, come and do the 10 weeks program that will help you understand all these factors. Will bring legal experts, will bring all these people that you can question how exactly is it working back in Kenya. What do I do to plug in? And we can help you land your ship back into Kenya safely. The program will involve a few things. Amongst the very key wealth management pillars that you need to do, we shall give you a workbook to figure out your own net worth and how this space helps you add to that. We shall give you an expert, as I've said, so that it's not just theory, it is practical on the ground. We shall also give you certification, because after all that, if you go and talk to people who didn't know you were very smart and you give them some ideas, they will question your new knowledge. So you better have a certification that says, I'm the new guy in charge. I know my stuff and I know what I am doing. So thank you very much to KDA. We signed an MOU to help as many people be able to come and enjoy the program, and we'll be happy to sign you up. If you look at the last page there, you'll find we have a QR code. You can actually, it's the third last page. You will find a QR code. Just scan it. You will be able to read a bit more and also engage with us. We will also be on social media. But we have partnered with Strathmore, and I'm sure she will be here to talk about that as well. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. Bwana CEO, we're delighted for you to also be our partner in this activity. As Madam Munyuka comes over, Professor Emeritus, give a round of applause as well. Thank you. Please come. You can take the Queen's seat in the middle. At this point, Strathmore, just 3 minutes to add to the kionjo that we have got. 3 minutes, please. Give a round of applause to the lady in red.
Thank you so much. My name is Eunice Kimani. I serve as the head of entrepreneurial programs at Strathmore University Business School. And what are we doing in Strathmore University Business School? We are spearheading Africa's transformation by developing virtuous leaders like yourselves. And we are happy we've come together with Moran Capital to offer a world-class executive education to you as KDA. And for us, our part at Strathmore University Business School is to validate, to endorse, and of course to ensure that the learning is happening in the right way. And of course, okay. Hello, you can hear me? Yes, thank you so much. So I've said our work will actually to validate it, to give certification, and of course to make sure that the methodologies that are being used are of the right standard, and of course to ensure that we give you the certifications that you require after the training. And of course, why Strathmore? Why would you want to work with us? The reason why you would want to work with us, for the last over 54 years, we have been recognized as the most reputable university actually in this region, because we have been able to transform a lot of leaders, and so you are confident working with us. Of course, our methodology of training is that we are going to use a lot of case study. And of course, the case study methodology that we use are local case studies as well as the international case studies. We have partnered with reputable universities in the world. University like Harvard Business School, we have partnered with IESE Business School, we have partnered with Nanyang University Business School, Lagos Business School, and a lot of universities, even in South Africa. And so our case methodology, the methodology that we use, even to train our business executives, are borrowed from locally, because our faculty are able to develop those case studies, and also borrowed from reputable universities in the world. What else do? We make sure that we evaluate. Even as you continue learning, we evaluate and we keep improving. We check whether the learning is happening, because whatever is never measured is never done. So we check that the learning is happening. And of course, we embed our training by giving you a coaching component, so that you have somebody that is holding your hand, just to check that you are actually taking the whatever you are learning. Another thing that we do impact as assessment after the training, just to check, did the learning happen? Did it not happen? And we are saying, even if you're not in Kenya, we can always help you to go into our portal. All that curriculum is going to be put in an online portal, which is self-paced. You are able to go inside there, get into a video that will take you through the curriculum. Then you do the exam, and the exam is so easy. And then you finish, and then you are able to graduate. During the graduation, why don't we plan a graduation that will happen during this event, so that the people who are here, they can graduate in a wonderful graduation? And why can't you make this event be held in Strathmore? It's a beautiful place. We can hold it. We can host you in Strathmore University Business School. It's a wonderful university. Then we do the graduation virtually and also physically. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. Yes, you will be delighted to know Mwalimu. Some of us, a number of you in the house, we had the gala dinner last night. We graduated some people. We do graduates. A round of applause to them. But we would, of course, be more than happy to work with the reputable institutions like Strathmore and others. And indeed, we have. When this journey started with 2014, we were in Diaspora. And 2016. 2017 was Strathmore. So it's been a journey. And of course, we've been working with VC in terms of alumni networks across the globe, which is another unutilized potential we have. But without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite now, we have also in the room Amos from International Cooperative Alliance. Is he in the house or he walked out? When he comes, please ask him to join us. I want to invite the lady, the president of Kenya, Association of Kenyan Diaspora in Belgium and Luxembourg, Madam Ruth Owino. Give a round of applause. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm happy to be here. My name is Ruth Owino, president of the Kenyan Diaspora in Belgium and Luxembourg, an association that was formed to unite Kenyans, to find a system in which we can disseminate information and to support one another in issues that affect diasporans outside of home. We have since grown. It's been 10 years, and when the diaspora policy was initiated in investments. The only outstanding one so far is real estates, because we have had a lot of real estates coming to Belgium and into Europe to sell their properties. But it's just a few of them. Today in this room, there are several, and we are calling them on board. When we are in Belgium or we are in Europe, we would like them to bring their products so that the market competition can be enhanced further. Interestingly, is all the things that have been put in place for the diaspora here in Kenya but the diaspora does not know. So there is investment. There is even issues on how to handle your finances. My brother here has spoken very richly on information that they have put together for the diaspora. I invite him to Brussels in the coming days to bring this package to the diasporans. We have two groups of diasporans. I may not say two groups, but we have those who are private citizens. They have gone to the diaspora on their own to seek for better grounds. There are those that are supported by the government, either as experts, and there are those on education. So those ones, the data is there. But the ones that who have gone on their own as private citizens, the data is lacking. We know that they're there, and during these kinds of programs, they come out to come and find out what is going on because they still think about home and they would like to have a place to come back to at retirement or when things don't go right, you need to land somewhere. And it's always best to go back home other than running around in different places. So how would they come back home? Probably creating safe space for investment. We are aware that diasporans cry a lot about having invested in several years and things landed in hands of fraudulent people. So if measures are put down to enhance the safe space, which I think can be quite an encouraging step for the diasporans to be able to come back home. Inclusion in policy making. There's plenty on policy making. Information will reach when it is at the end stage. So probably we have diaspora leaders who are also the last to get this information. You only get a document that probably is just a step away from gazetting. So if we can be included in the policy making space, I think that would be quite important. I would end it there and yield the mic to someone else.
Ladies and gentlemen, you hear it from the horse's mouth. A proper round of applause to Madam Ruth. Thank you. We probably have the Vice President, KDHC, South Africa, in their house. Identify yourself when you're available. We have Professor Chika, Nigerian diaspora from Australia, down under. I consider that my third home. Be on standby. We'll give you a moment to share with us your thoughts. He specializes in creatives. He'll have 5 minutes. Before that, we have also from Brussels, but wearing a different hat, Director Bwana Joseph of International Cooperative Alliance. Please, I was seeing this young man, I'm saying, okay, I was so honored that he's Kenyan, but please take the floor. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shem, and thank you for the invitation. I think I will not even take much time because in the morning, Ambassador Bramwell Kisuyu, sorry for the mispronunciation of the name. He highlighted about cooperatives and the power that cooperatives are creating here in Kenya. And I would say, maybe I should have introduced myself. I'm the Director of Policy at the International Cooperative Alliance. We are based in, our headquarters is based in Brussels. But we have regional offices, and our regional office for Africa is based here in Nairobi. I used to work here before I relocated to Belgium. Just to highlight the power of cooperatives, sometimes people don't know what we have in our hands, because the cooperatives is a concept, I would say, that can define what Africans are. We are social beings and we are used to, the spirit of Ubuntu, coming together. I am because we are. And this is what listening to different inputs and speakers trying to say what we can do together. Unless we join hands and say this is what we want and this is the outcome that we can have, that is how we can be able to have an action. And I would say if it's possible, we can have an action plan, maybe Dr. Shem, and this we can help from cooperative side. I can pledge my support on that. From the cooperative side, we can be able to support however possible. Without much ado, I think my president from AKDBL has welcomed you to Brussels. So anytime you happen to come to Brussels, we are ready to welcome you, and we'll be happy to mingle and talk together. Thank you so much.
Round of applause, Mananjuguna. We heard you very well. Did you hear him or you didn't? How many heard him? We heard you very well. Without much ado, if Professor Chika, again, my brother from the other mother, being Nigerian, you know, keep saying Africa has got 4 pillars, yeah? You have Egypt to the north, South Africa to the south, Nigeria to the west, and you know yours truly to the east. Give a round of applause to Kenya. Or you don't think Kenya is a pillar? Thank you. So if we have Professor, is he ready? Professor Chika? Yes. As we also welcome our 2 eminent speakers, Mr. Wolfram and Madame Frida, the Widow crew. A round of applause for them. Yes, and Eva Maria, the mother of Christ. Thank you so much. Is Professor Chika?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead, my brother.
From Australia, and thank you, brothers and sisters. Protocols observed. Look, as in the spirit of Ubuntu, I thank you for extending this invitation, Dr. Shem. I suppose one of the things as members of the diaspora is to see how we can collaborate and perhaps help our continent. My area, of course, is digital media and artificial intelligence and creative industries at the moment. And can you hear me, just to make sure? Can you hear me? Okay. The issue that we need to, which is one of the things I've been maybe sharing with some of our colleagues, is for us to work together in the spirit of Ubuntu. Because, let me share my screen, okay. Right. The spirit of Ubuntu enables us to share, and the population of Africa at the moment is 1.4 billion, which, if we think about it, we have a very important role to play in the world economy. And our creative sector is a very important tool that is used in the digital space. Music, film, art, sound, you name it. The problem we have is that what we now see as generative artificial intelligence is actually appropriating all these rights. And so we are what I call the 4th stage of scramble for Africa. The first is the colonial in 1914. The second, of course, is the resources, which is still going on. The third is the politics. And now we're dealing with the digital economy. And I think it's time we gather together, look at some of our brothers and sisters who are working in this digital space to see how we can leverage and perhaps work with you to perhaps understand the implications and the importance of changing the narrative, making sure that our voices are heard, digitizing our stories, and being in control of what it is that we have rather than being told who we are. I wish we had more time, but I work in universities here at the University of Sydney. I also I currently working with the State Department, helping them to build what we call a professional development package for artificial intelligence in schools. And it's important for us to understand that when we start from the school level, we actually take ownership of our own digital right and the economy of the future. So I think I'll stop there. I'm more than happy to take questions if there is opportunity, or contact me.
A round of applause to Professor Chika. Thank you. You can mute him down under. Yeah. as we mentioned, of course, he's also standing in for his brother, Steve Kuria, who is currently in Dubai for COP, who happens to be President, Kenya, Australia Chamber of Commerce. Without much ado, Brother Simon Kirui, a round of applause from Germany. You can use that. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shem. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I am pleased to be here. My name is Simon Kirui. I put on different hats. I am one of the diaspora leaders in Germany. We have different organizations from Germany. And I'm a businessman. I want to proud myself to be a businessman. I'm also a diaspora ambassador for WeDo, a program which we saw yesterday culminating in those awards for the entrepreneurs. And on top of that as well, I am an advocate for partnership. And what I have today is that you have seen that at the core of everything that we're talking about is the diaspora and taking advantage of what the diaspora can bring. But what we want to ask ourselves as well is what is in it for the diasporans? And when we talk of what is in it for the diasporans, we want to build a partnership that is of a win-win situation. If you want to tap into the remittance of the diasporans, you also have to think sustainably. In as much as those people are bringing in money, you have to think also on how can we also help them build those wealth in terms of maybe creating opportunities that they can also have more to remit. That it cannot be just a cash cow, and at the end of the day. And when we talk about this, we are thinking of maybe children of the diasporans, whereby we could round ourselves to even create some things that could attract those children later. My children will want to come here, but they don't know what is that country about. So what do we have, not only from the government, but also from institutions that we have, that we can support the diasporans? Another thing that I just want to mention is, that is also attached to WeDo, is the honesty and the transparency when we are talking about what we are talking about as in partnership. One of the things that has been hindering the partnership is sometimes the honesty, the trust, and we know that we are very ingenious people. We need to have, knowing that in whatever we do, we put the stake of the rate that we put ourselves as a country. If I happen to bring some investors, let's say to Kakamega, because I had yesterday a very nice pitching of Kakamega. If I happen to bring them and they happen to do a scrupulous work, so what we need to do is that let us contain the transparency, the honesty, and the trust that we have been accounted for, that when we come, we know that we have a proper place that we can count on you, that we know that everything that we will do will work. We want to believe that in all what we do, there is something that we are building for our future. You heard of the people who will be coming here to retire. I'm not going to live in Europe forever. I'll be coming home. So for those few remarks, because I don't want to take much time, I want to welcome all of you. Think again. We are taking out this thing called donation, and we are going to business. So we want to think of the diasporans as not donors, but as business partners. And secondly, maybe last, Doctor, when we talk of the business partners, think about also how we can collaborate as one of the 17 SDGs, being that the African wisdom, if you want to go faster, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, Bwana Kirui. Yes, much appreciated. Partnership is the way to go. Without much ado, Professor Emeritus, please take the floor. 5 minutes from the USA, Professor Onyuka. Round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thought I was just going to be a listener over there, sitting pretty over there. All of a sudden, I'm here giving a speech. But I would like to be very grateful to Mr. Shemuchwado for giving us this platform. It's very important for us, especially the ones that have been outside for a long time. My name is Coletta Onyuka. I am born and raised here in Kenya. I happen to have gone to US at a prime age of 23. And there, I worked my way up and became a professor, and then I left to become, to work in the healthcare, social systems, and I have 5 children there. Very important for me. I wear many hats. I'm a chair of a non-profit organization that is called Uzima Azina, Life as It Was Meant to Be. This organization is sponsoring young medical students from the local area. When they are done, we are taxing them of coming back, doing research, and eradicating the scourges, the ailments and illness that are within the local community. But today I'm here, and my main important thing is to say that I would like to have the diasporans. I'm one of the diasporans that have children over there. I would like to see that diaspora is the face of making sure that no Kenyan anywhere around the world is forgotten. They have to be reached somehow, or to know that they have a home over here. They can come anytime. For us who have been outside there, we all know that we are accepted, but at the same time, not that much. And I didn't want to be political, but I want to say this. Our officers, ambassadors' officers, should focus more on the social issues as opposed to political issues, enrolling people for political purposes. But these are offices that can be created to make phone calls or text to Kenyans everywhere around the world, because each and every country has a political office that is called ambassador's office. I am saying taxing them, taxing the government, to widen the scope of the responsibility of our ambassadors to make sure that Kenyans are not forgotten anywhere. I also want to say, just remind you of this, those who are reading news, China cannot forget its panda. China takes its panda out of the United States, making sure that that is theirs. What is yours here, also make sure you guard it from the human being, which is the most important asset to all others. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Emeritus. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of a good friend, partner of KDA from the very early days, FCPA, Charles Ringera. A round of applause for him, Higher Education Loans Board. Without much ado, Mr. President, Kenya European Association, the Federation, give Bwana Makosir a round of applause. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Frederick Makosir. I like to be called Fred Makosir, a Kenyan living in the diaspora. I'll start by what they call ice breaking. Yesterday, when we were at the WIDU award ceremony, and I recognize WIDU partners here, actually give them that applause. These guys are doing something that I like. One young lady came to me and asked me, they said you're a president in Europe. I said, yeah. Kenyan president in Europe? I said, yeah. So, how come? And it challenged me, actually. But I want to talk about 3 things. The first one, because, talking last, everybody has said everything I can say. All I will want are questions from you, and I will answer all of them, the ones that come to me, very candidly. There's an honest discussion we need to take as a country. We are very blessed. Kenya is a very blessed country. I've traveled the world, thanks to those who educated me, and thanks for inspiration from one of Dr. Shem here in his early ICT days. 8 years ago, he wrote something about the forgotten Kenyans. I am those forgotten Kenyans in Europe. You only hear about us when you talk about our remittances, yeah? Let's be honest. 4,000 billion US dollars. Oh, diaspora is on a pesa. We bring the money. But what is there for us? Who are we? Who is the diaspora? I'm a diaspora. I live in Europe. I come from a country that when I left just the other week, it was minus 21 degrees. I don't know whether you have an idea how cold that is. And what do we consume most? Coffee. Where do you get the best coffee? Kenya. Why don't you bring that Kenyan coffee to us? Right. That's the first question. I'm the chairman of Association of Kenyans in Norway, and I'm also the president of Kenya Diaspora Leadership Forum in Europe, which is an umbrella, an organization coordinating all the 54 European countries, depending on how you count from which side to the other side. And I can guarantee you and I can assure you that there's a Kenyan in all those countries. All right? Now let me give you two things. We want to talk about them. FTA. Now let's go away from talk to action. That is FTA. Let's talk, forget about talking. The time I arrived in Europe, I joined a group, they called it Pan-Africanism. We were Pan-Africans. Let's change Africa, let's change Africa. And we were talking, we were shouting, we were running around, Mandela this, Mandela that. We are still talking. People, come on, now we have to act. And let us act from here. Let's act from here. It is you. We have the resources, we have the brains, we have the people, we are a young nation. And we took our brains out to Europe. Empty. I can tell you behind me here, the 11 languages nearly, which some of us here don't understand. Why do you have to send somebody from Kenya who does not understand the language I speak there, some 8 languages, to come and have a translator who does not understand the problems that we have here, to translate vile wanafikiria? I put them in Swahili. The next thing is DIP. As Kenyans, let's start with the DIP now and pick this from me. Please, the D is dedication. Let us be dedicated. In whatever we're going to do from today, if you don't pick that from here, be dedicated to what you're doing. And dedication comes with trust and honesty. The I in the DIP is inspiration. Be inspired. I was inspired by Dr. Shem to become the ICT person that I am in Europe today. I was inspired by Dr. Shem to become the leader that I've been in Europe. Because I heard of KDA, I heard of all these organizations, and now we have an organization that can join us together. He's my global chair. I'm the European chair, this other side. Now the P, to end up that one, is passion. Be passionate. Be passionate in whatever you're doing. If you looked at the eyes and the faces of the young people yesterday at the WeDo Awards, you could see the passion. Somebody comes up with something crazy. You know, we see rubbish in the dustbins all over town. Somebody sees, wow, wealth. Employing people. Creating that wealth from here. Let us be passionate, and that passion will spread. Now, finally, when we bring this 4 billion, where does that money go? How come my village is still poor? Because it's just for consumption. We bring the money, it's chewed. We bring the money, we want to buy land. I'm actually a victim of that one. And I'm not lying to you. It was a relative, and I've done it 3 times, and I still don't have the properties. And the millions are gone. Why? Because where I live in Scandinavia, for people who know about Norway, Norway is was a very poor country. My German friends know that. But when they hit the oil, they decided that our oil will be a national treasury, national product. As of today, I might be wrong today, but in Norway, just to give you a small hint about that, how to manage our resources. When the Norwegians get their oil out, and they process it and they sell it to the world, the money is put in a fund, all of it. For you to spend that money, there's a law. 3 consecutive governments. That means if you think about Kenyan elections, it's 15 years of discussion. To spend just a little percentage in a national budget. And what they spend in the national budget is not the original money, the initial money, the investment. It is 4% of the profit from that investment. Now imagine if we did that with our coffee in Kenya. Now my last word of that is that I want this nice coffee to come out there, and I want you to bring it there. I want that managu to come out from here, and I want you to bring it out there. I want you to bring that viazi, and it is you to bring it out. We bring what we have in Europe. We want you to bring more now out to Europe. Help us to do that. Let's discuss. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How better to gloss it over by our boss, where when we wear another hat, a number of us are WeDo ambassadors and WeDo champions. But the WeDo Kenya champion general, Frida Kibuko, is in the house. Give a round of applause. Maybe you can talk from here, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I'll take it up from where Mr. Fred has left it. And first of all, I apologize how I'm dressed. It's Friday. But also, this is how we also dress up. You know, like when you're going to the field, our work involves field work. In fact, the other day when we were buying materials for our coaches, one of the things we had to put in the package is gumboots. And, you know, and then GIZ procurement asked me, Frida, what are you doing with gumboots? And I told them, you know, gumboots is our tool of trade in WeDo, because you have to go to the cattle ranches, your poultry farms, rabbit farms, greenhouses, and if you have not taken an opportunity during this homecoming convention, please just visit our entrepreneurs, and this is a testament of exactly what we are doing. So I'm taking up from Fred what he has said, and he has said, let's stop the talk, and let's walk, and let's act, and let our actions speak louder than our words. And this is exactly what WeDo.Africa is all about. WeDo is, as you know, supported by the federal government of Germany. Our diaspora also in Germany actually went to GIZ and said, let's stop the talk, let's do something about this. And that's how the entire concept of WeDo came about, in terms of how do we activate the diaspora remittances to make them have impact back home and reduce the, you know, the dependency of it. And so it's a very innovative project, and again, I invite you to our stand, where we are not only providing financial grants, but providing coaching. And if you attended the WeDo Awards last night, you're able to see how our coaches are covering the ground, the boots on the ground, providing this technical expertise on how to execute a business. So that is the first thing I want to say, Fred, and the diaspora you know, colleagues who are seated in front here, that indeed we are not doing the talk, we are doing the work, and making sure that your remittances, if they're channeled through our online platform, they're able to create jobs, they're able to support innovative businesses, as we've also seen yesterday, and as you can also see outside here. The second point, and then I'll hand over the mic back to Dr. Shem, is what, again, Fred has talked about, that most of the time when you hear about the diaspora remittances, it's about how much has been remitted on a monthly basis through our Central Bank of Kenya and all these kind of things. But the truth of the matter is this: diaspora is not only about financial remittances, it has a huge component on the social remittances, the technical know-how, the technical transfer, etc. And earlier this year, we had a training that was delivered by one of the Kenyans from Norway, Rachel Mwakazi from Taita Taveta, on value addition. And our presentation for a whole month was, how do you ensure that your products or whatever you're doing in business is actually having some value component. And I met one of the entrepreneurs here who also won an award from Migori County, Madam Eunice Ndegwa, and she was doing just honey production. But after that session, and I'm so proud of her, so immensely proud of all of them, she now has candles for Christmas, she's doing lip balms, she's doing, I don't know what this gel is called, the one you give the children, it's, it's a kind of a syrup. She even has a cream for the body from a honey, product. And she gave me a very tight hug and said, that session with Rachel on value addition transformed my business. This is social remittances. We don't quantify it. The reason why the Central Bank of Kenya does not give the number on social remittances, it's because it's very difficult to quantify. How do you quantify the transfer of knowledge? And how do you quantify, the skills transfer and all this technical know-how? It's very difficult to do that quantification. But we acknowledge the diaspora remittances, not only financial, but very hugely also component of social remittances. And this is also exactly what my friend and brother Kirui has said here this afternoon, that we want our diaspora to be investment partners. So my part in short would be, as you work with us, with WeDo.Africa, as the diaspora, please also be involved in the social transfer. Because it's not about the money, it's also the quality of the project. It's how the integrity of the process is. When we ask about receipts, people start, complaining, oh, Frida. No. Give us a proper receipt. Insist this to your family members. We have businesses here. I've seen Talanta, Mzee Ainja was there last night. And he told me, hey, I had to learn how to keep my receipts. And I'm like, bravo. We are doing a fantastic job on that front. So, Dr. Shem, it's such a honor working with Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And your ambassadors, also the focal points from all the countries, we acknowledge this strategic partnership as the GIZ. We are grateful for it. And again, what Kirui says, if you want to work further, let's work together. Because we know if we work alone as GIZ, we might work faster, but we may not be as effective than if we have this diaspora engagement together. So thank you very much for having us here, and God bless you, and God bless the diaspora.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you so much. It reminds me of what Mr. Wolfram said yesterday, that as KDA said, and I've been in diaspora matters for very long, we are some of those retiring ones. 30 plus years in diaspora matters. I haven't come across a project, diaspora project, as innovative as we do. Okay? If you know of any more creative one, please let me know. He did say also he hasn't come across as a vital, essential body as Kenya Diaspora Alliance. The good thing is that Kenya Diaspora Alliance is part of a bigger cake now, the African Diaspora Alliance. A round of applause to the FDA. We can take 2 questions as we conclude, because we want to go to the next stage. As we're going for lunch, but we want to take 15 minutes to go through the booths. Okay? But before that, if you have a comment or a question that's burning, and we'll have to pass through the booths, because without the booths, we wouldn't be here. Hallelujah. Thank you. But if anybody has got a burning comment or a question, whether to Moran Capital, to the diaspora leaders, to WeDo, if you have a comment or question, I've seen a hand here. Is there any other? Gone. Oh, there's one over there. So just brief. Solomon, take the floor. 1 minute, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you. My name's Solomon Onunga. Solomon Onunga is an executive director of KDIF. KDIF stands for Kajiado Disability Inclusion Forum. Thank you very much, Dr. Shem, for having led this noble idea of making sure that all the diasporans come into table so that they come up with ideas on how to remit and also come with the maybe solutions on how these our sisters and brothers can benefit from what the diasporans are sending back home. But may you allow me also, Your Excellency, to engage you on what people with disabilities also would desire to be included in matters to do with inclusion, as well as you do engage in this noble idea, whereby we have a global diaspora as well as Africa, and now we have global diaspora Kenya. Now what I want to put into your mind is that we are also trying here locally to make sure that our people are mainstream. That is the local organizations as well as maybe groups for persons with disability. What I would want to pose to you is, how are we going to make sure that the policies that you've come up with, Dr. is going to make sure that we are also included? Because that is all we want. And one area I would want to comment is that you've included us here by making sure that sign language interpreter is here being seen internationally. That is an area I really embrace, and I would applaud those who organized this so that we be seen also that we are also considered and being seen. But we have different programs we do have at KDIF that is to do with promoting agriculture, that's agribusinesses, then education also, if you can check our website. Then we have civic education and also food feeding program. We would want also other donors who can also come in handy to support us, because we are still new and we are very young. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters, for engaging us, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. We heard you, Banonunga. Please, the last question there. Yeah,
Hello.
Just brief, one minute.
I'm Kalpita Zadero. I'm a lecturer at Catholic University and a director of Talanta Junior School. You know, we are diaspora homecoming, but we've taken too much time talking in English. And Kiswahili is our national language. So I'll just deviate a bit and talk Kiswahili kwa mama mboga hawezi kusikia.
Sawa.
The president of Norway, of Belgium, umesema ya kwamba kuna mwamko ama mambo ambayo yanaweza tendeka ili kuweza kuuza bidhaa zetu kule ng'ambo. Je, ni masuala yepi ambayo umeweka ama mchakato upi ambao umeweka ili kusaidia mama mboga, watu wa chini waweze kuuza bidhaa zao kule ng'ambo? Pili ni kwa Frida, kuna jambo la kwamba ambapo huwa mnasema kwamba mtu atoe 50, asilimia 50, ambapo kuna wale ambao wako nje watoe asilimia 50 na huku watoe 50. Je, ikiwa mtu hana mtu kule ugaibuni, atafanyaje ndipo apate hizi hela? Asanteni.
Makofi. Asante sana. So colleagues, I think we can maybe just, maybe if two of you in the interest of time can respond. I don't know who to want to. Okay. Okay, please, 1 minute, Madam President. Madam Ruth.
Yes, I'll take the question that was posed for Belgium, I think, regarding Mama Mboga and what has been put in place to help Mama Mboga to sell their products in Europe. There is a chamber of commerce that is led by, there's a chamber that's led by Mr. Kuria, if I remember, who deals with small businesses that sell things to Europe. I will research that for you because that question came when I know that this person exists, and vegetables from Kenya are very much sought in Europe. Right now, we only have avocados that come and the French beans, which we call here the long beans. Yes, and when we find them in the supermarkets, trust me, we run for them. So we have avocados and we have the French beans, and they come into the Belgian market, and any other vegetable would be also welcomed. So there are people who are already selling these vegetables to Belgium, and it's open to the Mamambogas. The question is, do they belong to a cooperative? Because one person, maybe with small vegetables, would not be able to meet the standards that's needed in Europe. So they need to find out what are the standards that are needed. And in Belgium, we have the Ministry of Agriculture at the Kenyan Embassy that can assist these people who are selling vegetables and fruits.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, Mr. President.
Ndugu Carl Peters, sitakudanganya Kiswahili sio software yangu.
Sio mdomo.
Sio mdomo wangu, lakini nimewahi kutumia, naweza kuongea kidogo, naweza kukueleza kuhusu jambo uliuliza hilo swali. Kwa kusema ukweli, ukiongea juu ya Norway, wacha tu hata Norway, niseme tu Ulaya. For the interest of the others online, they are producing a lot of vegetables, and they approached us, me in particular, because I had a friend in Sweden in that group. What I told them, first, before you even talk of exporting your products to Europe, think about standardization. Because in Europe, I don't know about the other parts, they are very strict, especially when it comes to food, how you process. We've had products from Kenya being thrown out of the shelves. Why? Because of a simple thing, excessive use of pesticides. Unaona? So first, seek standardization for your products. We have actually in Kenya here, I can even give you those names if you need them, who certify your products. They take through the GANT standards. Once you go through that one, remember the EU has opened the market for Kenya. So your products are accepted in Europe. You bring them, but they have to be standardized. You have to go through those standards. Once you do that, and we also invite you to trade fairs. Come to us. We have a lot of activities in Europe. Invite yourselves to us. Come to the Schengen area. You have 25 countries to visit. We can help with that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just add one thing about export. Think of Africa, first of all. Yes. It's a very big market, okay? So the second thing is that standard that let's talk about. Let me also invite you to Germany. We in February 7th to the 9th, we have what we call Fruit Logistica. Fruit Logistica, you can showcase what you have. Thirdly, remember, we have talked to the Kenya brand. We already talked to the Ministry of Agriculture that we need to up our game. When we go to those international stages, you really need to present the best of yourself. You cannot bring a banner or a drop up of Muturwa or whatever. You need to bring the best because people see what you communicate. Yes. Thirdly, maybe just answer our brother here about the, about the organization of disabled who need to be included. We recognize you. What we just only want to say is there are organizations also who could work with you. We could find out organizations, and those are the exception. People who might be able otherwise, those one we can talk about the donation. The other question will be left to Frida. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You see, this is how we work in Europe. Yes. He takes a mic from me and just goes runs away with it. I have to recognize them because these are members, not only diaspora leaders, but they're also officials of our KDLFE.
Right.
So President Ruth of Belgium, Luxembourg is our treasurer.
Right.
And my German...
A round of applause, thank you.
And Kurui is actually the head of our German umbrella organization, coordinating the whole of Germany. We are going to have a very huge women conference next year. Let me mention this, Chair Ruth. And we would want to see as many Kenyan organizations showcasing stuff there. Talk about bringing products to Europe. We don't want you to bring raw coffee to Europe anymore. We don't want those roses going to Amsterdam. We want you to package. If it's going to Norway, use me to translate for you. I speak all those languages there. We package it from here. Let it go from here to the store. From the farm to the shelf. That's what we are trying to change.
Thank you.
The paradigm shift.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This was powerful, wasn't it? We'll give them, as we give them a final round of applause, allow me to recognize in their house, FSD Kenya. If there's a representative in their house, one of our partners, FSD Kenya, is there somebody? Okay, maybe stepped aside. We will be hearing more. Yes. Yes. So part of a group looking into understanding they're undertaking a research program on data harvesting. I prefer harvesting to mining. So, but also allow me just to say in summing, as we conclude this session, one, Simon talked of something. Often some people see the diasporas as ATMs. They say those guys, one of our friends in Brussels used to say, they're only interested in remittances, but not remitters. Not the people who send the money, only the remittance. That's a narrative KDA is working together with the other partners to change so that we're interested in both remittances as well as remitters. That's why our motto is empower. That's number one. Before you even invest, empower, connect, and invest. So lastly, Samali always talks of aggregation. So when you're talking of cooperatives, we work very closely with the State Department of Cooperatives and State Department of Agriculture. So there's a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. Can we put our hands together to give the diaspora leaders a round of applause? And very quickly want to take a break, 15 minutes. The lunch place is still closed, so don't try to go there. 15 minutes, let's go to the booths. Decide, we have a raft of booths. Spend time, try to understand what the products are. There's a whole lot of wealth and opportunity here. Can we also give a round of applause to our exhibitors as we go out? We'll pray for the food, Almighty Father, as we will partake. Bless, for we ask in your name. Amen. Bon appetit after the booth. 15 minutes booth, then 30 minutes lunch. We should be back here 45 minutes. We can take a group photo there. Frida, where's Frida?
A group photo for the panelists. A group photo for the panelists. Photographers, please. A group photo for the panelists.
Did I give you my Lumi?
Thank you.
The Lumi, I put it here. You picked it.
You've only got one mama, you only got one pa, you've only got one life to live, no matter who you are. You can go the whole world over, every city has its dawn. But everybody living has one place where he was born. And mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You'll always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart. Got one childhood and the memory that springs when you see your house, the tree you climbed, and all those precious things. The faces of the friends I had, the images that fall. When I close my eyes in the land I love, the land where I was born. My land is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You'll always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart.
Zambe akela
Je suis déçu, maman. Fatimata. Fatimata. Non, 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 Fatih. Fatimata. Je suis déçu, Fatih. Fatimata. Une fille comme elle. Fatimata. Elle habite Yopougon. Fatimata. Elle travaille au plateau. Fatimata. Elle ne roule qu'en taximètre. Fatimata. Elle m'a fait tourner la tête. Fatimata. À cause de sa beauté. Fatimata. Elle a un corps pété pété. Fatimata. Elle a un corps semé semé. Fatimata. Non 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 Fatih. Fatimata. Elle s'habille comme une princesse. Fatimata. À la démarche de caméléon. Fatimata. Elle ne boit que le bandit. Fatimata. Le bandit de Yamoussoukro. Fatimata. Quand elle arrive à Dakar. Fatimata. Elle n'habite qu'aux Almadies. Fatimata. Tout cela pour m'impressionner. Fatimata. Je suis tombé malade. Fatimata. Voilà moi traumatisé. Fatimata. Non 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 Fatimata. Fatimata, ma chère. Ton affaire là c'est dur hein. Abidjan là. Tu n'as pas dit que tu mourais. Voilà affaire. Tu n'as qu'à mourir maintenant. Ah. Rumba music. Africa. Du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest, c'est ça l'Afrique. Regarde. Viva Africa. Rumba music. Tiens-moi fort chérie, on danse. Mawa. La 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 la. Fatimata. Non 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 Fatimata. Fatimata. Une fille comme elle. Fatimata. Elle habite au Pougon. Fatimata. Elle travaille au plateau. Fatimata. Elle ne roule qu'en taxi. Fatimata. Elle m'a fait tourner la tête. Fatimata. À cause de sa beauté. Fatimata. Elle a un corps Fatimata. Elle a un corps doux doux. Fatimata. Non 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 la 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 la. Chérie Fatih. Fatimata. Non 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 non. Tu m'as déçu Fatimata.
Au Congo Marcel, PDG, Wapoto Bongo, na Hôtel Marina, na Brazzaville. Na mokili ya Nzambe, nyonso kaka selo samoye. Pona yo, c'est aussi bon de suivre cet exemple. Tika motema na yo ya mbindo, luka osukola yango. Esalaka yo vraiment plaisir, moninga soki azonyokwama. Kozwa ya moto na mokili, ekomisaka yo malade. Pona nini? Bayeba mona ndenge yokolaka na kupe oya madofolo lokolo tuna mosusu ndenge nini. Paul Malier elobelaka yo ye baninga na yo nyonso balelaka toujours na kombo na yo. Profitez-en comme il est temps, vivez encore sur cette terre. Répands-toi car Dieu est là, Jésus est mort pour nos péchés. Missamo Léonard, résidence Lélis, Makiona na Montréal, Keita Kulama. Nenge basalisaka yo na baninga koposana tes aristourne bayeba mona ndanga ya kolaka na kupe oyo ya madofolo lokolo tona na ingratitude okoya na yo kozongisa bolamu basalaka yo yeye ata na beto mosusu ndenge nini. Mwanza Papa Bibi na vina yo moto ninyaka ndima moto nyoso kaka mabe toyebi yo moko mipena pata kasi bongola mote Leo Kabasele kanisa ndeko tango ya pasi moko kake kosala yo rien moto kaka oyo nzamba sala na yakobikisa yo. Yebaka mabe na biso yango ebendela biso liwa muka oleka korevoir lisusu bomwana na yepa eota zala reconnaissant tika egratitude yango esengo ebomba elongi epesa yo nde mokongo kaka mabe toyebi yo poko mipena pata kasi bongola motema Fitikandi Jean-Pierre Mola kanisa ndeko tango ya pasi bongo kake kosala yo moto kaka oyo nzamba sala na nguya na yakobikisa yo. Tonton, sale effort, oye kola kobanga ngai, nazali n'importe qui te. Je m'appelle bien le Jean de Dieu. Yo salaka na motema ya soso ponini ye, balekisa yo motema ya mbwa ponini ye, eloko yo sanzi yo songisi na monoko, esika babamba yo mabanga olemba kokende te. Omer Mwela yo salaka na motema ya soso ponini ye, bilongo balekisa yo motema ya mbwa ponini ye, eloko yo sanzi yo songisi na monoko, esika babamba yo mabanga olemba kokende te. Swata mayele te yo kaka echange nano ezaleli na yo wana ya kala o yango moto elongwisaka yo mosala liboso ntango mpe olongwaka mosala akimaka yo alingaka yo kaka mpo na falanga ye lelo bazongisi yo na mosala na yo ki ozongani na ye lisusu Martin Nunu yo kaka echange nano ezaleli na yo wana
mosala akimaka yo alingaka yo kaka mpona falanga ye lelo bazongisi yo na mosala na yo kiyozongani na ye lisusu
Jules Bavon Mwambo
yo nyokolokonga mwasi na yo boye mpo nini ye onyokolokomba nobota boye mpo nini ye batu bayotonga ya joni wakero ntango lolemba te ozalaka na ekonomi na ndako te mpo nini ye
yango baloka yo boni yo mbamba toko koma ye mobali ya pusi hey. Oka la différence
mobali oyo nga na bala azalaka na ye sans position
ya solo
abima na ntongo azonga na ndako monoko se solo ya masanga
soulard
anda yoyo mwana mama ida oyo pasie
mawa
eleki ngai mingi Yesu Kristo songa noki hawa noki nakowa na mobali ya shopping eboye
lele 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 mama na ngai ye lele 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 hey. Mobali akimanga na ndako nga na bana mwambe mwaye te mobali akimanga na ndako po mabele kweyanga abosani ke mabele na melisa bana na ye azalata reconnaissante mobali aboyanga mama po libumu ebima misisa tala mobali aboyanga na ndako po nakoma puro abenginga Michelin abosaniki fidelité na ngai po navandela ye na ndako
ana yoyo mwana mama ida
mama na ngai ye
pasie eleki ngai mingi
fumutoto
Yesu Kristo
mabisi
songa noki hawa noki nakowa na mobali ya shopping eboye
Carlos Telesek
na mobali ya shopping eboye ngai na baye
Titi Levallois
na mobali ya shopping systeme na kokufa ye
Falusa
alandisa ngai mabota mbula nyonso bana
grand diplomate
na kante bakoma kompenga ye papa mushina
Patrick Luowo
nakoma na bambanda bana série 8 Amanda na Magali ce n'est pas possible ana yoyo
Yves Junior
mama ida moyo pasie
Mbaki Malauka
mingi Yesu Kristo songa noki hawa
Baniko
noki nakowa na mobali ya shopping eboye
Salo Gabriel ya gabi na biso motema esoso bapesa yo olingaka koyoka te motema ya mwa balesa yo olingaka kochange te lele 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 Filipo boyanga mama akoma na bakamuke Filipo akokaka komona bango na bakolante surtout soki amoni bango na oya mikuse Filipo abeli liboma abosani fami nyonso
ana yoyo mwana mama ida oyo pasie eleki ngai mingi Yesu Kristo
Filipo
songa noki hawa
baloka na nani
na mobali ya shopping eboye
Filipo sois sage reviens à la maison s'il te plaît mobali mobimba avant ndobe na ndako na semaine na weekend omona ye te irresponsable Paul Mantamina. Nakoma kotala televizio na ndako benga moko na bana. Soko Philippe Abimi, bokanga ye problème. Surtout, banda gagner loto. Amona na kata na ndako te. Si pharmacie. Mokolo voiture kozwa mpani okovanda na ndako Philippe.
and reunites the assets with their rightful owners. We owe our success to years of excellence in innovation through a list of resources to help you find out if you have any unclaimed assets out there. Our staff have stretched to the limit to ensure we deliver on our promise to receive, safeguard and reunite unclaimed financial assets to the rightful owners. One story at a time, we reveal the thinking behind our breakthrough, demonstrate our strengths and share our success stories over the years.
How unclaimed assets become unclaimed is purely through passage of time. A defined time in law has passed, and the owner of this asset and the holder have lost touch. Assets like pension monies, assets like matured insurance policies, assets like utilities, those deposits you pay for the water, electricity, then you don't get them when you're moving from one house to another. Within 2 years, they're supposed to be unclaimed assets. Or even the mobile monies, you change from one provider to another, or you lose your line. Within 2 years, that money become unclaimed assets. Then others are 3 years. Those are mainly the stocks and the dividends. But for bank deposits, bank accounts, savings accounts, and gift vouchers, those ones are 5 years. Any company that's registered in Kenya or any business entity is a potential holder. Then our part is now to receive these assets, and once we receive, we safeguard. So safeguarding, it means we are holding these assets on trust on behalf of the beneficiary.
We do get clients who come over requesting for the monies that we've already submitted. We then facilitate the process, and we facilitate it in two formats. One, we will actually write our own letter in our letterhead, basically being able to demonstrate to the regulator the information that would make it easy for them to identify the funds, and that letter would give to the client to go to the authority, and then would actually assist them in completing the form that the authority has prescribed must be filled out by every claimant.
The succession process in our hand is a little bit of a process. Once the original owner of the estate passes on, it becomes such a challenge. So I think it would be very proper because as we speak now, we have the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority who administers all this on behalf of the deceased or the beneficiaries until they are claimed by the said beneficiaries.
There are specific cases where a member passes on, and then when you identify the beneficiaries, you find that those beneficiaries are really so much in need of the assets which has been left out by the principal member. So we normally find that very emotional because you get very disparate cases.
It's feel very sad for us. And you have seen those cases here. Families coming here, they have no clue that they're unclaimed assets. And kids can't go to school. Kids don't even have food to eat. And yet here we are managing billions of assets for those people, but they don't know. So how do we make it as easy as possible for people to claim?
For the original owner, which is like you and me, the process is a bit easier because they only come to the authority, or they can even go to a nearby Huduma center. They can even download the forms from our portal, which they can access through our website www.ufaa.go.ke, and once they get the forms, then they will be able to fill in the forms themselves and provide the necessary documentation. Then we'll just pay them through M-Pesa, through a bank account, and they should be able to get the money within 10 days.
When I was doing the claim as the original owner, the challenges were zero. I only had to fill in the form, send it back to the authorities via the email, and that was done. Actually, everything is free. You don't need to spend any money on it.
You've got a new SSD code, *361#, through which you can again through some registration process. And then with that, you're able to access the database and you can check on what assets have come, if they are your assets or your relative or somebody you know, you can be able to do the claim.
Join us today in spreading the word about unclaimed financial assets and take action to make sure that everyone is aware of their potential to access money that is rightfully theirs. Together, we can make sure that no one misses out on his or her rightful financial assets. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Receive, safeguard, reunite. established under the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act number 40 of 2011. To receive unclaimed financial assets from holders of such assets, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority has taken the responsibility of safeguarding these assets seriously and reunites the assets with their rightful owners. We owe our success to years of excellence in innovation through a list of resources to help you find out if you have any unclaimed assets out there. Our staff have stretched to the limit to ensure we deliver on our promise to receive, safeguard and reunite unclaimed financial assets to the rightful owners. One story at a time, we reveal the thinking behind our breakthrough, demonstrate our strengths and share our success stories over the years.
I came to know about Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority one day when I visited one of the Duma centers in Nairobi to have some services. I happened to had some bit of interest because in the past I had some information about some monies that belonged to my grandfather at that point, but following up on it with my father, it was never claimed fully.
I was claiming some assets on behalf of my mom. We received a letter from a bank telling us that they have sent the proceeds of her account to Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. So that's when the journey started.
Most people in the old time, they never used to talk about the bank accounts as part of the succession process. They will only talk about probably the land and maybe the cattle, the animals here and there. So when we realized that there was this cash that was still in the bank, I had to engage a lawyer so that she goes back to the court to start the process of amending the grant, which also went on well.
The first thing is to name a beneficiary, because if you die and there's no named beneficiary for your assets, who will know that they're there? And then there's of course the people who acquire assets and they don't tell anybody that they have those assets. It's important to have a will. The will makes it clear what happens in the event one dies.
When I was doing the claim as the original owner, the challenges were zero. I only had to fill in the form, send it back to the authorities via the email, and that was done. Actually, everything is free. You don't need to spend any money on it because you only need to sign on the documents, send it back to them. Everything is done for you.
When you have staff at the Unclaimed Financial Assets go out of their way to not only to help out clients, but to explain why certain processes are necessary, it really helps.
The only advice I can give to the general public is that there could be a lot of benefits out there in terms of either cash or in assets that either belongs to someone somewhere where probably you are the next of kin, or you can also claim it for the family.
The money doesn't go away, it doesn't get stolen, it's just there. It just needs to be claimed, and it needs to be claimed by the right process. And you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are the person who's supposed to claim it. As simple as that.
Join us today in spreading the word about unclaimed financial assets and take action to make sure that everyone is aware of their potential to access money that is rightfully theirs. Together, we can make sure that no one misses out on his or her rightful financial assets. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Receive, safeguard, reunite. Under the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act number 40 of 2011, to receive unclaimed financial assets from holders of such assets, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority has taken the responsibility. Established under the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act number 40 of 2011 to receive unclaimed financial assets from holders of such assets, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority has taken the responsibility of safeguarding these assets seriously and reunites the assets with their rightful owners. We owe our success to years of excellence in innovation through a list of resources to help you find out if you have any unclaimed assets out there. Our staff have stretched to the limit to ensure we deliver on our promise to receive, safeguard, and reunite unclaimed financial assets to their rightful owners. One story at a time, we reveal the thinking behind our breakthrough, demonstrate our strengths, and share our success stories over the years.
How unclaimed assets become unclaimed is purely through passage of time. A defined time in law has passed, and the owner of this asset and the holder have lost touch. Assets like pension monies, assets like matured insurance policies, assets like utilities, those deposits you pay for the water, electricity, then you don't get them when you're moving from one house to another. Within 2 years, they're supposed to be unclaimed assets. Or even the mobile monies, you change from one provider to another, or you lose your line. Within 2 years, that money become unclaimed assets. Then others are 3 years. Those are mainly the stocks and the dividends. But for bank deposits, bank accounts, savings accounts, and gift vouchers, those ones are 5 years. Any company that's registered in Kenya or any business entity is a potential holder. Then our part is now to receive these assets, and once we receive, we safeguard. So safeguarding, it means we are holding these assets on trust on behalf of the beneficiary.
We do get clients who come over requesting for the monies that we've already submitted. We then facilitate the process, and we facilitate it in two formats. One, we will actually write our own letter in our letterhead, basically being able to demonstrate to the regulator the information that would make it easy for them to identify the funds, and that letter would give to the client to go to the authority, and then would actually assist them in completing the form that the authority has prescribed must be filled out by every claimant.
The succession process in our country is a little bit of a process. Once the original owner of the estate passes on, it becomes such a challenge. So I think it would be very proper because as we speak now, we have the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority who administers all this on behalf of the deceased or the beneficiaries until they are claimed by the said beneficiaries.
There are specific cases where a member passes on, and then when you identify the beneficiaries, you find that those beneficiaries are really so much in need of the assets which has been left out by the principal member. So we normally find that very emotional because you get very disparate cases.
It feels very sad for us, and you have seen those cases here. Families coming here, they have no clue that they are unclaimed assets, and kids can't go to school. Kids don't even have food to eat, and yet here we are managing billions of assets for those people, but they don't know. So how do we make it as easy as possible for people to claim?
For the original owner, which is like you and me, the process is a bit easier because they only come to the authority, or they can even go to a nearby Huduma center. They can even download the forms from our portal, which they can access through our website www.ufaa.go.ke, and once they get the forms, then they will be able to fill in the forms themselves and provide the necessary documentation. Then we'll just pay them through M-Pesa, through a bank account, and they should be able to get the money within 10 days.
When I was doing the claim as the original owner, the challenges were zero. I only had to fill in the form, send it back to the authorities via the email, and that was done. Actually, everything is free. You don't need to spend any money on it.
You've got a new SSD code, *361#, through which you can again through some registration process. And then with that, you're able to access the database and you can check on what assets have come. If they are your assets or your relative or somebody you know, you can be able to do the claim.
Join us today in spreading the word about unclaimed financial assets and take action to make sure that everyone is aware of their potential to access money that is rightfully theirs. Together, we can make sure that no one misses out on his or her rightful financial assets. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. Receive, safeguard, reunite.
College, International Leadership University, and other speakers. So thank you very much. Welcome to the afternoon. Are we ready? Is the technology side ready? Yeah. We in harmony. We are starting with HELB, and it will be a speech from HELB, and thereafter, have they given you a presentation from HELB? So it'll just simply be a speech. Thank you. But the presentation from the ministry, yes, that has been supported. Thank you very much. So settle down. I hope you all had a good meal. I hope that this afternoon we will be able to see the way forward. We are we are immense. I think we are Buffalo Soldiers, are we not? Where's our DJ? Yeah, give us the last stanza of the Buffalo Soldier, Mr. DJ, to welcome us back from lunch. Just the wo-yo-yo, wo-yo-yo-yo. Let's have that. We are Buffalo Soldiers saluting. Yeah, can we be up, please, and let's get the body shaking again. Yeah.
Buffalo Soldier.
Come on, let's go. Up you get. Come on, guys.
Dreadlock Rasta. It was a Buffalo Soldier.
Let's stretch. Come on, let's stretch. I know we've
in the heart of
Let's stretch, guys. Let's stand and stretch. Mom, let's stretch. Come on, let's get up. Hey.
Brought to America.
Hey.
Fighting an arrival.
Fighting all the way.
Fighting for survival.
Whoa.
I mean it when I analyze the stench. To me it makes
a lot of sense. Come on, let's stretch. Come on, let's stretch. Extra stretch.
And he was taken.
Let's do the coconut. Can we do the coconut with a C? Let's do a C, yeah? Let's do an O for the coconut. Let's do another C to the left. Are we okay? Then let's do a U. The U is up, yeah? And then the T for the coconut is here. That was a trial run. Let's go again. Do we know it any better now? Coconut. Let's go C to the right. Yeah? C, C's like this. Are we okay? This is a C. Let's do an O. O is like this. Are we doing an O? No, we're not doing an O. Proper O. Then a C to the left. C like this. Hey. Okay, you can do the C. Now let's do the U. The U is like this. Straight up. The U. Alright, then let's finish it with a T. Big T. Stretch your fingers now. Let's go. Hey. We are the Buffalo Soldier County, called the Diaspora, the 40th county of Kenya. It's going to be known as the Diaspora County. Thank you very much. Have your seat, wonderful Buffalo Soldiers. Mr. DJ, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You have energy, you have passion, you're wonderful Kenyans, and we're sending a message to our people out there. You are not economic refugees. You're just Kenyans living in another geographic zone because of push and pull factors, and we are creating a Kenya to return to. And when we are heard, we'll be called the 40th county. Already our GDP for the 40th county is 4.2 billion, and we know within 5 years we will be 10 billion. So we'll be a country on our own. We'll be as rich as any other African country. Give yourself a round of applause. Come on, come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So this afternoon we have Thank you as our dignitaries walk in. Can we give them all a round of applause? Although they remain nameless, their names will be unveiled in the fullness of time. Thank you very much. Good, yep. Director, you're most welcome here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you all for coming in. We welcome you warmly. We like to be known as the Buffalo Soldiers because we belong to the Diaspora County. And as we now have a State Department of Diaspora Affairs, having negotiated for a ministry, we're saying half a cake is better than no cake. And when we see our immigration services here, when we have the CEO of the Immigration Services, the Director General, of the Immigration Services, when we have the CEO of Help present in the House, that we're encouraged that we're getting closer, not only to having a full ministry, but gravitating to the talk of a 40th county. Yes, remember, our 40th county is on its way. Already we have a GDP of 4.2 billion, and our vision is to increase it to 10 billion by 2027. We're even doing it within the political cycle of this government. We're not going beyond. So by the time we get to 2030, God will unveil something very special. The whole reservoir and potential of the diaspora will be brought back to this country. All the second generations who are out there looking to associate with the Kenya their parents left will feel their dreams realized. And as the world is now a global village, the movement of people from one place to another will not be confined. And we know immigration has done wonderful things through the government, has removed visas from most African countries. Yes, let's give a round of applause for that. Huh? It's very, very significant and very important. So that now means that we can start relating, number one, to our neighbors. Did you imagine DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo? There was a visa up to the other day, and now they're so happy to be in Kenya. They're walking into our country with things that we knew once belonged to the Garden of Eden. I won't talk about it, but it's coming into Kenya, and there's so much of it available in this. So we're blessed. The movement of people, the interaction of the African people is part of the dreams of our Pan-African fathers. It's something that is enshrined within the bosom of the AU. However, it's only the people can make it happen. Only people can make it happen. I'm so happy that through policy, people are intermarrying, the geographical movement is free, and we're coming to a place now where we can talk about a true African identity. So thank you very much. Without further ado, let me introduce Mr. Ringira here. He's from HELB. He's coming to address you on the issue of higher education. Thank you very much, Mr. Ringira.
Thank you, King. Although this country, you know, we have a philosophy of kingpins. I don't know if you've heard about kingpins. Where I come from, my own county, we have a kingpin there. But I found another king here. And not long ago, another real king was in town. And the president encouraged us not to talk about kingpins anymore because the real king was in town. I'm really privileged to be here. And this is maybe our 10th year, as you call it 10. It couldn't be our 10th year, just to discuss matters of higher education financing in particular, and the changes that we are doing in higher education financing, and what is the role of the diaspora in terms of that higher education financing, and what you have done so far. Since we started working with the diasporas, we have moved our collections of loan repayment from diaspora from something like 10 million when I came in 2013. We are now doing about 100 million from the diaspora in terms of loan recoveries. So diaspora can start now appreciating they occupy a very central role in financing the future, because what is HELB? HELB is a body formed by government to empower dreams of these young ones to be able to realize their dreams so that they can gainfully be useful for the society. And where diaspora sits in is very critical for us, because we gave you the first degree maybe, and that is what we have seen in most of the diaspora organizations we are working with. The first degree they got from here, which means then we gave them money to do their first degree. We empowered their dreams in that line. As they went on for the second degree into masters and their PhDs, particularly the ones in the north, then they looked upon, they need to repay what they actually took when they were in the first year. So working even with departments like immigrations, foreign affairs, we have been able to organize fairs around the world so that then we can sensitize and we can make it easy for diaspora to be able to repay the loans back. Why that is very critical for government is because with the coming in of the fifth administration, one of the big things the fifth administration has done is to reform higher education financing. What does that mean? You must have read in the papers where universities could not even pay salaries. They could not be able to pay their statutory obligations like paying of taxes and all these other things they are supposed to be paying. And that was because government was financing higher education in the wrong way. What do I mean by the wrong way? Previously, we were financing higher education using something we call DUC, differentiated unit cost model. Differentiated unit cost means that government and predetermined cost of the program they were supposed to fund in a certain university. If it is medicine, there was a predetermined cost of 300,000. Now, government out of that 300,000 was supposed to pay 80% as a grant. That means you are not supposed to pay back. And then 20% will either come from our Education Loans Board or will come from your household, if your household can be able to support that. But government has never been able to afford to pay 80%. In fact, last year, it went down to about 42% instead of 80% of the program, which means because universities and TVET colleges cannot be able to receive sufficient amount of money of the cost of the program, then it means they cannot be able to pay salaries. And therefore, the fifth administration, that is one area they wanted to address so that you can stop closure of universities for them to be able to give quality education. So first things first. Number one, we said the actual cost of the program must be paid. If it costs to produce a lawyer 250,000 every year, that money must be given to the university by either the family, the loan component, or the grant, which are now being called scholarships. And that is where you are now as talking about the new funding model, which was rolled out by the president on 3rd of May of this year. And that model currently, which is now being applied, means that the student will be assessed on the need basis. For a very long time for us in giving loans, we have been assessing students on their inability to pay school fees. That is on need basis. But for the tuition or the grant or what was called scholarship, it was not addressing on need basis. Now we are saying all the financing, whether through scholarships and loans, it will be on the need basis. And therefore, families or students have been bundled into 5 bands, with the able ones being on band 5 and the most vulnerable being on band 1. In band 1, we will give up to 95% of loan of 25% and 70% in regard to a scholarship. A scholarship is not repaid back. That family will then pay 5%. So if you're doing law, for example, which is about 200, let's say law is 200,000 per year. If you are on band 1, then it means government will pay 70% as scholarship of 200,000, which is about 140,000. Then 25% of that 200,000, or about 50,000, will be paid by Higher Education Loans Board directly to school. And the family will be required to pay 5% of 200,000, which is about 10,000. Now, that way then, we have more money now flowing to the universities. And consequently, the budgets of higher education financing has been moved from 78 billion to this year it will be at about 109 billion Kenya shillings. We have already disbursed the first semester for scholarships and also for loans, which means you can now start seeing government is actually actualizing some of the promises that it had already given out there. Now, because of, I think government requires a clap on that account. And you can hear that actually there is no much noise now from the student body. Now, health budget, for example, has been moved from 15 billion last year to this year it will be about 38 billion, which is a double plus. On the other side, scholarships have been moved from 9.6 billion to about 19.6 billion for first years only. And therefore, you can now start seeing more money is now going to start flowing to the universities. In fact, there's a university which is going to talk after me, ILU, but with us, as loans, we give ILU funding, but they don't get scholarship from the government. But they should now start realizing, some of the benefits of the new funding model. Now, because government has doubled the resources that it has actually been giving the higher university sector, I do remember, talking to His Excellency when he was launching this. He says, government from Exchequer has doubled the resources. This money that you collect from past loanees, can you also go and double it? Ordinarily, this year we will collect upwards of 5 billion shillings from past loanees. That is the 5 billion he has said we double it. The same way he is telling, the diaspora remittances to be doubled. So my passionate call here is for us in the diaspora to double the 100 million you have been giving us, to double it to 200 million, so that then we can walk the talk the government is actually talking. An earlier speaker saying, let's walk the talk. So I'm here to put a clarion call on ourselves. If you ever benefited from here, if you know somebody who benefited from here, please encourage them that the intention is to double the resources that are flowing to the higher education sector so that we can then improve the quality of education. And of course, as I say, our mainstay in this country, the main export, we may not have any minerals, we may not have any oil, but the brain power, the manpower that we export, then shouldn't be what should be our resources. And therefore, we must train them to the highest level so that they can be able to compete very well with the Indian technologists or Chinese infrastructure builders. And therefore, unless we improve our education system, then we'll have a lot of challenges to do that. My next point, another clarion call to the diaspora, is that we are churning out in this country, we are graduating about 100,000 university graduates year on year. This economy cannot be able to contain or be able to meet, to accommodate all those in terms of employment. And therefore, part and parcel of government effort is actually to create opportunities for our young ones who are graduating outside there. I was with the ambassador, our ambassador in UK. As you are aware, a number of nurses, we are now absorbing about 1,000 nurses out of Kenya in UK. But now, when they arrive there, particularly in the old homes, there is a problem on English. And this is where we need now the diaspora also to start talking to our faculties here, to start saying, what do I require to settle well in Norway? For example, I found a speaker from Norway. What are some of, habits and things that they do in that kind of market? Our biggest problem for the nurses, what the Balozi was telling us, was that faculty stop doing something we call English for business. Even if you are doing medicine, you do English for purposes of communication. Strathmore is doing very well on that. So that's a feedback we are now getting from the market. We would want to hear from the diaspora. What feedback do we take to our faculties so that they can be able to improve and they become more marketable, outside there? So for me, those are the 2 points I wanted to bring to the diaspora community, and they can be able to help us in terms of marshalling up these youth and also getting the resources to be able to educate our youth. Thank you very much. Our desk is outside there. Go and visit them and see the status of your loan when you took the loan while you're there. We have a lot of online support. We can be able to support you. You can reach us through our contact center, which is almost 24-hour service. Our dedicated email services are there for you to be attended to. And therefore, please visit us and you'll be able to check on your status and we'll be able to advise you. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyril. If you will permit just 1 minute. Bwana DG, Madam DG, Bwana Vice Chancellor, allow me just to recognize some of our eminent guests that are online. Maybe one will speak after Madam DG is done. But we have online, I'll just read all the names, then we clap once, because there are quite a number and they're key. Maybe if I start from not least but last, Bernard Maina in South Africa. Bernard is the president of KDHC. KDHC is the Association of Kenyans in South Africa. Then we have Edwin Odwari, deputy. Then we have Ali Samabali, born Congo, grew up France, living in the US in sports tech. Then we have Bob Nyangweso, president, Kenya Diaspora Alliance, USA. Last but not least, we have Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa. This the chairperson and the CEO of NIDCOM. NIDCOM is Nigeria Diaspora Commission. That's cabinet level. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. So please bear with us, eminent guests online. We will be calling you in a minute. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's have a round of applause for our online guests, please. Yeah. Come on, let's have a real round of applause for our island. They're the real Buffalo soldiers, our diaspora. And a wonderful round of applause for our speaker from HELV, Mr. Ringera. Please, thank you, thank you. Education is so important to the African, to us. It's a game changer, as we know. And Mr. Ringera, thank you very much, as we are always involved in some sphere of educational activity, supporting orphans, supporting our children, whatever it is. Because they say, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. So we're very happy. Thank you. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. She's very well known in the immigration sphere. She has worked for 28 years in immigration services for our Kenyan government. And she has worked in the U.S. Embassy, so that our U.S. diasporians must know her and remember her. And she is the first lady director of immigration services that Kenya has ever had. Come on, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Wanjiku. Thank you for the new constitution. God bless you. So, Madam Evelyn Chelagat, thank you very much with your team for being here today. We want to give you the forum to talk to Kenyans, the ones you see here visibly. But there's a greater audience out there looking at you and asking many, many questions. So as you finish your speech, maybe we open up for a few minutes to question and answers. Is that in order? Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together and welcome Madam Evelyn Chelagat, first woman director of Immigration Services of Kenya. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, those present here and those in the diaspora online, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here this afternoon, and I would like to appreciate the opportunity that you have given to me to address these distinguished guests and participants of the 10th Annual Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention here at Safari Park. I'm here on behalf of the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, and I'm here also representing our peers who couldn't be here today because of other duties. So he passes his greetings to you all, and we're here to represent him. I applaud the organizers of this important convention for employing meticulous effort that has put in place a wonderful forum that will enable members of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, the Diaspora Investment Club, government officials, partners, stakeholders, diaspora community, and the general public to exchange ideas under the theme Innovation, FinTech, and Investment towards the Kenya shillings 1 trillion, that is USD 10 billion remittances. The government of Kenya appreciates the significant role played by the Kenya diaspora in the country's socio-economic development. The available statistics shows that the current diaspora remittances are over $4.2 billion annually into the Kenyan economy. Besides, the remittances support many families through investment in micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the attendant multiplier effect. The remittances are a major source of hard currency inflows, such as US dollars, the British pounds, the euros, among others. These currencies are needed to stabilize the strength of the Kenya shilling and to reduce inflation by lowering the cost of imports. Further, in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, popularly referred to as the plan, the government of Kenya has embraced the labor export policy as one of the strategies of addressing unemployment. This has increased the demand of passports by the migrant workers seeking employment abroad. It's also increased the demand of people seeking medical or tourism as well as education abroad. My presentation today is titled The Role of Directorate of Immigration in Advancing Social Economic Interests of the Kenya Diaspora. And with that, we have a presentation that you can follow with me on the slides. The vision and mission of the Directorate of the Immigration Services. Our vision is to be the lead immigration services provider in the world. Our mission thereof is to contribute to security and socio-economic development of the country by facilitating international travel, regulating entry, exit, residency, citizenship, and delivery of consular services. We shall look at several topics in my presentation, and I want to start by the digitization of immigration services. Our Directorate of Immigration started the journey to digitize immigration services in the last decade. We have automated all our services, and that means that you can make your applications and pay for every service online. We are actually the first government agency to fully onboard on e-citizen services on the e-citizen portal. All other departments coming in found us already there. We have created opportunities for collaboration with private sector through the public-private partnerships that will improve service delivery to the public. We therefore encourage the Kenya diaspora to consider this kind of investment opportunity whereby you can partner with foreign companies and enter into the Kenyan market through public-private partnerships. And this will improve our service delivery in our public. I will quote John F. Kennedy in his inaugural speech. He said, "Ask not what your country will do for you. Ask, what will I do for my country?" Our diaspora brothers and sisters, what can you do for our country? These words shows the importance of involvement and contribution to the public good by all Kenyans, including those in the diaspora. The Directorate of Immigration encourages the Diaspora Alliance and the Diaspora Investment Club, among other partners, to collaborate with us in our digitization agenda through the public-private partnership model. Secondly, accessibility of immigration services to the Kenya diaspora. I want to speak on that for a few minutes. Our Directorate has brought services closer to the Kenyan diaspora through availing services online and posting our immigration attachés to the Kenya foreign missions. The rapid growth of the Kenya diaspora is driven by the several factors, among them the search for greener pastures, that is looking for jobs. Most of them also go for education or specialized healthcare. Most of our people as well join family as well as social ties. We have Kenyans going for sports and tourism. The government is aware of the challenges encountered by the Kenya diaspora, particularly those associated with residency, which relies on the validity of passports. The Kenya diaspora can access the e-citizen online portal wherever they are to apply for renewal of passports and pay conveniently using credit and debit cards. I believe this is one area that will raise a few questions from the diaspora people, but I can confirm to you that wherever you are, you can make an application for a passport and pay online and then now submit for processing. Submission of these applications is at our embassies and consulates where we have posted immigration attachés. We have 34 Kenyan missions with immigration attachés spread across all continents except South American continent. And we can give the details. I'm sure the people in diaspora know where our offices are. Immigration services that are geared towards enhancing socio-economic interests of Kenya diaspora. The immigration services that are of great interest to the Kenya diaspora include the Kenya passport and other travel documents, the Kenya citizenship services, the e-visa, permits, and passes. The Kenya passport and other travel documents. The Directorate has 7 application centers locally, 6 missions abroad, and 12 centers equipped with mobile kits for outreach programs. Locally, we have our centers in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Embu, and Kisii. Abroad, we have our centers in London, Washington, Berlin, Paris, Dubai, Pretoria. We have mobile kits that are available for passport processing in Doha, Stockholm, Tokyo, New Delhi, Riyadh, New York, Pretoria, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Ottawa, Dubai, and London. Mobile kits mean that the officers can come where you are. And we target where there's a high population of Kenyans, and those kits can be mounted, and you can apply for those passports remotely. On the screen, we can have a look at how our passport looks like. Most of us have the first one, which is the blue one. That other one is also for use for diplomatic passport holders. Take note, it's an East African Community e-passport. Cascading Kenya passport services to the Kenya diaspora. The Directorate has cascaded and commissioned the Kenya e-passports management system to 6 missions, including Dubai, Berlin, Paris, and Pretoria, in addition to London and Washington, D.C., that is in the year 2019. We have deployed e-passport mobile kits to Kenya High Commissions and embassies, as well as consulates, as listed in that table below. That table shows us the stations or the missions and embassies plus consulates that have the e-passport mobile kits. Just have that on for a while so that everybody can see, and everybody can see the nearest to them. Then you can visit when there is need. The Directorate of Immigration is committed to enhance accessibility of e-passport services to as many Kenyans as possible through deployment of the mobile kits to all missions where we have posted the immigration officers and also enhanced the outreach programs. The outreach programs are in partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Diaspora, and this is aimed at just making it easy for Kenyans wherever they are to be able to get passports. The emergency travel documents. Kenyans under emergency situations whose passports have expired or damaged, lost or in process, as well as newborn babies accompanying parents, are issued with emergency travel document. These are documents that enables any Kenyan from anywhere in the world to come home. It is a one-way travel document. You can't use it to go back. So once you reach home, you locate the seven stations that I mentioned, and you replace your passport or you apply for a new passport. The government is keen on addressing challenges associated with travel documents to ensure that the Kenyan diaspora constituent pursue their socio-economic endeavors wherever they are. I also want to address the Kenya Citizenship Services. That's one service that is required by all Kenyans. Kenya citizenship is conferred by the Constitution and is acquired either by birth or by registration. Our Chapter 3 of the Constitution confers citizenship either by birth or by registration. A person is a citizen by birth if at the time of their birth, one parent, either the father or the mother, is a Kenyan. That means at the time of your birth, if one parent was a Kenyan, then automatically you're a Kenyan by birth. Registration as citizens of Kenya. A person who is not a citizen by birth can apply in the prescribed manner to be registered as a citizen of Kenya, provided that they meet the requirements stipulated in the law. I'll give a few examples. A person who was married to a citizen of Kenya for a period of 7 years can apply to be registered as a citizen of Kenya. A person who has been lawfully resident in Kenya for a continuous period of at least 7 years can apply to be registered as a Kenyan citizen. A child who is not a citizen but maybe is adopted by a citizen of Kenya can be registered to be a citizen of Kenya. Dual citizenship. Citizenship by birth does not lose, a citizen by birth does not lose citizenship by acquiring the citizenship of another country. Kenya has implemented the dual citizenship policies, allowing citizens to hold citizenship in another country without losing their original citizenship. This has been put in place by the new constitution which was promulgated in the year 2010 that allowed Kenyans to be dual citizens. This is advantageous for diaspora members who wish to maintain a connection with their home country while residing abroad. There is a process that is required for those Kenyans who had acquired another citizenship before 2010. In the old constitution, if you acquired another citizenship, you automatically lost the Kenyan citizenship. So the new constitution of 2010 now allows Kenyans to register and to regain their Kenyan citizenship in the prescribed manner. Declaration of dual citizenship. It is a legal requirement. Immigration attaches advise Kenyans in the diaspora on the requirements and procedures for declaration of dual citizenship. By law, every Kenyan must declare their dual citizenship. They receive applications and forward them to the Nairobi office for processing. The forms are also online. They can be filled online. Currently, declaration of dual citizenship has no fee attached to it. It's a free service offered by the Kenya government. Regaining of Kenya citizenship. A person who was a Kenyan by birth and who ceased to be a citizen of Kenya because he or she acquired the citizenship of another country before 27th August 2010, that was the promulgation of the new constitution, may apply to regain the Kenya citizenship. The immigration attaches working at the Kenya High Commissions, embassies, and consulates are at the disposal of the Kenya diaspora to give guidance and to facilitate application of regaining of Kenya citizenship. E-visa services. Visas are issued to regulate entry and exit of foreign nationals and through our gazetted border points. The government of Kenya began rolling out online visa applications in 2016, and on 1st of January 2021, our visa applications processing and issuance was fully automated. So that service is 100% online currently. Visitors can conveniently apply for the Kenya e-visa and pay using their debit or credit cards and other available modes of payment. The government of Kenya is keen on implementing a visa-free regime, as well as working towards securing visa concession agreements with other principles or reciprocity with other countries. Permits and passes is another service offered by the Immigration Department, which would be of interest to our Kenyans in diaspora. Permits and passes are issued to foreign nationals to facilitate them to enter Kenya and engage in trade, prospecting, farming businesses, professional employment, missionary activities, or even as ordinary residents. The Directorate of Immigration has automated the process of issuance of permits. It is fully online. I talked about partnerships of Kenyans with other foreign investors. When the foreign investors come here, then they require to have legal authority to work in the country. And that legal authority comes in the form of a work permit. And we have several classes of work permits which can be accessed on our website, and the missions abroad as well can guide the Kenyans so that they can guide their partners when they come here. The Kenya diaspora can mobilize capital by partnering with foreign investors, and the Directorate shall facilitate them with investor permits, which we call Class G in our terms. The Directorate shall issue Class D work permits to the expatriates who bring specialized skills that are not locally available. In order to enhance skills transfer and to protect local job markets, expatriates will be required to enroll and declare their understudies. By law, it's required that when we give a work permit to a foreigner, they must declare a Kenyan so that they can train them and transfer their skills. And every time they come back to renew, we check on how far that Kenyan has learned. And going forward, we ensure that there is skills transfers. In conclusion, the government of Kenya is committed to facilitate the Kenya diaspora to thrive in host countries so that they can repatriate part of their earnings for investment back home. When our brothers and sisters in diaspora decide to return back home, the Directorate shall facilitate smooth reintegration back into the Kenyan society. Thank you for listening to me.
Round of applause for this wonderful, wonderful delivery. And another round of applause. And I want you to give a round of applause to Wanjiku. The new Constitution of Kenya 2010 started mainstreaming women, not gender, women. And this is a product of that Constitution. We give thanks. We heard it from the State Department of Diaspora Affairs, came and deliver. Now today is the Director of Immigration Services. Kindly, once again, give a hand and a round of applause to Madam Evelyn Chelaget. Thank you very much. We are very happy to have a virtual audience, and we would like the virtual audience also to have a say. I know there are questions pertaining to the delivery of Madam Evelyn Chelaget, and most of those questions can be taken on chat or another media due to limitations of time. But as we digest what we have just heard, perhaps you can have one or two questions, yes? Maybe one to Madam as she's here, and it's not often we get the opportunity to meet her in person. So, one question? Yes, Madam Ruth Owido, President of the Belgium Diaspora.
Good afternoon once more. Thank you very much for the elaborate explanation about the services offered by the immigration. I have a few questions on, one is about the children born to Kenyan parents, to two Kenyan parents out in the diaspora. There has been a cost that has been put on getting the birth certificate for these children, and the cost seems to be quite exorbitant. Maybe you could give us some insight on this particular part. The other one is on adoption of children to Kenyans in the diaspora. It has become relatively difficult for some Kenyans who want to adopt children that they're taking care of. They're forced to take care of those children away from them. Some of these Kenyan families are childless, and they would like to have these children so that they can nurture them as their own, and most of the time these children are from the family. There was a moratorium that was signed by the president sometimes earlier on, and it has been very difficult for some families to receive certificates so that they can bring these children to live with them in the diaspora. I think that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause for that question, and perhaps we limit it to one question due to the limitations of time. Madam Chelaget, would you like to answer?
Thank you, Madam Ruth, for your questions. For children born to Kenyans, I will advise from the immigration perspective that when children are born abroad, they are Kenyan children, if their parents are Kenyans. It follows the law of at the time of your birth, if one parent is a Kenyan, you are still a Kenyan. The children who are born abroad normally get a foreign birth certificate. When you come home, we have a service that will convert that birth certificate to a local birth certificate of a child born abroad. and you can continue to access all our services. On the cost of birth certificates, the Gazette notice was withdrawn and there is public participation ongoing. Kindly, everyone around here and all Kenyans in the diaspora, submit your write-ups, submit your views. There are links that have been provided. There's an email that has been provided. Please submit your views so that it can be considered when the notice is being reviewed. Adoption of children to Kenyans in the diaspora is a legal process that is taken by the different governments. Immigration comes in at the last level, whereby you go through all the legal processes, and what we require when you come to immigration is the adoption certificate. So the legal fraternity will be able to advise on how that goes, but Immigration Department comes in to issue documents to children who have already been adopted. And the only thing we will need at our end will be the adoption certificate. I know there's a long process, but that should be advised by the experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful response. As I said, our audience is the diaspora, and we have some very, very eminent persons out there listening into this conversation, as you were informed by our chair initially. Right now, I'd like to call upon the Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Irewa, Chair of NITCOM, to share some thoughts on and solidarity messages for a few minutes. You must recognize her. She is the mother of the diaspora. Come on, she's a matriarch of the diaspora. Give her a round of applause. Technology, are we ready for Madam Dabike? Where are we? As we await for technology to align to our wishes. Yes, indeed. Is there a question for the DG of Health? Anyone? Of Education? Of Health, Education. Education, you know, is what has brought all of us to this forum. We are literate. We can understand things in a manner where our minds have been trained, and we give thanks that the policy of the Kenyan government over the years has been education, education, education. We sometimes claim that it's poorly resourced, but myself, I've been involved in constructing key infrastructure in universities in Kenya, and I know the challenges. I was involved in the development of Kisii University for years, at least in the phase 1, and I know the challenges. It's not only infrastructural, it's actually financing the departments, financing the whole curriculum. So thank you very much. Is there a question for the Director, General of Health? Anyone? Yeah. Come in. Thank you. Thank you.
Mine is a compliment. When I first came back to the nation, I showed up at is it Anniversary Towers, and I was received very well. Obviously, my first degree came from KU, and I'm a beneficiary of help. So maybe the compliment here is that many of us want to pay back. I was able to pay back instantly, though when I was living abroad, that time we didn't have these services. So a compliment to you, but also maybe create more awareness, work with us to create awareness, because some people are not aware of the products that you have, even the digital payment, repayment back, and also work closely with banks so that when they're going out there, they can, back to back, end to end, people can pay directly to help. Asante, I'm Margaret Kimani, Boston, Massachusetts, but I'm now here. Asante. Well done.
Thank you. Round of applause. Another compliment. Any more compliments? We can only compliment the Kenyan education system. It's been resource to the max. And although we feel that we are being heavily taxed, we know that our children are being educated. So let's give a round of applause to the Kenya government for maintaining the policy on education. Thank you very much. Are they online? Are we ready to go? Give me a signal, kindly.
Is it ready?
No, it's not. Okay. Yes. Right. Thank you very much. We are honored once again to have the presence in the house of Professor Timothy Kiruhi. Thank you. Give him a round of applause, please. A round of applause before I tell you who he is. He is a Vice Chancellor of the International Leadership University. Professor Kiruhi is passionate about the promotion and values and ethics in national development. He has previously led a team that crafted values for Vision 2030 as a chapter on leadership and integrity in our 2010 Constitution. A round of applause. These are Kenyans of repute. These are eminent persons sitting before you. This is one of the makers of Wanjiku, which has mainstreamed women, not gender, into our Constitution, for which we give thanks. He has founded the Ethical Leadership Network, known as LNET, which has identified, through scientific assessment, 22 ethical Kenyan lessons and 18 ethical Kenyan businesses. He's currently chair of the Council of the University of Nairobi and Tharaka University. So he is a man immersed in education. Give him a round of applause. He is the continuum. He's making sure education lives on generationally. Let me invite him to the forum to address you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Professor, thank you.
Thank you very much, King. Good afternoon. And Jambo. At least it's good to reconnect again. I'm very, very honored to be here. King and the rest of the organizers, Chair, Dr. Ochodo, and the rest of the board of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. I'd like to congratulate you on your 10th homecoming conference. That's a milestone. And we are glad that you've been able to come this far. I possibly need to mention that I was in the diaspora for 7 years. So in a sense, I'm a returnee. I lived and worked in Zimbabwe for 7 years with my family. In fact, one of our children was born there. So when Madam DG is talking about some of the nationality issues and place of birth, that's of interest to us because, of that background. And yeah, they can tell you have some heritage there too. And then 23 years of my previous life, I also did some extensive travels, serving leaders, training leaders in most of the destinations that you come from. I bring greetings, fraternal greetings from the International Leadership University, where we are committed to developing people of integrity. Allow me to start with a question. If there was one thing, just one, since usually you cannot do too many things, that you could do to help bring the greatest change or improvement to our nation, what would that be? Because you are here because you love our country. That's why you've come back on this homecoming conference. If there was just one thing, you had just one bite of the cherry, not two, what is the one thing you could do? I want you to mull over that for a moment. I can hear somebody say, deal with corruption and so on. Now, I asked the same question. Last weekend, I happened to be speaking to a group of CEOs from a diversity of companies and businesses. And I thought, because especially in the business sector, that at least the word the economy would come up. Not one of them mentioned the economy. But they talked about integrity, dealing with corruption. They talked about work ethic, having workers who love their job, who deliver, who get paid for what they do. They talked about a customer focus in terms of valuing people, not just for what they do for you as a business, but also just having value in themselves, because then that's how they'll be repeat customers, and so on. And I believe, and this is really what I want to talk about in terms of unlocking our growth potential, is a place of values, because I believe that that's a missing cog. We have worked very, very hard on many other things, but sometimes the bucket is leaking, and no matter how much water we put in, is it ever going to fill? It's unlikely. So the place of values in our national ecosystem. What is the impact of a declining value system? And I'm sure there are signals all over. Some of these I'm sure will be familiar with you. Higher cost of goods and services. You ask back home, you want to help maybe, contribute to something, maybe building a home for your parents, or helping some of your siblings, or, and other relatives and so on. And you ask what the quote is. They'll tell you maybe this is going to be a 25,000 Kenya shilling job, but by the time you finish that project, you possibly have paid 4 times what was originally quoted. I know you possibly know that the pain, and I can identify with that. I remember some of those things. The higher cost of doing business. What does that result in? Capital flight, because most investors have options. They don't necessarily have to do it here now in a globalized economy. Think about the impact, of course, on our currency when there is less remittances. We want to, by the way, I must stop and congratulate you, because, of course, you are the biggest contributor right now, I'm sure you, as you know, to our national kitty, and of course, you are the ones holding the Kenya shilling up. If you held back the oxygen, I don't know what would happen to us. So please keep it coming. And as we commit also to improving the environment for you in terms of your investment. Business failure. Again, some of you maybe have invested back home. And because, unfortunately, people are not faithful, there was corruption, lack of integrity, of course, those businesses don't survive. Again, the pain of lost investment and things like that. Ultimately, of course, it leads to poverty. No matter how much work we put into it, we don't seem to deal, of course, with degrading poverty especially. And what does that poverty do? It has other impacts. Insecurity. You are fearing going back home because you're not quite sure how things would be. They should never be that way. We should all have the pride of being able to go back and seeing our village mates and people we grew up with and things like that. Disease, of course, and the cost of disease. Because, unfortunately, because of poor health care, poor access to health care and so on, then, of course, the disease burden. So a lot of our resources go into just managing health and maintaining, people, or at least attempting to maintain them in good health. All of these and others, we could go on and on, but I'm sure you are very, very familiar with this, so I'll not belabor that. What are the hindrances to us growing a value system? As you heard, I was very honored, together with a few other Kenyans. Kenyans, at the time, I wasn't a vice chancellor, I was just an ordinary Kenyan. But I felt something needs to be done. This was right after the post-election violence in the year 2007. And I kept thinking, I had always been a proud Kenyan. I'd been out there, come back, and I felt something needs to be done, of course, about our value system. So that's really what motivated us initially to contribute to the values for Vision 2030, as was mentioned. And ultimately, we were able to channel most of that work. At the time, that's when we were working on the new constitution, so we were able to contribute towards the values in the chapter on leadership and integrity, chapter 6, in our new constitution. And I realized partly, and I share this to encourage you, that we can all do something. None of us had a big title. We were a team of 15. In fact, at first, when we began now to get to the surface and bring this, because it had to go all the way to the president at the time, there was a lot of concern. Who are you? There are questions even about who is funding you, and so on. Because people always think maybe somebody must be behind. We just said we are Kenyans who love our country and who want to do something for our country. So how come then, now 13 years after we enacted the new constitution, we really have not necessarily seen a significant change in terms of our value system as a country? I think several things. I'll just again enumerate a few so that we spend more time talking about what to do about the challenge. One is that I don't think we are very clear that as a nation, that this is our biggest challenge. So I feel in some ways we try to redouble our effort. You know, the bucket is leaking, but we are redoubling our effort to fill the bucket. But unless you stop the leakage, you won't be able to go very far, isn't it? So we need to fix the leaks and things like that. And I believe that that leak is our value system. It cannot be that the average young person, and Mr. Ringera, I want to say at least those from the International Leadership University, I hope as we continue to churn out more graduates, we'll begin to influence the market significantly and differently. So that it cannot be that the average young person leaving our universities or colleges, is not thinking about how to go and contribute and build a bigger cake, build a bigger business so that they can also be beneficiaries, but how they can steal from you as a business owner and things like that. That cannot become basic mentality and so on. Of course, the word integrity is difficult. I don't know whether you've ever thought about it. There's actually no word for integrity in most of our languages. Maybe this is why we struggle with this whole thing. But most of us think in our mother tongue and then translate that and so on. So I remember when we were trying to promote values in the context of electioneering and so on, we actually began to talk about something like blamelessness, something that is you can translate into your mother tongue and so on. Our cultures don't also help us. When somebody is senior, you have especially maybe a public service job. Allow me to use my friend, Mr. Ringera. His people back home will be saying, there was a son of ours who went and worked for a senior position in government, but he never got very much. He never brought much to the village. As I was mentioned, I was chair of the council for the University of Nairobi. And of course, the village rejoices, because now suddenly now all our sons are going to be and daughters are going to be taken care of. Well, what about all the other Kenyans and so on? So these things, are a challenge. Our own cultures are very ethnocentric. They don't really think about the greater good, the national good, and so on. It is almost as if it's okay to steal so long as you bring it to our community. You can steal from the center. Only we don't realize the center is all of us. You cannot steal from there, and the center, continues to hold. Then, of course, even those in the faith community, which, I celebrate, sometimes have not done their part. Unfortunately, over time, I think, again, the desire for money and wealth and so on is, and yet those should be the moral drivers of our nation, our faith communities, our religious leaders, and so on. I believe that something also needs to be done there. Costly elections. There's something we must do as a nation to reduce the cost of elections. So long as elections remain costly, we will never stop corruption. Because that's the next thing people are thinking about, is how do I get into billions to be able to make the next elections? And there are no elections that can be won, using our own savings. So where do the billions come from? Of course, it's from, pilfering and theft and fraud, all kinds of things, entrepreneuring and so on. Of course, we initially started with 5 national values. Today, unfortunately, there are 17. It went through a public participation process, and by the time we finished that whole process, they became 17 national values and principles. There are too many to remember. There should be something we can remember, and so part of what we are agitating is maybe we need to return to fewer values that we can uphold, that we can remember and uphold, and so on. Inadequate resources, of course, for those promoting values, and so on. I'm sharing these challenges because I believe there's something we can do. But I think worst of all, why have values continued to decline? Is that I fear many Kenyans have gotten to a place of hopelessness. They don't think anything can change. They don't think things can get better. And when people get there, it's a dangerous place to be. Because then anything, they don't care anymore. Because they've gotten to a place where they don't think things can improve and so on. Well, I want to state that, and this is my last point, that I believe there's hope for our nation and the promotion of values, integrity, and really releasing the growth of our national development. Why do I still believe that when many other Kenyans are pessimistic? Let me give you a few reasons just to illustrate that. One, is an illustration, is an experience, a real-life experience at one of our universities, not the university I'm currently with. And I was asked by a friend who is a lecturer in that university. It will remain unnamed for now because I don't have permission to use their name. But basically, he was teaching a course on leadership and ethics at this university. And the more he taught the course to business students, the more the students just told him, Mwalimu, there is nothing like ethics in Kenya. We are only finishing this course so that we can pass and get our degree. But forget it, there's nothing like ethics. And that's what we're talking about, a sense of hopelessness. So my colleague, being a person of good morals, felt I cannot graduate a class of people who don't believe in the future of their own country and so on. So he called me. That's the time I was leading the Ethical Leadership Network, ELNET. So he said, Tim, this is your space. This is what you do. So I remember going there with the two of those awardees. You know, it was mentioned that ELNET has helped to identify 22 ethical Kenyan leaders and 18 ethical businesses. Not everybody is corrupt. There is hope for this country. That's why I continue to remain optimistic. Even though there are many who are not doing it right, there are few who have chosen to do the right things. So I remember, you know, bringing this particular two people, one from business, another one had worked with the county government, and he was in charge of the County Public Service Board, and yet doing it with integrity. Of course, under a lot of political pressure at times, but chose to do things the right way. And as he spoke to these students who were given an evening session, in fact, the lecturer donated one of the class times, and just said, do whatever you can, because I feel sad that these students at the end of the semester are going to be less convinced about ethics than when we began, and so on. So anyway, as we went through the evening, the students were almost getting hysterical. You know, towards the end, as they listened to these people talk about the price they pay for integrity. They have lost businesses worth, you know, many millions of shillings. They have, you know, they've been at the threat of their own lives and so on, but they have chosen to pay the price to do the right thing. And as the students listened to these people, you could tell now the energy coming back. So at the back they began, so it's possible, it's possible. And towards the end of the evening, the students were convinced that it is not easy to be ethical in Kenya, but it is possible. I think that's all we need to know, isn't it? That yes, you can be able to do that. That's why I told you I remain positive and hopeful that things can turn around just with leadership that focuses on this place of values. Secondly, of course, is this whole experience of this ELNET experience of 22 ethical Kenyan leaders and 18 Kenyan businesses. We began that because we wanted to promote ethics in business and so on. And again, this is way back in 2008. Again, we did a survey of a number of businesses. Some of them were, you know, blue chip companies and so on. And these were the CEOs this time. Again, they say that the biggest challenge was lack of integrity or corruption. They were saying up to about 30% was the estimate at the time. I fear it may have grown. That 30% of the cost of any product, that bottle of water ahead of you or whatever else it is, actually goes to that and things like that. Finally, I do this because of the institution that I'm a part of. I'm privileged to lead an institution that is also working at developing leaders of integrity. And over time, we are beginning to see the impact as we do that with the young people. We have programs in the areas of leadership and governance. That includes things like marketing, business administration, organizational leadership, management, and so on, educational leadership at the PhD level, public governance, and so on. So we're trying to bring leadership into these spaces and so on. Women in leadership, again, aware, of course, of that growing need in our own country and so on. And we, of course, have many short courses. We have programs in counseling psychology and others as well. So what are the things that we can do? Because I think that's what's most important. I didn't come to just discourage you or tell you how bad things are, because most of us do that. First, invest in the holistic well-being of your communities back at home. You know, many times we send money for maybe to meet physical needs, and that is okay. Maybe infrastructure needs or school fees or health, that's okay. But could there be things you could do to promote values, ethics, and so on? Just this last May, we joined one of our alumni from the university who had started an initiative back in our home county of Bungoma, Mount Elgon, and just basically trying to address the issue of trauma in the community because, of course, of the past. That's about defense forces and things like that. And just as we dealt with that and the pain and relieving some of that, we had our counseling students and so on to help with that, and working with the leaders to see how to sustain this into the future. I went away feeling, I wish every Kenyan could do something like this. So whether in the diaspora or here in the country, we can all do something. So we can invest in that well-being. And if you don't know what to do, reach out to us, and I'll be available after this and so on. We can talk to you about how we can do this with integrity, of course. Secondly, is to partner with maybe and promote value-based institutions. So again, whether it is yourselves, your families, your children you may be sponsoring, invest in their values as well. Not again just in academic education, because it's not enough for this country. We need the values as well. And finally, you can of course offer yourself as a mentor, even from the diaspora. Today we have a lot of people who teach for us online, and there is nothing as powerful as an example of somebody who believes in positive values. For every class that I've taught, I've not always been the vice chancellor, I've taught many students, and for many of the classes that I've taught, I always invite a guest speaker. And I've been very surprised that every time I evaluate at the end of the semester, which has been the most powerful or impactful session, they almost always point to the guest speaker. So I tell them, you didn't appreciate my 14 weeks of teaching. They say, no, that yours was good, but that one was very practical. So you can make a difference, look for opportunities like that. You can invest not just in infrastructure or business, that's important, but especially our biggest challenge of our value system. So finally, I just want to tell you, maybe finish, but let me just finish with two short quotes. Why I also remain positive is that social science has shown that to change the status of a situation, you don't need everybody. Only 1% to 3%. So even if we estimate our population upwards, we're about 56, let's use 60 just to make it easier. Or you only need 1.8 million Kenyans at the upper limit. I believe we can raise those from International University and other places. So that is why there is hope. We can do something. Thank you very much, Diaspora Alliance, for what you are doing. Let's continue to partner to do this and bring change.
A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Come on, another round of applause for Professor Timothy Kirui. He is not only the shaper of the ethical section of the Constitution, but he's also a gatekeeper, yes? And he's taught us the importance of monitoring and tracking our ethics. High office, we are told, has been corrupted because that's a form of enterprise and a home of corruption, which we see in the daily media. However, what do we think about his speech? Is it time for moral rearmament? Think about that, because we have to look on it as Kenyans. We cannot just be keeping quiet. We need to understand that the decay in our country is a moral decay. And he has said it himself. So as we leave this forum today, think about the need for moral rearmament. And we thank you, Professor, for reminding us of our moral standards, our integrity, and especially in high office. High office comes with obligations and a high sense of morality. So thank you once again for that. Thank you. Thank you. I now leave the chair to come and take over the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Errol, and our eminent speakers. As we take a group photo, if the cameramen and women can get ready, please assist us to get a group photo. It's been a tradition. When we have a panel, when we are done, at least we take a group photo for memory. But as we do that, I know there is a small tech challenge happening. Bob Nyangweso, President KDA USA, I know was online, and Ali Samabali to say a few words, and we will get there. But meanwhile, cameramen, if you can come, I'll request the panelists that we take 2 or 3 photos. We are so delighted as we do that. I must mention that, beginning with Professor, Kenya Diaspora Alliance probably annexed the 9 values in the Article 10 Dr. Ikura Ukot gave us a complimentary letter to that effect. So value system is something that we hold very highly. Having said that, also, Madam DG, I feel delighted and proud that with Honorable Ambassador Mohamed Shidie, now Ambassador in Botswana, in the 8th Parliament, he and I moved the first motion in Parliament for dual citizenship. Initially was rejected by Parliament, but we didn't give up, so we're glad we got it in the Constitution. But a round of applause to the government and the leadership we have around here. Thank you. As we release Madam DG and maybe DG Helb, if you have a comment or question, we are hoping we restore the system because we want to get into the stage also of recommendations and resolutions of this conference. If we are back online, you will let us know. Right. A round of applause as our guests leave. Thank you so much. We don't take it for granted. Maybe, perhaps we should always be having lady leaders, because it's in the past been very difficult to get Director of Immigration. Give Madam another round of applause as she goes. Thank you. Incidentally, we got both the commitment from the PS of Immigration and Madam DG, and both of them said, one of us at least will come. And one of them has come. Or didn't she come? A round of applause again. So it's good to have such committed government leaders because it's not very usual. So if we are back online, please let us know as soon as we have Bob and Anabali. I would want to believe Honorable Abike Dabiri may have left. But if you have a comment or question, one for a recommendation, maybe one for a question or comment for Professor Bwana VC, please feel free. We'll give you a chance to ask your question or make your comment. Okay, if we can have microphones around the room for Bwana Morris. Just make it brief so that we get, yeah, go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, my question is, you did not touch on accountability, because I think that's where most of our problems actually stem from. All the way from the school system, the accountability part has pretty much been ignored.
Good. We are taking note. I want also to challenge you. I want us to have this as interactive now as possible as we approach closure. There's a proposal that we have the 11th Diaspora Homecoming Convention on dates that I think are 9th to 11th December. We normally have them just before Jamhuri Day. Please check your calendars, then you let us know what you think about that. We normally decide before we leave, when are we meeting next? And the good thing is we have done that for 10 years, mfululizo. Even when there was COVID, I think for those who were with us here the first day, I did mention that former chief of staff in the tourism minister's office then, Honorable Najib Balala, the chief whispered to us, he said, you guys, you thought you did a small thing, but this was the first time since COVID started that Kenya was hosting an international conference. A round of applause for the group here. So even though as we thought it was something small, but some people realized, you know, we were restoring confidence, telling even tourists that Kenya is ready for business. Despite COVID, we are ready for business tourism. So that's a date that's been proposed. Please give me a Tinko. Are we ready online? Meanwhile, any recommendation, I want just to get 3 or 4 key recommendations as we leave here. We've heard, please, enough of talk, we want now action. What do you want us to act on? Particularly for those who have listened from the day we started up to now. Anybody with a recommendation? I know people are tired, but we must leave. This is the action begins here. As I recognize Mheshimiwa Abdi Duro from Texas, Dallas. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. That's one of the founding members. So we are ready now, online? Mila Menga, yes, please take the mic.
Yes, a quick one.
Yes.
I think because we are celebrating our 10th birthday,
yes,
it's good to consider going into next year to devolve this conversation to the county level so that we have this happening in all the 47 counties. They didn't perform well. I only saw Taita Taveta, Kakamega, and which one? I did not see any other. So I will recommend that this be devolved to the county level. Thank you.
Good recommendation, noted. Without much ado, Bob Nyangweso is online. Give him a round of applause. President, KDA USA. Thank you. Brother Bob, you have been extremely steadfast. Please take the floor.
Okay. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, just a moment, Bob. I don't know that they hear you online as yet.
Okay.
Now we see you and hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll start again, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and of course, cherished Kenyan community. It is with a pride and sense of responsibility that I speak before you as we unite under the auspice of Kenya Diaspora Alliance Global. Ours is a community of incredible significance, not only for sheer numbers, but for the impact we make on the social, economic, and cultural landscape, both in the diaspora and also our beloved country, Kenya. For particularly Kenyan community in the US plays a pivotal role in the tapestry of our global society. With the largest number of Kenyans outside of Kenya, we are not just witnesses to history, but we are active participants in shaping it. The remittances we send back to our homeland are not just financial transactions. They are a lifetime that supports families, educates children, and fuels economic growth. To engage, educate, and empower are not a merely mantra, but a blueprint for action. We understand that our interests are intertwined with the communities where we reside. And of course, we as Kenyans, we are the ambassadors of Kenya. We have the unique opportunity to bridge cultures, foster a deep understanding of our heritage, and building connections that go beyond geographical boundaries. As we all know, education is a cornerstone of our environment, just as was mentioned by the HELB director, as well as the Vice Chancellor. Educational integrity, this plays the biggest roles we have. The knowledge and experiences we bring from the diaspora can be a catalyst for progress, not only within our diaspora, but also within our beloved country, Kenya. By educating ourselves and others, we become advocates for change, breaking down barriers and dispelling misconceptions about our beautiful nation. The second thing is empowerment. After education, empowerment. However, it is not the only thing. It is another thing. It is a collective effort to foster a united and empowered community. Citizenship instills civic pride and drives progress in social, technical, and economic spheres. Our collective strength lies not just in numbers, but in a shared vision for a better Kenya and a stronger global community. The global Kenyans has become a focal point for our collective impact. Through public advocacy, collaboration with affiliated organizations, we can apply our voices, ensuring that our concerns are heard and addressed. By standing together, we become a formidable force capable of influencing positive change on a global scale. So let our diaspora story be one of purpose and impact. As Kenyans and as Kenyans in the diaspora, we are not just part of the history. Let us be the authors. Let us continue to engage. Let us continue to educate ourselves and empower ourselves so that we can foster a united and empowered community that contributes not only to the prosperity of Kenya, but also to the global tapestry. So again, it's important that we continue our partnerships with organizations, as was mentioned, as AGOA, the USAID, for the funding opportunities, and also to engage with local and international partners to develop and implement impactful projects. Let's come up with projects that we can go to these organizations so that we are able to impact change. As we heard yesterday, out of the $16 billion available for the entire African continent, we have only used 800 million. So we are far off from where we are supposed to be. So let's implement the impactful projects. Additionally, we need to explore partnerships. The Kenyan companies in the US need to partner with the other Kenyan companies in Kenya and with government agencies and non-governmental organizations so that we can further enhance the success and sustainability of cooperative projects, which I know a lot of Kenyans have, which is cooperatives. So again, I stand here with a sense of optimism. I look forward for greater things and purpose. Let's delve into rich landscape of partnerships. Like I say again, it's very, very important because as we had, investors don't come and just give us money, but they partner with organizations both here in the diaspora as well as those in Kenya. So in conclusion, the opportunities presented for AGOA strategic investments and the USAID cooperative projects are not just about economic collaboration. They're about building a legacy of sustainable development, shared prosperity, and enduring friendship. So as we embark on this journey together, let us seize these opportunities with foresight, commitment, and a shared vision for a future that is economically vibrant, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. With those few remarks, I just want to say thank you. May our collaborative effort pave the way for a new era of partnerships and prosperity between the diaspora and those in Kenya. Thank you very much. I was having an issue with my video. That's why I do apologize for that. But I'm able to get the audio and deliver my. Thank you very much, everybody.
A round of applause.
So back to you, Dr. Shem Ochoa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mute him now. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations on your election as the first KDA Global USA President. Another round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Bob, and congratulations to your team as well. Dr. Shiro in LA runs our own clinic. Dr. Gerald Baraza in Michigan, and the rest of your team. We don't take you for granted. At this point, you will let us know if Alisa Mabali is online or Ben Maina, Chair KDHC South Africa. But meanwhile, I want to invite two people to come over as we conclude this meeting. If representative, MD, or general manager of MIVITA, our title partner, okay, as she comes over, FSD Kenya. FSD Kenya, someone is in the house? FSD Kenya, give a round of applause as she comes over. Come and just tell us Kionjo and maybe give us a thought or two on what should we take forward as we move towards the year 2024. And I'll also acknowledge, please come over, take a seat. I'll also acknowledge one of the veterans talking governance and democracy. We have walked, and dual citizenship, we've walked a long journey. And he was one of the awardees. 8 members of the diaspora were recognized, acknowledged last night. Winners, having gone through a process that was very competitive. Nominations were done from all across the world. And then there was a committee that did vetting and then did voting. One of the nominees is in the house, Mr. President Gichane Muragori. Give him a round of applause. Please come over, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Please have a seat actually next to the VC there. Right. So, Mr. Gishane was past president, Kenya Community Abroad. Some of you probably familiar with it. Previously based in Canada and the USA. I want you just to give you a few minutes to share thoughts. I know she is not officially part of FSD Kenya per se, but is working together with FSD Kenya and I think IFAD, if I'm not mistaken, doing some research work. Maybe just 3 minutes to explain to us what the work is about, how do we collaborate together, and happy to have you in the house. A round of applause to her as she comes. She'll introduce herself.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice Machichi. As Mr. Shem has shared, I am not a staff of FSD. I am just working on a research that FSD is conducting together with IFAD. And the research is really looking at remittances in general. Who are the players? And most importantly, there are some players like SACCOs and some of these community groups that we are so fond of as Kenyans that can play a significant role. And we know the studies, the data shares with us, and also personal experiences are shared that there's a bit of loss of trust, sometimes either in our own networks, in our own families, and we are a bit concerned sometimes whether when we send the money for XYZ purpose, does that money meet that particular purpose? So we're going to continue with the study, and our purpose also for participating here is to, part of it, talk to some of you as members of the diaspora who remit here into the country, as well as we're going to also conduct a study with some of our recipients who receive the funds to understand the purpose, to understand if we were to do it, how can we do it better? Is there an opportunity to improve the landscape? Is there also an opportunity to improve, especially on the policy framework? There are different players in this. We have, of course, FSD and IFAD, who are supporting the research, but we also have partners like SASRA, which is the regulator for SACCOs. We also have Capital Markets Authority, as well as other agencies that can really continuously engage with all of us to really promote the policies that can enable us to trust the process and to have sources of information that we can verify so that we can improve and safeguard our investments. Thank you very much. For those ones who didn't hear, my name is Alice Machichi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to her. Just have a seat there. Thank you. Somebody may want to ask a question or give a suggestion. Any comment or question? We're concluding in the next 10 minutes. As we do that, can we welcome Mivida? Let me say luxury homes, Mivida Luxury Homes. A round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, please, please. Maybe you take the floor right away. Sure. Why not? You know, without you, we wouldn't be here. Another round of applause to Mivida.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
We are glad to be a part of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance this afternoon. Thank you for having us. I just want to give you a brief introduction of what Mivida is, where Mivida came from, and why Mivida stands on the one well-controlled Garden City Residency was the first real estate development done by Actis in Nairobi. So they developed 54 units number villas, 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom duplexes. These range between 20 to about 25 million shillings. I'll not go into the details of the pricing because I would want to welcome each one of you to visit us in Garden City along Thika Road to certify what we are saying tonight about Actis. So Actis made a partnership with an Indian firm that brought about 150 years of experience in business, So Mivida then went ahead and developed more residential homes within Garden City, and this is where now we are standing. I want you to see what Mivida looks like. It's not just luxury living. So that is Mivida. That is an actual photo of what is already developed at Mivida. So Mivida phase 1 is already complete. Fully developed, 98% sold out, with a 1-acre, 3-acre space, a semi-Olympic size swimming pool, children's playground, a barbecue deck, a 300-meter jogging track within Nairobi. tenant, manage the tenant, and do your rental collection. So that should not worry you that you're not near your development at all. So Mivida being 98% sold, we are moving on to our second development that we are calling Amaya by Mivida. This is our phase 2 development that comprises of 2-bedroom duplexes, 3-bedroom duplexes, and 1-bedroom duplexes. So again, I'll not go into the details of the pricing. I would like to invite you all to visit us at our desk right outside. My very able colleagues will be able to give you all the details. So we are happy to walk with you the journey of your property ownership. We actually, once you identify your property with us, we give you a sales executive who walks through the journey with you. Okay? So from Amaya and Mivida wanted to ensure that there's something for everyone and for everyone to be able to own something within the Garden City community. And that is how we came up with 237 at Mivida. This is a unique investment opportunity that allows you an affordable entry price into owning a piece of Garden City within Nairobi. So we have studio apartments, we have 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments from as low as about 2 million. So please visit our stand, and one of our sales executives will be happy to walk you through. And that's all. Mivida has a new
across to Garden City, but we wanted to give you just a teaser, kionjo, so that it's so appetizing that we must walk there and buy. I want to give you assurance, particularly our colleagues, Diaspora colleagues, both in the house and online. We are coming. We are coming, and we are coming with Mivida, and we are coming with Safaricom, and we are coming with HELB, and we are coming with Herentia, and we are coming with CMA, and we are coming with Securities Africa, we are coming with ABSA, and we are coming with all the colleagues that both in the house and outside. Give a round of applause to our partners, even the ones I did not mention, because there are too many. There will be a vote of thanks is coming along soon. Allow me also at this point just to acknowledge one of our key partners is ASEC. ASEC brings together startups in the tech space, and they are coaches for the WeDo project. I understand parents of the CEO, our good friend Mercy Kimalat, I understand some relatives or friends are in the house. Sorry? Where? Give a round. No. Oh my God. How can you disappear there? Please come over. I didn't know it's Mercy herself. I was trying to look around. Give Madam CEO a round of applause as she comes over. Thank you. Karibu sana. That's one of our partners, not only on the WIDU project, but we also have an MOU. At this point, I want to give also just 2 minutes. You are sporty. I thought you'd come through the stairs, but that's fine. Another round of applause to Mercy. Thank you, thank you. I'll also be inviting, he will be closing for us. We said we needed a Muslim now to close for us. So Honorable, be ready, we'll invite you to close for us. But when the time comes, okay. As it were, do you have a comment or a suggestion? I still need two. I needed 3 comments or recommendations for next year. We have already gotten 1. Actually, we've gotten 2. 1, the suggestion that the next homecoming convention be on December 9th to 11th. So you live here already knowing, God willing, inshallah, okay? God willing, we reach that day, we will be meeting again. You can tell us if you prefer, which venues you prefer, if the date you prefer is different, and the theme that you want us to talk about. What do you want us to talk about next time? Should it be just reporting on what are the deliverables, or should it be something else? It's up to you to tell us. If there is anything else that you thought we should have talked about, yes, there's a hand there. Please give him the mic. Just introduce yourself briefly, get to the point.
Okay, Asante. Thank you again, Dr. Shem. Daniel Kinuthia again. I was with you in the morning and I made a presentation, so I'll not make another one. Mine in this afternoon is just a comment, maybe from my end, answer. And maybe I had a feel, I talked to some of the sponsors, that maybe if we could have a meeting after this convention with sponsors, maybe we have a few comments and few ideas that maybe you can share that can add value to the next one, and maybe the relationship going forward with KDA.
Thank you. A round of applause. That's a good one. Take it as guaranteed from the chair. I'll use my executive power. A round of applause for that. Yes, we must meet to reflect, to debrief, and look forward. Because as I mentioned, although I used only Megveda and a few others as an example, we are going to go places. We must rock the world. Remember, Kenya is not our only market. Kenya is only our base, okay? But our market is global. Can we say our market is global? Our market is what? Thank you. So we must go to the globe. We must take Kenya to the world. That's our commitment as Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And we must also take Africa to the what? To the world. At this point, do we have Mr. William Tegea online? William Tegea first online. I'm trying to be as inclusive as possible, both in the house. The people who are following, the ones you may be seeing are those only on Zoom, but there are those who are following, thousands on Twitter Live, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and some following on Instagram. So is William still online? Okay. So you will let us know when it comes online. Meanwhile, Solomon, please ask your question, just brief.
Okay, thank you once more, Doc. Mine is just to request maybe the indulgence of Your Excellencies, if possible. Then disability community also be considered when that time for call, so that we can also agitate maybe for all these that the KDA is doing, so that even those who didn't manage to come here, next time if we will have the 11th anniversary, then we also have we play part in a panel, so that we may also present This would also mean mainstreaming in all the departments are also around the world, whereby members in the diaspora that is outside Africa will be able also to give in their views as far as empowering people with disability, since it is a good idea that has come, and they would also want and yearn also to take part of this. So I would recommend that one if you will indulge us. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Thank you. Again, we're not just talking, we're walking the walk. KDA already has what we call Adaptive Technology Diaspora Group. Those who know adaptive technology, you know what I mean. A round of applause. We are happy to add others who are interested in that aspect. Adaptive technology that assists our differently enabled friends and Kenyans. Mr. William Thegea, please introduce yourself. If you can just take 4 minutes, please. The floor is yours. If you can unmute him. Okay, as we get William, I want to invite President Gichane Muraguri. Please, 3 minutes. One, as we congratulate you for the award yesterday on governance, we had 8 different sectors. Give him a round of applause, Bwana Gichane Muraguri. Fairly instrumental in the journey, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
Thank you very much, Dr. for leading us to the 10th. That's a whole decade. I'll start by saying thank you very much to members of KDA who voted for me for that award of governance and democracy. It is quite an honor. It's a journey that we've been on, and next year, 2024, will mark 2 decades, 20 years since this journey started. It started when we started writing the new constitution in Bomas in 2004. We got dual citizenship. We further pushed to get Diaspora Desk, which became Diaspora Directorate, which has Department of Diaspora Affairs. But my point here today is it is not over. The journey is not over, and this is why. We've talked of this 600 billion community out there. One thing, though we did get the right to vote, it is captured in the Constitution that it will be realized progressively. We have a few countries in where diaspora can vote, but ultimately it's about electronic voting. We must be able to vote electronically so that wherever they are, wherever the diaspora are, they can't get polling stations all over the world. So we can get a polling station on our phones. I believe that is progressive enough. It's been 13 years since that constitution was passed. IEBC could progress, at least put it on the phone. This is the country of M-Pesa. We are very advanced in technology. That's one point. The next point is that this community, this 600 billion community with almost 4 million are not represented. We need representation in Parliament and the Senate for Kenyans in the diaspora. I know there are constituencies that have 20,000 voters and they have an MP. 4 million, 600 billion worth don't have a single representation. That is wrong. the State Department is an executive arm. We cannot tell them, they tell us. They can listen to us. But a representative, we want a representative who can go to Parliament and talk on our behalf to the executive and to the other arms. So the journey is not over. Kenyans in the diaspora, wherever you are, when you hear the call, tweet it, exit, do whatever. Let us mobilize, let us keep lobbying so that we have at least a minimum of 7 MPs for the diaspora, some senator, and because the delimitation of the constituency is coming, it has to be, they have to be declared somehow. They have to be formed by law so that we then have the representatives. So whenever that debate is on, let's have some activity, and Kenyans at home, please support Kenyans in the diaspora for what we are. Thank you very much, and thanks for the conference.
Thank you, and congratulations. In Arabic, we say mabruk. Hongera. Pongezi sana. Thank you. Another round of applause for Mr. President. Thank you. Yes, I fully support. So that's another resolution number 5, that yes, diasporas are Kenyan. They are no less a Kenyan than any other. They are no second-rate citizen. I remember in 2013 when we were talking to some MPs about diaspora voting, they told us, Shem, so forget about those people. Let's deal with our problems here. I was so annoyed. Forget about those people. Okay? I don't know what they think about it now that diasporas really are holding the economy in its hands. Forget about those people. We deal with our problems here. Okay? So we've come a long way, but we have longer to go. It had to take Kenya Diaspora Alliance to go to the High Court for diaspora to vote. We lost. We were decided we were going to the end. We went to the appeal court. We won. IEBC was not happy. They went to the Supreme Court. We won again. A round of applause to KDA in that regard. But we are back in court on what the lawyers call mandamus. Are you able to unmute him? Help him unmute. Please give him the rights to unmute. Yes, I think we are close. Are we there? William, try to unmute. I can imagine the frustration you're going through, but Kenyans are resilient. After all, don't we dominate the world in marathons? Do we or don't we? A round of applause to the Kenyans. And now. Okay. Go ahead, William. I was going to say, don't we also dominate in sprints? Don't we? Bwana Omanya? We do. We will forget as we have so much in common. You Kenyans rule the world in marathons, and we Jamaicans, we rule the world in the sprints. True or false? Yes, a round of applause. So there was something in common. But that was 2 years ago. I'm sure it's like now we would think twice. Mercy Kimalat, please come and say a few words. A round of applause to ASEC. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shem. We have always walked the journey with him, I think now three years, working on the We Do Africa project, giving an opportunity for Kenyans in the diaspora. And actually, it's expanded to other African countries, giving them a chance to invest back at home, whereby you can support your family member with something that is sustainable, so that even at midnight when they have a crisis, they're able to have some sort of kitty where they can continue to support their own livelihoods. So my name is Mercy Kimalat. I'm the CEO for ASEC, which stands for the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. What we do is actually what Dr. Shem mentioned. So we are focusing on the sprint and then also on the marathon. The sprint comes in the context of how we work with startups, and startups are those ventures or businesses that are using technology that are really creating a lot of impact in terms of job creation and also attracting a lot of investment. So we've seen a lot of Kenyan companies attract investments up to $1.1 billion, but that all has come from other foreign direct investment. So the call to action is how can we then pull in the Kenyans in the diaspora to really invest back at home in these startups to create massive jobs. If you look at the current state of unemployment, we have more than 1 million graduates, graduating from university and the different TVETs. Where are they going to go? So these businesses are actually creating that opportunity for the youth. The other one is on the marathon. So the marathon, we're talking about the micro and small enterprises, the SMEs, and also the large corporates, whereby they are there with established businesses and processes, and they're looking towards continuing to serve their customer base, but also looking at scaling their operations. So again, as ASEC, how we come in is that we have a network of organizations of more than 120 that are across the entire country, right from Turkana, Wajir, down to Lamu in Nairobi and across east and west of Kenya. And we are working with these MSMEs, these SMEs, these large corporates to build a sustainable business model and also helping them attract funding. I'm really glad to see that the financial banks are also here, because that also proves that we are building a strong economy by having capital being injected in these businesses. So I really want to say thank you for inviting me, and just a call to action is all of us, we can actually invest back into a Kenyan business. You do not have to have 1 million Kenya shillings. Even that 500,000, even that 100,000, even that 50,000 Kenya shillings, we can guide you on how to invest, because as a network, we really have expert coaches, we have mentors across the country that are working with these businesses. And I think We Do Africa program is one that has actually been able to prove this very well. So thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you. Another round of applause to Mercy. Thank you very much. I'll shortly be inviting the Chief Rapporteur to summarize just for us recommendation, 1 page, if not less. And shortly I want us to be closing with a word of prayer so that we still go to the booths. Those who are still around, please don't, we still want to engage you and ask questions. Right, so we're about to conclude, but before we do, Professor Teiji, just 2 minutes, if you can give him a microphone, please. Please, we want to save on time because we still have 1 or 2 things to do. The microphones, please, if one can bring one over to... you want to run over and you can use this. You can actually talk from here. Give Prof. Okay, there is one there.
Fantastic. Great. Okay. 2 minutes. The next 2 minutes set the tone for what you're going to help accomplish in Kenya. So when we come back next year, it isn't talk, it isn't stories, it's what we have done in 12 months. Now is the time for action. Now is the time to do things. Whether you are sitting in another country, Kenya is home. For those of you who are this part of the disenfranchised and historically enslaved around the world, Kenya is your home. Come home and help build of how Africa came back on its feet and gave a gift of salvation to the world. We can do it. We have the will. We have the unity in our culture. Let's get it done. Thank you.
We have to do it. We can do it. Get it done. A round of applause to Professor. Thank you, Prof. Tuiji. I'm not sure if I saw somebody in the house like Dave Ndolo. David, just wave. Give him a round of applause. Now, those are the backbones. Founder, director, KDA. Another round of applause for David Ndolo. Asante sana. Before we write checks, he has to get clearance. So he's my boss in that regard. So I'm glad you are here, Brother Dave. Karibu. As we conclude, Bwana VC, you will say a final word, then we take a group photo. But before we do that, Mercy talked of the startups, the upcomings, and all that. And yesterday we unveiled the deal room that the PS of Investment Development presided over. Samali Kirika, apart from doing all this running up and down, just 3 minutes to tell us about the deal room. Give a round of applause as she comes over.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to try and be as brief as possible with my 3 minutes. We unveiled and opened up the deal room. That's a combination of Africa Diaspora Alliance and Kenya Diaspora Alliance to be able to promote both investment and trade. So what the deal room hopes to accomplish is to make sure that the ideas that people like Mercy are talking about, the ideas we've seen outside in WeDo, and all the interesting small businesses are put into a good place where people from the diaspora can come in and invest, and from that investment see their investments grow into larger opportunities. However, I always say investment is dead without trade. If you get money and you have nowhere to take your goods, then that business sinks. So we're looking at a way of trying to bring people like the diasporans like yourselves, but even just within Kenya. Sometimes your market is just 1 minute away, sometimes it's 10 hours away, sometimes it's 50 hours away. So we need to find a way to bring the diaspora together, all these connections that we have in all these African countries, America, Asia, Europe, China. How do we as diasporans come together to bring the goods and services that are being produced by Kenyans and Africans out of the parent countries into the rest of Africa, because Africa is a big market, and then beyond to the other markets. Diasporans have talked about standardization. How do we share information so that we can get to the standardization that will lead our products to global markets? I want to end with just one thing that I've thought about for a long time. A few years ago, somebody told me it's not possible for an African brand to become a global brand. But today I believe it's possible because an African brand can get into a global market and become a global brand. All the best.
round of applause, another round of applause to Samali. Thank you. Previously a born Ugandan, married Kenyan. So she's, okay, I'm being told she's Kenyan. Another round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And if you are ready, Sabina. Yes, please come over and read for us the recommendations. As she comes over, I still want somebody to just come over, walk over. Sabina, there's space for you, our chief rapporteur. Somebody to tell us, what should be the theme next year? What should be our theme? Brother Dave, okay. You wanted to say something or something? Okay, give him a mic. Being chair of our finance and audit committee, you know what that means.
Thank you
Please
very much,
go ahead.
Dr. First of all, my sincere apologies for having been very late because there's another event that we had to get off the road at Strathmore University, so I couldn't come the first 2 days. First of all, it is great that this is the 10th anniversary we have. In my mind, I've been thinking a lot about alumni communities for the many institutions that we have in this country and abroad, and how we can also try and see how the conversation can incorporate. Because every one of us here went to a school, whether it was in primary school or whether it was in secondary school, in how powerful a well-organized alumni community can be. But we also know that as we're growing older, we have the younger ones who are coming, and it is important that we pass on the mantle to them at some stage. And I think as we do all these very good things, can we also see, as my friend talked about, devolving this to the counties, could we also devolve this away from here in some form or shape to those who are younger and from the alumni networks? I think the systems are there. We can try and just plug into that system. Thank you so, so much.
A round of applause to Director Dave. Thank you so much. Well spoken. Actually, earlier on, we had, I think, head of business, Strathmore, in the house. Talked a bit of that. We also talked about the alumni network. And of course, when our Vice Chancellor, International Leadership University, will say a word as we close. But yes, fully agreed. Sabina, just 3 minutes to summarize. And she's rapporteur. Give another round of applause for us. She's been giving us summaries. Karibu.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I know it's late. I know we are tired, but I'm still excited. You know why I'm excited? Because you have given the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, I think, one of the best birthdays. You have, really, you have. I haven't started my speech, so this is the 30 seconds extra that I get. I say this because I am hopeful that you know that this is our 10th birthday. And this conversation has carried a lot of significance. But this conversation would not happen without your participation. So before I start, I would like to thank each and every one of you, those who are here physically and our virtual friends. So please, let's clap for ourselves. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And secondly, before I go on, usually I'm not very good with giving sentimental messages, but before I continue, there's someone that I would like us to recognize. I'm pretty sure he will probably not say anything about himself. I don't know whether it is for, I don't know what factors, but he will not say anything about himself. His name is Dr. Shem Ochuodo. The reason... the reason why I am mentioning Dr. Shem, I'm sure some of us have had random conversations with him. We've seen him. He was introduced to some of us when we were children. I mean, literally children for some of us. And when we have an individual such as Dr. Shem, who goes out of his way to facilitate a dream, which initially started, I'm sure, with maybe even personal funds, And his dream was simple. There is a conversation that must be included in the table. There is a group of Kenyans that must be brought together, not because of necessarily the economic value, but for the simple reason that we are all Kenyans. So I'd like us to please stand up and recognize Dr. Shem Otuodo before. Thank you. Thank you, Daktari, for your work. Thank you for your contribution. And above all, thank you for believing in us. And I can't even say this right. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to kind of thank you for giving us the opportunity, because really our team, who you will probably meet after I finish my 3-minute speech, he's given us an opportunity to essentially contribute to a dream that started with him. So once again, thank you, Dr. Otuodo. All right. So as we close, I will just give a rundown of essentially why this conversation started. Like I said in the beginning, this is the best birthday ever. Why? Because the conversation that has been had over the past 10 years has now been escalated into practical solutions. This is no longer just a conversation. We know what it is about, but most importantly, we know where to go and what to do with what we have. So, best birthday gift. Why do I say this? The first day, the message was clear. The African economy, specifically Kenya, is a formidable one. It is unquestioning. We literally are contributing to the financial muscle, the power, and that power cannot be understated. It speaks for itself. The numbers are there, but aside from that, most importantly, we have the support of the local diasporans, returnees, the business communities, philanthropists, and most importantly, our fellow diasporans. So this is a muscle that cannot be shaken. Secondly, the conversation has shown us that the actions that have been talked about today are sustainable. That is a theme that has been repetitive throughout this entire convention, which is why I said this has been the best birthday gift. We're no longer talking. We know what we can envision what Kenya can look like in the next 10 years. Why are we talking about 10, 15 years down the line? Because conversations around remittances are not just for the present. We're talking about a future that is sustainable. We're talking about our children and possibly our children's children, correct? I would like to highlight, I know I mentioned it earlier on, but one of the highlighted solutions, I think, other than the We Do projects that have been spoken about a lot, and they are changing lives at the ground level, and I mentioned it in the morning, would be Professor Teiji's project. And now I have the specifics. In the morning I was a little bit nervous, if you'll excuse me, but now I'll mention exactly what his vision is in terms of contributing to matters that really affect us, such as food security. His vision is simple. We're feeding people at the grassroots level. What does that look like? We're looking at 40,000 meals every week for every individual. Should I say that again so it can sink in a little bit? 40,000 meals every week for every individual. The translation to that, the translation of that is basically 12.5 million fed per week. 12.5 million fed per week. I want to reiterate this, and I know I said it in the morning. I might sound a little bit repetitive, but really it's because I want us to, again, be in line with our theme, which is action, sustainability, and escalating this conversation. This is a practical solution, but it's not just practical. It's not just about feeding people. It's not about contributing necessarily to just food security. It is about, like he mentioned, restoring human dignity. Simple. Restoring human dignity, which is the basis of, again, what informed the second day. When we moved to the second day, the conversation about restoring human dignity and working with remittances in a healthy and targeted manner moved to the county level. we came up with the idea of the County Day concept because we wanted to bring devolution, not necessarily from a governmental perspective, but we wanted to understand what are the counties representing, what do they offer. I mentioned in the morning that there were counties that highlighted their strengths as melting points of remittance investment. So for example, we have, and she's right here, Ms. Elizabeth Asichi. I see you. She is the CEO of Kakamega Development Agency, and she spoke about her county. And it is not just necessarily about a selling point, but the point is we want to highlight areas where the money is, like I said, targeted, and the goal is, remember, sustainable development for the future. So once again, in line, a practical solution, right? Other than the conversation around restoring dignity, there was an understated message by our supporters on the wings, such as the United States. The message from Ambassador Meg Wickman, and it mentioned their support in the morning, was simple. It starts with us. Their support exists because we have to participate in enabling ourselves. So as much as we are grateful for their support, we are grateful for contracts, existing contracts and platforms such as the AGOAN agreements. These can only really be manifested into reality when we as Kenyans, including our diasporans, join in this vision to ensure that we have a sustainable future. Okay, the third day, the most important, I think, vision that came across today was the idea of recognizing our human rights. Really, if you think about it, remittances are about your right as an individual, as a Kenyan, as a human being. It's simple, right? You want to know where your money is, but really the reason you care is because you know that your existence matters. This was highlighted by the country director of Amnesty International. He came here, Mr. Israel, I'm not sure I pronounce it correctly, Houghton, right? Irungu, Mr. Irungu, correct. And he was basically reinforcing the idea that the diaspora is valuable because they also represent something that we as Kenyans can relate to. We all want to feel protected. And really, it would be an injustice if their existence, considering how much power they hold, right? If those remittances hold so much power, then they should be protected, should they not? That was the message. So in conclusion, there were a couple of solutions because I know that is the focus. I've been talking about sustainability and sustainability. What does that look like in terms of the practical solutions? I've mentioned one of them by Professor Teiji. And really, the bedrock of these solutions was formed on the idea of transformational investments because, again, we're talking about sustainability. If people are going to bring money home, our brothers and sisters abroad, they want to know what that would look like on the ground. So we have, organizations such as the African Diaspora that have created pathways for financial security. For those of you who are here earlier on, I'm sure you touched the Lumi currency that we had been introduced to. And another important practical solution would be the idea around challenging our culture as Kenyans. So for instance...
Let's conclude.
All right.
The rest we'll share virtually.
All right. Basically, the practical solutions in agreement for all partners that we are so grateful participated in was development has to be holistically embraced by all of us, correct? And the foundation of it all lies in collaboration and partnerships for all of us. There were a couple of recommendations that were mentioned. For example...
A round of applause.
Okay. Thank you so much once again. My name is Sabina Aching and Karibuni.
One example.
Okay.
Just one.
An important, I think, recommendation was the idea of cooperatives that has been talked about by Ambassador Bramwell Kisuya from Spain. And really, it's the fact that these form the bedrock of economic development, and remittances come into the picture to help us to localize the idea that outside investments can work for us. So
thank you.
the report will be out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, Asante sana. A round of applause for the rapporteur chief. Good job. Together they did the work with Mwalimu Wanda, if he's in the house, or he has stepped aside. A round of applause to Sabina. Thank you. Actually, originally staff of Friedrich Ebert Foundation, so it seems we have a lot in common with the Germans. Huh? Now, Cyril, please come over. 3 minutes. We are working on the Diaspora Center and Complex. You see that tallest building in the city or in the country? Give him a round of applause as he talks about the Diaspora Center.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. It's been a wonderful journey with you. It's been a homecoming like no other. It's the 10th anniversary of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Can we give a big round of applause before we sing happy birthday? And I'm here with the team to make a present and have something to remember this journey by on this day. We, with the chair, have engaged with the county government of Taita Taveta, and they have, wait for a minute, I'm not going to say it, they have guaranteed us and allocated a parcel of land where we can establish a Diaspora Center of Excellence. And come on, where's our friends from Taita? It's got to be the first. It's happy birthday, Kenya Diaspora Alliance. It means the historic diasporans will have a home to return to. It means returnees don't have to look anywhere else but in Taita for a home. It means we can have different activities taking place in that center. It's a center with several components: a business center, youth incubator center, a resource center, natural resources center, and I leave it to you to dream what else we could incorporate into that center. And make a note of it, it's happy birthday to Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We have, my green architects have put things on screen which you can look at right now. They exercise their creative juices on it, and they've done a wonderful job. Everything, as you can see here, the beautiful buildings that are put there reflect the thoughts of the young, but other components on 20, 25, 30 acres of land will be incorporated. And for those of us who need to know a little bit of history, it was a large staging post and camp for slavery leaving East Africa was based in Voi. There was a chief there known as Chief Kivoi, who was a slave trader. And he worked with the other traders from Europe and took our people out at the port of Mombasa and the port of Shimoni. So it is an emblematical representation of a homecoming that now we're institutionalizing that homecoming in Taita, where the slaves were taken from. Thank you very much, Chair. It's there for you. It's for all of us. We will create a vehicle, special purpose vehicle, where all diasporans can contribute to it. It's not the property of KDA. We're just presenting it to you and say we found facilities for you to enjoy. Thank you very much. Huh?
Thank you. Another round of applause to Cyril. Thank you. You know, you can see now we don't call him Cyril for nothing. Thank you. Indeed, one of our guests who didn't make it, Dr. Adin, Director of African Diaspora Policy Center, Netherlands, was tasked by the OSCPS, that's the Organization of Africa, Caribbean, Pacific States, in collaboration with the Nigerian government, to work on a program for Africa Diaspora Center. But I think we are proving that we are a real sprinter. So I know my Nigerian sister, Honorable Abike, sorry, that we are not able to get you to speak to us. It's true in Nigeria, if you ask a Nigerian, do you know her? They'll tell you, oh, Mama Diaspora, because that's her name. From the time she was at the Senate in Parliament until they got a ministry, full ministry separate from Foreign Affairs, which is what we are asking for, so that we have our own ministry with 3 state departments. A round of applause for that day, because the day will come, because the diaspora deserve more. And for some people who sometimes think the A in KDA means association. I'm always quick to tell them, no, we are not an association. Politely, we are an alliance. We bring together 60 different diaspora associations. You've seen some of their presidents and chairpersons here. So please, don't call us Kenya Diaspora Association because we are not an association. But two things as I conclude. There are people more experienced than I in the House. I don't hold any patents at IBM, but this gentleman holds several. Yeah, a round of applause to Professor. But Vice Chancellor did say something that tickled me. I combine it with what Sabina said. Said, Kenya has got good hardware, but we lack what? Software. Sabina said, one person who doesn't talk about himself. I want to break that rule and talk about myself as being the first Kenyan software engineer. Don't I deserve a round of applause? But that's not what's important. What do you use with that to help your community is what's important. Without much ado, Cesarina, Nasirumbi, if there are members of the committee that organize this meeting, please, wherever you are, I know some of them are still working, inside and outside. Members of the local organizing committee and global planning committee, if you can just stand up, and we recognize them, appreciate them with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Asanteni. Please come and give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Shem, and thank you, everybody. I would also like to say one thing for everybody that's watching us online. It's Dr. Shem that made it possible for us to watch this online. Thank you, sir. My job is very simple. I'm just to give a vote of thanks, especially to the partners that have made this possible. You've made this event very colorful, and we're here to thank you for trusting us and partnering with us. right from the government, the state departments that were represented here. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. And each and every of the speakers, we thank you. We cannot thank you enough. But I want to thank the partners that we have partnered with this year, starting with Mivida Homes, who are our title partners. They just made a presentation. I want to let you know that we don't just choose partners, we actually choose people that are authentic and have something to offer for diasporans, so they're legit. You can get in touch with them after this, and you'll know that we say the truth. Mivida Homes have their properties just over on the other side of the road. That's at the Garden City. You can check it out when you come back home for your holidays. We welcome you back home the next time you're coming here. Our second partner is WeDo, the WeDo program, WeDo GIZ. We'd like to thank you. We'd like to appreciate you for your partnership with us. It's very valuable, and we thank God that many lives are being impacted through this partnership, and we appreciate you a lot. Thank you, WeDo. Then we'd also like to thank Security Africa, our diamond partner for this year. If you were there in day one, you probably heard their presentation on what offerings they have that can help you. If you have money to chill out, you can put it there. It's going to chill out and earn a lot of interest, and you're going to be happy going back to the bank. So that's Securities Africa for you. Then we have Unity Homes. They partner with us at the Silver Partnership Tire. If you're here on Monday as well, you probably heard them talking about their green spaces. And they have a lovely property at the Tatu City. So when you come back to Kenya, please go to Tatu City and go to Garden City as well. Thank you. And then we have Capital Markets Authority. We thank God. These are the it's a regulatory arm for the security for investments and capital markets. So they were here to assure you that every investment you make in the country, when it's done the right way, it's actually not going to get lost. You're going to get your money back. So that's Capital Markets Authority. Then we have the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. These ones are the authority that is tasked with collecting any unclaimed financial assets in the country. So in case maybe you flew to Germany some years back and had a bank account and forgot about it, or had some stocks that matured and your dividends were paid and you didn't even know anything about that. So they are tasked to collect these monies from the institutions that hold the monies. So you can actually check their database on their website to know what assets that you have that you might have forgotten about. It's in safe hands, and they want to give it back to you. I would also like to thank Moran Capital. They presented this afternoon. Moran Capital and Strathmore University, as well as KDA, we've partnered together to bring to you financial literacy series that are going to help you understand the investment market in Kenya, and as well as your options for your financial wealth management, so that you are able to increase your finances even while you're in diaspora, as well as train your family members, your children, to do the same. So we're excited about that. We're going to be having our classes running from January 2024. I'll be sharing the links for this. Just keep in the loop or email us and we'll give you the links, or check our website for that. I would also like to thank Safaricom PLC, who partnered with us this year. Safaricom and M-Pesa, M-Pesa Global, M-Pesa Africa, we want to thank them because they handle a lot of remittances from the diaspora, and we thank God for the innovations that they're doing, and we are so happy and proud to be partners with them this year. I also want to thank Absa Bank for partnering with us this year. They're a great financial institution. I actually went and checked their mortgage rates for diasporans. They do give mortgage for diasporans, and it's a low rate. You better check them out. Then I want to thank Shared Africa as well for their partnership with us. Shared Africa have property in around, I think it's at the river area, and they have good stuff. You should check them out. They're really awesome. I want to thank Marson's Realtors as well. They've partnered with us this year as a bronze partnership. And Higher Education Loans Board, you had them present today. They're giving loans for everybody that wants to go to school, even the students that want to go abroad for school. They offer loans for them as well. I want to thank Flex Money Transfer, Upesi Money Transfer, Herentia, APA Life Insurance, who offer insurance for women with cancer, very important, and they offer it for diasporans as well. I want to thank Postbank, who presented on the first day. If you're here on the first day, you probably heard it. If you weren't here on the first day, we have the recording on the website as well. You can check it out. And I also want to thank Norcross Riverine and Norcross Group. They partner with us today. They have some properties, some stay properties, some hotels, I think, that you can stay over when you come for your next holiday back home. I also want to thank Mudokinju Paints and Cement, very formidable. If you're building your own houses, check them out. They've got stuff for you. And I also want to thank Kenya Airways, who gave us 10% discount for every flight made to Nairobi between the periods of 31st November and 15th December. So if you haven't yet gotten your ticket, you can head over to Kenya Airways and get your ticket now, and you get a 10% discount if you use the code KDHC-2023. You can find the link in our website and our social media platforms. Then I also want to thank Datani Company Limited. Thank you so much for being a partner with us this year. We appreciate your business with us. They own properties, I think it's a property company, so you better check them out as well. I want to thank ASEC, who actually spoke just a few minutes ago. I also want to thank Best Link Developers. I want to thank Best Link Developers, Abi Organic Agriculture Limited, who have organic products, organic fertilizer that you can use for your farming. That's very, very healthy, as well as other organic products that are good for our bodies. I want to thank Hyssop Properties. They came through this year with us. Thank you so much. I want to thank Britam. I want to thank Kenya Chamber of Mines and the Impact Facility, who are in the mining industry. So this is an area that diasporans need to really know about. If you want to go and listen more about it, check out yesterday's presentations or check it out on our website. There's a replay that you can do there. They spoke about the mining industry and why it's so important to understand the wealth of Africa. We're talking about the debts of Kenya. We can literally pay it over more than 100 times if you just focus on the mining industry alone. Our riches in Africa are in our ground, and we need to exploit that. So that's something we should do as diasporans as well. Then I also want to thank Kenya Development Corporation. They are a very important body in the country, and they help us to be able to have facilities that can develop this country further. And I also want to thank Financial Services Deepening. They spoke a few minutes ago. They're a great organization. They're doing a research, trying to help mitigate, to help solve some of the financial issues that we have, especially regarding remittances. In extension, I want to thank IFAD as well. They're involved in the whole thing. IFAD is the International Fund for Agricultural Development. It's a UN body. Okay, then I also want to thank ANZAR. Last but not least is ANZAR. So ANZAR, they offer own now and pay later for your property. They have a database of property, and you look at it, whichever one you want, you can own it then by pay later. Thank you, everybody, for partnering with us. We are so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you, Cesarina. Cesarina is marketing manager at Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We always compliment each other's. Maybe if we just forgot, and it's understandable, you know, people have not been sleeping. They've been sleeping barely 2-3 hours. Allow me to thank also all our speakers who may not have called, beginning with our chief guest, who was mentioned, but other guests of the various levels. Give a round of applause to all the speakers and panelists and moderators. Particularly, can we give a round of applause to the diaspora leaders who have been both virtual as well as in person. A round of applause to them. And also our co-moderators. The main one, of course, you know, was the Bala Inea. You're lucky today was not here. So you are true north. I hope you still remember. And Rosemary Musumba, who was co-moderating from New York. A round of applause to both moderators. Of course, my sister. We are being inclusive in the real sense of the word. A round of applause. To Madam Joyce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. And to you participants. You know, without you, we would not be here. It takes a lot of effort to be here to the end. You know, many were called. Okay? I'll leave you to complete that. As I invite shortly for a prayer, remember we have WhatsApp group. If you're able to project on the screen info@kda.global, that's our easiest email address. Often some people tell me, but is this full? It doesn't look full, but it's actually full. So info@kda.global, you can reach us if you need any of these materials. The presentations, we will assemble them. Remember the one of the Madam Ambassador is available on the US Embassy website, so feel free to download it there. The others will also try to get them to the rapporteurs. Otherwise, colleagues, remember in all this, that's where all the glory. Thank you so much. Okay, Honorable Nyokabi, I requested my brother Abdi to pray, but he was shy. You'll come and pray. Please come and pray for us. Give him a round of applause as he comes over. Thank you. Can we be all upstanding as we give thanks to Almighty Allah?
Thank you, Professor Shem. He's a great friend of mine, and I've been with him with Diaspora issues and programs with him. So if he asks me to pray, then I'll pray, and I'll be praying in English, the first surah, the first chapter of the Quran. In the name of Allah, the all-merciful, the most compassionate, praise to be Allah, the Lord of all the worlds, the all-merciful, the most compassionate, ruler of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, from you alone we seek help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those whom you have bestowed your grace, not of those you have incurred your wrath, nor of those who have gone astray. Amen.
Get permission to leave. The cameraman, So you stand accused, So the cameraman, you will come, we'll take a group photo. Our panelists normally do at the end, as we go over for a cup of tea and the booths that are still there. May God bless you, may God guide you, and take care of you. Karibuni.
Tumeona mkono wake Bwana, mengi mazuri